Forest of Dynasties. Future's Birth, Volume 6. Written and narrated by S.J. Saunders. Chapter 1. Sorrow with the Dawn. Tanner hadn't opened his eyes, hadn't even registered that he was awake, before it all came rushing back in on him. He groaned, hands clenching loosely into fists as he lay sprawled over the covers of his lush bed, where he'd collapsed in a defeated pile the night before. Well, earlier this morning anyway, he thought, recalling that dawn had thoroughly crested over the sea that stretched out from his east-facing window at the time. Blinking slowly, his foxen eyes shifted over in that direction, finding that someone had drawn the embroidered drapes to leave the room in low light since he was last conscious. Gefnar. Still splayed diagonally over the soft support of his bed, he heaved himself over onto his side so that he could take in the rest of the room. Seated on the floor, his back to the wall beside a nightstand a few paces away, was Gefnar, a heavy frown creasing the gnome's brow as he clutched his knees to his chest. He still wore his bloodied, dirty, sweat-caked shirt and breeches from the night before, though his plate armor had been removed and deposited neatly on the plush, over-designed rug that spanned the hardwood floor between the beds. Though Gefnar was slightly younger than Tanner, the way the gnome's sleepless, dark-rimmed eyes seemed to accentuate his pointed features as more gaunt than usual, his light blonde hair near white in the pale illumination as it flopped down his forehead in a tangled mess. Tanner briefly had the absurd feeling that he was looking at an old man. And the faint stubble along Gefnar's jawline glinting frostily didn't help matters either. Tanner reached up to smooth the sleep-mussed fur along the side of his face as he eased up to an elbow. "Get any sleep?" he asked, clearing his throat sharply as he found that his voice was low and garbled. A small jolt of alarm twitched through Gefnar's frame as he looked over to Tanner. "Yeah, here and there. Half expected a Samanir execution squad to drop in at some point, I guess." Tanner issued a grunt to make his bearkin father, Curtis, proud, hoisting himself up to a slumped sitting position as he twisted his legs about to dangle over the side of the bed. He rubbed at his eyes. "If Volkert and Dewach wanted us dead, they would have killed us when they had us alone in the Falcon's Head with minimal witnesses." Gefnar gave a distant nod. "I suppose. But are we so sure General Fathag's not going to be a problem anymore?" "Volkert's still in charge," Tanner pointed out. "Until he's not. How many people do you think are going to start questioning their undying loyalty to the Blade Master once word starts getting out that the entire Samanir leadership was involved in dragging Falcon Crest into a pointless war?" Tanner winced. No, he didn't expect that the venerable Lord Winnoed, a man perpetually in different stages of wind-up inebriation by Tanner's reckoning, would keep quiet about what he'd seen and heard that morning. "Maybe that's for the best," Tanner sighed. "If Volkert and the others were so deluded to think the best way to keep themselves trusted and in power was to start a war they might not be able to win, then the city would probably be better off handing the reins to anyone else." Gefnar's scowl deepened. "Even with a clear line of succession within the Samanir, different people are going to have different ideas about who should take Volkert's place. It won't just be faith in the three leaders that'll be shattered. How are the people supposed to trust their defenders at all anymore?" With a groan, Tanner shifted into a full-body stretch. It was far too early for this kind of conversation. "I don't know, Gef. Maybe they can just put one of their nobles in charge, someone who's not Lord Winnoed." "In the middle of a war?" Gefnar shook his head. "Like it or not, that's where we are now, and Mevod's not just going to hold off come the spring thaw because the people of Falcon Crest ask nicely. Not the best time to be trying out new forms of government, especially when every single noble in the city's going to be jumping at the chance for more power. I've read my history. If a situation like that is left to run its course, you'll be lucky if all you have are a few minor schisms that only weaken the Samanir and Falcon Crest further, instead of all-out civil war." Tanner threw up his hands. So what are you saying, Gef? That Volkrit should just keep himself in power by force? He doesn't want to lead anymore, said Gefnar, leaning forward. He's practically abdicated already, and I don't think Dewak is too far behind. At least a half-dozen spells could have been used to cover up what happened with Fitheg in the Falcon's Head. Someone as powerful as Dewak could have even rearranged Lord and Lady Winnowood's memories, but Volkrit didn't even try. He wants to be found out, Tanner groaned, nodding. They both do, Gefnar agreed. After so many years of hiding the truth from the people they practically fell into leading for lack of better options, they're exhausted. You could see it on their faces. I think they really did depose King Trelegon with the best of intentions, but now the world they tried to build has slipped through their fingers. So, defeated, they're just stepping aside, convinced that anything that might come next will be better. Tanner chewed on his tongue for a moment. But they're wrong. Gefnar nodded. Dead wrong. Without a clear new leader, Falcon Crest is either left in a chaos Mevod can exploit, or it'll just spare Mevod the trouble by tearing itself apart from within. Understanding bloomed in Tanner's chest, his eyes narrowing at Gefnar as the face of a smiling youngish woman flashed through his mind. A face that sported the same stern, commanding eyes Tanner had seen in the ancient lord of Varbius Keep, Kylemus Ed Varbius. Gwytherin, you think that Volkrit and Dewak are right, that she's the only person who can lead Falcon Crest forward. Something like an apology tugged at Gefnar's features. As defeated as Volkrit and Dewak are, they still recognize a proper candidate when they hear it. Gwytherin's the heir to a respected family of the last age. The line itself may have faded into obscurity, but the name of Varbius is practically a legend. They were revered as the family who tamed and ruled the southern coast of Kavorim. A name like that in a time like this. Tanner was already shaking his head. Gwytherin's got enough of her own problems. And do you think the people of Falcon Crest would want her with Njolar at her side? With her half-dwarven kids? If Jotagon and I... He froze mid-gesture to the bed at the far corner of the room, tears already welling in his eyes as he recalled who should be lying there. Jotagon's foxkin brow furrowed as he stared at the ceiling, concentrating on some great mystery or concern in his eyes as he issued a gentle reprimand. It felt as though the earth shifted beneath Tanner as he relived the loss of the previous day, watched his newly found cousin Jotagon fall to a Samanir blade. Shakily, he stooped over his knees, bringing his taut fists up to his temples as he shut his eyes tight against the memory. Worse, a secondary source of loss and anger swelled in his heart and mind, the presence of his younger sister, Okizi, her soul bound to Tanner's own, now more tightly than ever in the wake of Jotagon's death. Tanner tried to flood his thoughts with calm and comfort, even as terror filled his chest. Teeth gritted, he dared to peek out at his own forearms. The dual markings were still there. The pair of geometric pillars that began near the crux of his elbows and blossomed into images of spiraling flame as they etched along the fur closer to his wrists. Both marks now glowed a vibrant red. Tanner was vaguely aware of Gefnar's voice calling his name with thick concern, then of the gnome's touch on his knee and the restoring magic that swept over him in response. It wouldn't help. This was something Tanner and Okizi had to overcome together. Please, little one, Tanner begged, frantically measuring his breathing as he tried to fall into the meditation technique Allie had taught him. We can't become that creature. The image of their merged forms contorting into a great fox wreathed in flame filled his mind. The few times they'd mutually surrendered to the primal shape thus far, they'd been able to retain a level of control. Mostly, Tanner thought with a gulp, recalling the unbridled fury they'd unleashed on Irimiz, the man who'd hunted their kind to near extinction. But now, with Okizi's soul fully fused with his, the mark on his arms a clear sign of that as it was in all cases of two souls caged in the same body, Tanner feared that they wouldn't be able to discern friend from foe. You become fire itself, he recalled Curtis's words to him from months before, when, unbeknownst to Tanner, Okizi's presence had briefly claimed control of his body as he slept, and had burned Curtis badly before the bearkin had been able to subdue her. Tanner didn't know if he and Okizi would be that again, or something far worse. And what if we transform into this fire entity and there's no coming back? Slowly, Okizi's anger subsided amid Tanner's continued soothing, but the sadness remained. As his sister's mingled with his own, Tanner found himself doubled over as he sat on the bed, sobbing into his own knees. It must have been a few minutes before he even realized that Gefnar had clambered up beside him to rest a hand on his back. A few minutes more, and Tanner had regained his composure enough to ease back upright and smile gratefully over at Gefnar from what he was sure was a face fur-ruffled with tears. Gefnar's face was tear-streaked as well, and he withdrew his hand, his eyes falling to his own lap in shame. "Tanner, I'm so sorry that I couldn't save him." Tanner sighed shakily as the sordid scene replayed in his mind. Jotagon harrying the left flank of the Samanir formation down below, along with Gefnar and Tavik, the perpetual guardsmen. Himself shifted into his fox form with Okizi as he rained fire down on the Samanir captain from the battlements of the Glenadok Orc tribe's stronghold. Jotagon falling to a grievous wound barely seconds before a Samanir crossbow bolt sank into Tanner's chest. A wide-eyed Gefnar, frozen in a brief instant of indecision as he saw them both go down. "I don't blame you," Tanner bit out, surprised to find that the words were discernible through his clenched teeth. "You couldn't save us both." He met Gefnar's gaze as the gnome looked up, fresh tears blurring his vision. "But I'll probably spend the rest of my life wishing you'd chosen him over me." At Okizi's affirming whisper, he added, "We both are." Gefnar nodded. "I know, but whatever you're feeling now, it would have been worse for Jotagon if I had." Involuntary anger flashed in Tanner's eyes, but Gefnar pressed on. "You two were the only purpose he had left, Tanner. The rest of the world could tear itself apart for all he cared. And he made me promise him that, if it was ever a choice between you, that I'd let him die." Tanner's mouth fell open. "What?" "It was the most words he ever said to me," Gefnar went on with a sad smile. "One of the rare times it was just him and me alone, a few days out of Katasan. He seemed happier. He was smiling like someone who'd just found peace with Nomenkal at the temple back home. He said that you and Okizi were his mission now, and that he would be glad to give his life for blood, if it came to it." A small gasp escaped Tanner's mouth as his mind was hurled back to another moment shortly after their travels with Jotagon had begun, one shared between cousins only. "It is the greatest pledge of our people," Jotagon had explained, a wistful look in his eye as he told Tanner and Okizi of their heritage. "For blood, a pledge that we will do everything in our power to safeguard our families and our people. There is no death more honorable than giving one's life so that someone else might live." Tanner recalled shifting uneasily as he'd eased closer to the evening's fire. Sounds like it could also be a battle cry. A dark smile that reminded Tanner of what Jotagon's life had been before they'd met had crept over Jotagon's elongated features. "We were content to let our enemies think so as well." He'd softened. "If we are the last of our people, O Tuli, we must hold the words of our ancestors more tightly than ever. Their words and their memory." The words clawed at Tanner's heart as he realized what it was Jotagon had whispered before succumbing to his wounds. It hadn't registered at the time, but now, as he reached back in his thoughts through his short time with his cousin, as well as the far more faded flashes he could piece together of his parents, fragments of the chortling foxkin language surfaced as though from someone else's life. Words that aligned perfectly with Jotagon's lips as he'd gasped his final mantra. Je crève. For blood. Tanner inhaled deeply, nearly deflating as he sighed back out. Jotagon had given his life just how he would have wanted, and it wouldn't do Tanner any good to lament the way things had happened, or to wish that their places had been reversed. All he had to do was live up to his cousin's example. "I'm still gonna be mad for a while," he muttered, smiling sadly at Gefnar. "Maybe even at you now and then, and I'm sorry for that. And yeah, I'm grateful for the time we did have together. But I'm never not going to be sad about all the time we didn't." Gefnar simply nodded, eyes drawn as he blinked back more tears. Tanner knew he didn't need to tell his friend how grief worked. Though Gefnar never talked about it, it hadn't been hard to piece together the reason the gnome had been raised by Antothica and the scholars at the Temple of Nomenkal from such a young age. For centuries, the temple had been a home to local orphans, educating them and offering them a path in life, should they choose to stay on when they came of age. Tanner cleared his throat, rising to his feet. "But I'm all Okizi has left now, so my top priority has to be doing what's right for her." He could feel his sister's flutter of apprehension in his mind as he added, "Which means separating her from me. The sooner the better." A soft thud sounded from beside Tanner as Gefnar hopped down from the bed beside him. "Well, if anyone can figure out a way to do it, it'll be Hattie." Distantly, Tanner noted the unexpectedly heavy concern in Gefnar's voice as he nodded. Hattifasir, renowned craftsman in the employ of the Samanir, hadn't completely balked at Tanner's plan to extract his sister's soul into another body. Much to Tanner's surprise. The only factor that had seemed to give Hattifasir, Hattie, to those who knew him, pause about the endeavor, was the fact that the new body Tanner had in mind for his sister to claim had once belonged to Hattie's daughter, perfectly preserved in the years since her death and serving as constant motivation for a grief-stricken father to unlock the secret of restoring the dead. A futile mission that Tanner felt had threatened to drive Hattie to near insanity. While Hattie had pleaded with Tanner the night before to let the fallen Jotagon rest, however, the craftsman had seemed to hear his own words as well, implying that he was ready to bid his daughter a final farewell. Still rattled from the emergence of the markings on his arms, Tanner had put forth perhaps the most audacious request of his life. That Hattie help Okizi find a new life in the form of Hattie's child. Though Hattie had seemed receptive to the idea, Tanner and the others had been breathlessly summoned to Falcon Crest Fortress by Jack's timid suitor, Tavik, to deal with the new threat of Fetheg before the Samanir general could throw Swidona from the fortress's central spire, the Falcon's Head. Following the confrontation and the ensuing discussion with Blade Master Volkrit and Head Mage Dewak, Tanner had found that he didn't have the strength left to return to Hattie's workshop. Not after such a long, exhausting day. Not when Jotagon still lay dead on Hattie's floor. Fortunately, Hattie had graciously offered to see to Jotagon's body, so, drained and emotionally gutted, Tanner had shuffled ahead of the others back to the one place in Falcon Crest where he could find some solitude to rest and to gather his thoughts. The one place in the whole blazing city where I don't have humans glaring at me like I'm a resurrected avatar of Kelavost, Lord of the Dragons. The McAllister estate. Which, if Tanner had tracked the previous day's events correctly, would soon officially belong to perhaps the most unladylike woman he'd ever met. A minute smile cracked through the dark cloud of his face as he stepped messily into his boots and shambled groggily for the lacquered mahogany door of his bedroom. "Well, come on, let's go see what sort of hospitality the new Lady McAllister has in store for us." Chapter 2. Duties in the Day. Allie hugged her knees to her chest, peering out from the pillows of her window seat at the dreary day that had overtaken the world while she slept. The lush grass that covered the slope northward down to the shoreline billowed softly in the breeze, and the waves that crested to spill over the sandy beach beyond were a dark gray beneath the heavy clouds. It all matched her mood so well that she thought she wouldn't have been surprised to find that she'd somehow caused her internal gloom to manifest with the shifting of the weather. The corner of her mouth twitched faintly upward. "Then I'd better quit it. Controlling the elements is Jack's specialty, not mine." Her thoughts drifted back to the night before, and the awe-inspiring sight of her huntress friend with a crackling wand in her grasp, as she'd reached up to call down blinding strikes of lightning from a storm bank she'd willed into existence. And all on her own, too, Allie thought darkly, sending the equivalent of a glare toward the dark foreign kernel of power nestled at the back of her mind. The only response was a flicker of amusement. Amusement from one of the 8 most powerful beings known to reality. Allie half shuddered, half shook with a spike of impotent anger. She turned from the dreary world beyond her window, hoping to distract herself with the sight of her shifted surroundings. Her room. Her childhood room. She'd barely spent any time amid the hand-carved furnishings, embroidered rugs, and girly toys before she'd set about rearranging things into something that better reflected who she'd become during her long absence. After her parents had been murdered in the far-off city of Lorsen to the northwest, and she'd been left to fend for herself on the streets. After Shala. After everything she and her new friends had been through. Allie closed her eyes, desperately trying to remember more than the fleeting images left to her from her time with her parents. Joan and Henguel. Even their names felt distant, like an unfamiliar scent. All she had was the elusive feeling they'd made her feel loved and safe. A bitter groan slid from Allie's throat as she opened her eyes, hugging herself even more tightly. I can't even remember what that was like. A time before I second-guessed every move I made, before I was constantly terrified of what I might do or what I might become. Before Shala, before a vile Thakur decided to move into my brain. The sharp knock on the vine-engraved door across the room jarred Allie from her thoughts with a start, and she hadn't managed to recover before a muffled voice from the other side pressed, Allie? Are you awake? An emotion to which Allie was growing more accustomed swept over her as she marked the voice as Swidona's. A sense of pride and accomplishment, like she'd actually managed to impose something good upon the world. Swidona, the woman who'd welcomed Allie back into her family home, had nearly been thrown to her death only a few hours earlier by the Samanir general, Fatheg, someone Allie would happily gift additional lifetimes, if she could. Just so the power-crazed woman could rot in prison that much longer. But, thanks to Allie and her companions, Swidona had survived, returning with them back to the McAllister estate, shaken but still somehow able to express pity for General Fatheg, a person who'd responded to Swidona's olive branch of forgiveness with attempted murder. Allie found it hard to share the sentiment. Not something I need to fight over, though, she thought, a genuine if muted smile coming to her face as she eased to her feet. They say it's best to pick your battles carefully, and she has managed to stop calling me Edith. Yeah, I'm awake, she called back, moving to the open door. Even as she reached for the handle, she reflected how such a seemingly foreign concept as leaving her door unlocked had come to her so easily here in her childhood home. It wasn't just that she felt confident in her own abilities to deal with any potential threats. She also trusted those around her to respect her privacy. Still nothing like the security I think I felt with my parents, but it's something. The weathered but still bright-eyed form of Swidona stood outside in the hall as Allie swung her bedroom door inward. How are you feeling? Allie asked, her eyes falling to the older woman's hands. They'd been magically stitched back together since Swidona had been forced to hold herself aloft on frayed glass. But Allie hadn't been sure of the extent of the damage, if the glass had cut into bones and tendons. But Swidona held up her hands, flexing them gently into fists. As well as one can following such an encounter, she declared, her usual buoyant tones still subdued. Though I'm afraid I've slept very little. I know the feeling, Allie muttered, stepping aside and motioning for Swidona to enter her room. Do you need to sit? I should, yes, thank you, Swidona admitted, shuffling in and lowering herself into a padded chair. From the state of her, Allie guessed that she'd bathed and dressed in fresh clothes, her graying hair drawn back in a simple bun. but the darkness around her eyes spoke of deep exhaustion. And the puffiness of her cheeks told Allie that she'd found more tears to shed. "Can I get you anything?" Allie offered, dropping to the bed across from Swidona. A well-practiced smile greeted the proposal, and Swidona shook her head. "No, dear. Thank you." Allie waited a few seconds as the older woman's gaze grew distant, past Allie to the window. She shot a glance over her shoulder to see if Swidona was focusing on anything in particular. She wasn't. Was there something you needed to discuss?" Allie pressed. Swidona shook herself, her smile more self-conscious this time. No, dear. I simply wanted to see you." Guilt lanced through Allie's heart at every possible angle. Here she was, implying that Swidona needed some important reason to come and see her, and Swidona was just wanting someone to hold her together, to share in her grief. So, fighting the urge to say anything else for fear of making the poor woman feel unwelcome, Allie bit down on her tongue, letting the quiet and the soft roar of the waves beyond the window enfold them in a moment of commiseration. "Are you staying?" Allie blurted, even as she cursed her own lack of tact. "In Falcon Crest, I mean," she quickly added, gesturing broadly to encompass the estate grounds. "You can sit there as long as you want." Definitely not ready for the courts of high society yet. But Swidona merely smiled and nodded. "Yes, if you still plan to, that is." Allie's thoughts drifted to the faded hours of sunrise earlier that day, when she and her friends had returned to the estate, following their encounter with Fetheg at the fortress. They'd exchanged very few words, with Tanner obviously in no mood for anything but collapsing into bed. But as Allie had reiterated her intention to stay in Falcon Crest to ensure that the McAllister estate was brought back under proper management, even the Foxkin had grunted his agreement before retreating upstairs. To Allie's surprise, Gefnar had seemed receptive as well. "Let me know how I can help," he declared before retreating after Tanner. Allie had been taken aback to the point of silence long enough for Gefnar to escape any follow-up questions. Foremost on Allie's mind had been, "So we're just going to pretend like you weren't saying that you might have to kill me for the good of all dareness just yesterday?" Jack had rested a hand on Allie's tensed forearm then, smiling that disarming, supportive smile Allie had finally come to accept was nothing but sincere. "Ember and I are with you as well, of course, though I plan to focus my efforts on securing the resources necessary for the work we have for Haddie, if that's all right." "That's fine," Allie had replied, abruptly aware that everyone was looking to her to finalize their course of action. Looking up the broad staircase after Tanner and Gefnar, she'd added, "We'll talk things over more once we've all finally had some rest." Allie nodded back to Swidona, resolve tightening her chest once more. "I mean, it's not like I was just excited after taking down Fetheg. I meant what I said. My family's holdings can do a lot of good at a time like this, and I'd like to do everything I can to help with that." Swidona smiled. "Then I will finalize the letters of summons I've put into motion." Something close to cockiness played in the older woman's eyes. "And I do not think we'll have to worry about a lack of response. I expect we'll have 12 viable candidates for estate management arriving in under a month." "A month?" Allie's eyes widened. "And that's fast? How are we supposed to hold the estate together for that long?" For her part, Swidona was clearly taken aback by Allie's reaction. "A month is very fast, dear. Anyone who might have enough expertise within the city already possesses sizable Falcon Crest holdings, meaning we'd either have to divide the estate, which could be a long, messy process, or incur crippling taxes at creating a majority landowner within city limits." Allie's eyes narrowed as she fought to decipher Swidona's business speak. "Right. Are we sure you couldn't just take over? You sure sound smart enough." Swidona offered a self-deprecating chuckle. "I may have picked up a handful of terms and laws over the years, but I'm leagues behind," she faltered. "Behind Delagar's savvy and business acumen.
As for how we'll manage in the time it takes for my messages to reach a potential successor, and the ensuing weeks where each recipient will utilize every spell imaginable in order to be the first one at our door.
Her smile returned as she eased to her feet, extending a hand for Allie's.
Once you've been confirmed as the estate's true heir, I think we'll have a brief window of things already set in motion continuing, for respect of your name alone.
Sighing, Allie took the offered hand, though she made a point of relying on Swidona very little as she stood, shaking her head. The thought that just by being born into her family offered her as much sway as it seemed to among the people of Falcon Crest, and beyond, was still foreign to her. More than that, it was unnerving, even guilt-inducing. Fortunately, she knew a way to help with that.
If you say so, she replied. But I did have one favor to ask.
Name it, said Swidona, giving Allie's hand a tight squeeze. Allie cleared her throat, not yet retrieving her hand. She wanted to be ready to steady Swidona in case her next words hit the older woman as hard as Allie thought they would.
Two-part favor, really. I'm guessing you've already had Delagar's body prepared for burial?
Pain flashed in Swidona's eyes, but she nodded.
Yes, I intended to hold his funeral here, at the estate tomorrow. Very few attendees.
She motioned vaguely southeast out the window.
He's to be laid to rest with his father on the slope with your family's crypt.
Then, seeming to realize further implications of Allie's return,
Oh, provided you have no objections.
Of course not, Allie assured her with a taut smile.
I'd like to say goodbye. I know I barely knew him, but we were friends once.
Swidona couldn't hold back the tears, nearly crushing Allie's hand now.
Practically family. Simply ask a servant to escort you to the crypt and request that the mortician grant you some privacy.
Allie squeezed back.
Thanks. I know he won't hear me, but I guess I just don't want to leave things how they were between us.
Abruptly, Allie found herself wrapped up in a tight, fleeting hug.
He thought only the best of you, Edith. I know it.
Returning the hug, Allie rolled her eyes at Swidona's slip-up in calling her by her given name, but she did so with a smile.
And?
Swidona pressed, drawing back.
What was the second favor?
Allie inhaled deeply.
My friend, Tanner. He's just lost someone too, and I was wondering if you thought Delagar would have minded sharing his funeral with, well, a foxkin.
Confusion faded to surprise, then to sympathy, as Swidona grasped what Allie was saying, and Allie realized that, in all the chaos from earlier, Swidona simply hadn't noticed Jotagon's absence.
Oh, yes, of course. Delagar bore no ill will toward the half-breeds of the city, and if anyone attending the ceremony did, well, they can feel free to uninvite themselves.
Thanks, Allie said with a smirk, her stomach grumbling a pointed protest now that she'd started moving around.
And, any chance you had the kitchen staff leave out a few things from breakfast?
Swidona managed a chuckle, linking arms with Allie as she walked them out of the room.
Anything uneaten from breakfast has been carted to the nearest poor home by now, but I think you'll be happy to revisit what was prepared for lunch.
Jack stared out the west-facing window of the dining room over the vast tangle of stone buildings that made up Falcon Crest, as well as the sleek looming presence of the Samanir fortress, its unique architecture anthropomorphizing the impregnable obsidian walls until Jack had to keep reminding herself that it wasn't truly a great bird of prey, wings folded and head bowed as it stood vigil over the city. The enchanted stonework had taken on a glossy sheen in the light rain, refracting the occasional flashes of lightning that snaked along the underbelly of the dark cloud cover. Squaring her shoulders where she stood at the window, Jack reached out to rest a hand on the ever-present form of Ember beside her, her fingers digging deep in his fur as she gripped the scruff of his neck. It didn't hurt the wolf, Jack knew, but Ember still shot her a questioning glance, raising his head to press his muzzle against her side in comfort. As attuned as they were to each other, there was no way he couldn't sense the storm crackling inside of her own thoughts. A low rumble of thunder rattled the glass pane before them, spotless save for where Ember's breath and nose had smudged it as he sat at Jack's side. Brow furrowed, Jack slowly raised her gloved hand to place it against the glass, letting the light of the forest pulse warm and bright in her blood. And, almost as though an afterthought, she spared a fleeting whim for lightning to strike down to where it seemed that her fingertips brushed the heavens. Instantly, and in the same heartbeat when it felt as though white flame flashed over Jack's vision, the clouds beyond her hand roiled and spat a jagged lance of lightning straight downward. It hadn't connected with Jack's hand, not really. It hadn't connected with anything, instead coiling back in on itself to dissipate into the clouds once more, as Jack jumped a half-step back in alarm. Not at the manifestation of the faraway lightning, but at the prickling wave of power that seemed to course back along her arm from the forced perspective impact. There was no pain. If anything, the power felt familiar, like the lightning was simply a more potent iteration of the forest's light that had responded to Jack's touch since childhood. Jack gulped, frowning as she turned away from the window. She'd always known that she was gifted in falling into the current of the natural world, more than any of her siblings, she supposed, but it had always felt like happenstance. She'd learned the art of healing wounds with the light of the forest from her mother, one of the more skilled magic wielders of their clan. And even her father could channel some minor spells for tracking and survival. But power on this level, Jack thought, dropping heavily into one of the high-backed chairs along the side of the grandiose dining table that spanned nearly the whole of the vast room she was in, filled with untouched covered dishes of food and edged with immaculate place settings. No one in her clan had this kind of power, not even the most proficient hunters or healers from other clans. Power like this was something Jack had only ever heard of spoken in awed voices about heroes of ages past. And she just confirmed that it hadn't been the wand that gave her the power, some fluke in the work of Zeja Treesmith, the wand maker back in Dragon's Nest. Jack withdrew the shimmering stick from a pouch slung at her side, holding it at either end as she spun it back and forth. She could feel the power in the wand, and it wasn't hers. Besides which, Zeja had informed her in that excitable birdkin manner of hers that the wand simply had a finite amount of power within to strike out with lightning from itself. The storm Jack had called into existence had rained down claws of white fire from overhead. Some kind of catalyst, then, Jack mused, sighing as she set the wand down before her and slumped back in her chair. For a power that was already inside of me. Ember now shoved his way forward to rest his heavy, shaggy head on Jack's lap, looking up to her with large eyes the color of glowing coals. Jack broke into a broad smile, leaning forward to rest her head against Ember's. I'm all right, Em. I suppose I'm just trying to decipher what all of this means. What I really am. Her eyes drifted back along Ember's sides, where the saddle the Eagle-Blood King, Shanadir, had gifted to her, fit snugly but comfortably around the wolf's body. A saddle fitted to leave the space near Ember's shoulders free, where two great furry wings could appear as Jack needed. What we are, Jack added softly. All at once she wished that Taraki were there to help guide her. The young Crockblood mage hadn't been the first to inform Jack that she was believed to be the great huntress of legend, the one who supposedly walked with the steps of a great beast and was destined to unite the green. But Jack had found, much to her own surprise, that she'd forged a sort of kinship with Taraki, following the death of Aglek, the young Crockblood's mentor. And she'd probably have something suitably encouraging to say right now. Abruptly, Jack realized that she'd reached into a pouch at her side, withdrawing the simple iron bracelet Taraki had crafted for her. It admittedly didn't offer much in the way of adornment, but the soft bluish sheen that shimmered across the band's surface reminded Jack of what Taraki had told her upon bestowing the item just after Aglek's death. Aglek and I forged this together. It will allow me, to locate you when worn. Sighing, Jack pocketed the bracelet. Putting it on would be as good as calling Taraki to her side, and, given the Crockblood's devotion to Aglek's vision for the Huntress, for Jack, Taraki would likely answer the call. With anti-half-breed sentiments still high in Falcon Crest, Jack could very well be calling the Crockblood in to be arrested. Or worse. Soft footsteps echoing down the stairs across the opulent living area drew Jack's gaze to the door of the dining room, and soon Tanner and Gefnar appeared in the doorway, somberly taking their seats at the table with muted smiles of greeting toward Jack. Wordlessly, Tanner dragged a towel-covered dish across the table toward him, tossing the towel aside, obviously indifferent when it slipped from the edge of the table to alight on the floor. "Smells good," Gefnar offered. Tanner gave a shrug and nod, grabbing a handful of the small rolls and depositing them on his plate before shoving the dish along to Gefnar. "They're a bit cold," he muttered around an ensuing mouthful. "The stew should still be warm," Jack informed him with a smile, nudging a suspended metal dish his way and unleashing a cloud of steam when she removed the lid. "The kitchen staff renewed the flames beneath only a few minutes ago." Grunting his thanks, Tanner heaved a ladleful of the stew into the small bowl atop his place setting. Jack was about to caution him not to burn his mouth as he messily dunked a roll into the stew and popped it into his mouth, but it was clear from his lack of reaction that the heat hardly bothered him. Jack doubted someone with a faraway gaze like that even tasted what they were eating. Have you eaten?" Gefnar asked, pointedly eyeing Jack's spotless plate and utensils. "I caught the last bit of breakfast before the lunch hour came," Jack explained. "It seems I wasn't in need of as much sleep as the rest of you." "If you can call it sleeping," Tanner muttered, swallowing. "If there was a spare moment when I wasn't having a nightmare, Okizi picked up the slack." Jack stifled the urge to reprimand Tanner for being so dismal. There was time for honoring Jotagan's memory by moving on with life later. Right now, Tanner needed to grieve. "And we need to do all we can to help him do so." "Are you off to check in on Hadi soon?" she asked, abandoning any pretense of carrying on as if it were a normal day. "He seemed confident in his ability to see to Jotagan's body." Tanner nodded, something like gratitude in his eyes when he glanced Jack's way. "Yeah." His gaze drifted back through the door he'd just come through as more steps drew near. "Whatever Hattie's been up to, we've still got to find a place to bury Jotagan, though. I can't imagine the good people of Falcon Crest would be so accommodating as to let a half-breed bury his cousin next to their families." It was impossible to miss the bitterness in his voice. Jack followed Tanner's gaze over to Allie and Swidona as they entered the room, catching the quick look from Allie toward the older woman and the reassuring nod in return. "Here," Allie blurted. Then, clearing her throat, "You can bury him here." Tanner's mouth fell open, and he wiped self-consciously at the stew hanging from his snout as his eyes began to glisten. You're sure?" Allie nodded, squirming a bit on her feet before moving to sit down, obviously eager to move on from the touching moment. "I'm the Lady McAllister, right? Better start throwing my weight around." Tanner swallowed, blinking rapidly. "Allie, Thank you." Jack's gaze was fixed on Gefnar, however, as the gnome had turned to regard Allie with a proud, affectionate smile, easily recalling Gefnar's insistence barely a day ago that he couldn't remain with them, for fear that his duty to Nomencal would force him to strike Allie down for being a vessel of the vile Thakur Sharad. Jack supposed she shouldn't have been surprised to see such relief on Gefnar's face. If Allie was still able to take care of her friends so readily, even potentially at the expense of her own family's name, Sharad couldn't have taken her over yet. She was still herself. And yet, there seemed to be something deeper in Gefnar's eyes that Jack couldn't quite identify. Heavy footfalls up the path to the main door caused Jack to snap around, senses alert, as she marked the approach of a lone figure beyond the dining hall window that looked out over the house's entry. Her heart performed an indecipherable somersault as the ruddy-faced Tavik swept into view, already raising a fist to pound against the door.
Come in,
Allie hollered, preempting the knock. Hesitating only briefly, Tavik threw open the main door, jogging the last few steps through the living area and into the dining hall. His wide-brimmed helmet tucked under one arm, he reached up with a gloved hand to wipe sweaty, russet-colored hair from his eyes, his patchy beard looking even more unkempt than usual. On what appeared to be habit, he straightened his city guardsman's tunic and light armor, barely pausing to catch his breath before gasping, "Thought I should come and grab you lot. Fulcrid and Dwalk have managed to contact your friend, Gareth Gaithlin?"
"Gwytherin?"
Allie blurted, her eyes darting about the room as she shot to her feet, sending the wide-eyed Swidona an apologetic grimace before adding,
"Come on, we can't let the Samanir bully her into taking over just to cover up their mistakes."
A dozen questions flashed through Jack's mind, foremost among them being, how have they managed to reach her in the first place? She was about to ask Tavik if the Samanir had put their teleport machine to use once again as she threw back her chair and braced to follow Allie from the room, when her gaze shifted to Tanner. He was still seated, a tired, sad look in his eyes. He shouldn't have to return to our chaotic life, Jack thought. Not yet. Smiling her assurance, she quickly laid a hand on his. We can handle this, Tanner. You see to your cousin. Tanner blankly nodded his gratitude, and Jack exchanged a quick look with Gefnar, who nodded in response to her unanswered question, waving her toward the door.
"Go. I'll stay to help around here."
Jack returned the nod. Tanner probably felt useless enough already. Better not to make him feel like he was keeping any of them from where they needed to be. It wasn't lost on Jack, however, that the arrangement also granted Gefnar and Allie further time apart. Sooner or later, she thought, motioning Ember to her side as she caught Tavik up in her wake. You two will need to have it out between you. She supposed she couldn't claim too much superiority as she and Tavik bolted down the path of the estate grounds and into the maze of city streets after Allie. On some level, she knew that she was grateful for the lack of words between herself and Tavik as they ran. Gefnar and Allie weren't the only ones putting things off. Chapter 3 Lopsided Negotiations. Allie weaved her way through the streets of milling people leading up to the base of the great Samanir fortress. A handful of passers-by spared a look at the young woman in mingled commoner and noble's clothes. And who hasn't bothered with a mirror today? Allie thought, self-consciously brushing wild strands of hair out of her face with her hand as she ran. But no one made a point of barring her path. Even the larger human men scattered about the crowds of humans and gnomes stepped alarmedly out of her erratic course. Can't imagine that luck will hold, Allie reminded herself as she burst into the wide open space between the spread obsidian wings of Falcon Crest Fortress. A handful of Samanir guards, their resplendent armor peppered with rain droplets that had found them beneath the great bowed head of the falcon high overhead, spanned the broad, double-doored entry to the vast common area beyond. Allie slowed her pace, her eyes shooting upward as she took in the falcon's head at the fortress's peak, the seat of Samanir power. She'd carried herself skyward with magic as dawn had broken hours earlier. She could do it again. Not that she relished the prospect of a repeat performance now, with so many witnesses to gasp and point in alarm, as she shot upward in a cloud of dark, crackling energy. But were Vulcrit and Dewach even up there? If they'd decided to turn around and use their teleport again. My lady? My Lady McAllister! Allie froze, slowly leveling her gaze back toward the Samanir who seemingly barred her entry into the fortress. One of them marched a few paces forward, stopping at a respectful distance. It was impossible to read the man's intentions beneath his bulky, visored helmet, but his stance was not particularly ready for combat. And why would he address me with such respect if he was planning on using that halberd? The Samanir leaned forward on the weapon, inclining his head minutely. Forgive me, but you are the Lady McAllister, yes? Lady Edith McAllister? At Allie's slow, frowning nod, he bowed his head again. "We've been told to expect you. You may enter and ascend to the upper levels at your leisure. The Blade Master and the Head Mage await you there." While Allie's tongue fumbled for a response, the guard glanced back the way she'd come. "Were there more of you? We were informed that you might also bring— I see that your companions are not far behind you." For the briefest of moments, as Allie glanced back through the crowd, she thought of asking how the Samanir had known which people in the vast throng of city dwellers were companions of hers. Then she spotted the hundreds of people hastily sidestepping the enormous wolf trotting past them amid their yelps of alarm. Allie was mildly surprised, however, to see that Jack and Tavik had opted not to leap onto Ember's back and let the wolf have the time the run would have taken them. Thinking on it now, Allie supposed she could have done so as well. It's not like it seemed to slow Ember down any, having his back full of passengers. But as she saw the spectrum of looks directed after Jack as she kept pace between Tavik and Ember up toward the front of the fortress, Allie convinced herself that they'd made the right call. Armored individuals sprinting past with a giant wolf at their side was unsettling. Having a giant wolf piled high with armored individuals sprinting past was— well, Allie imagined it would look a lot like they were on their way to put their weapons to use. "And we don't know that we'll have to yet." Allie turned back to the Samanir guard, who sounded as though he was smiling beneath his visor as he stepped aside, motioning Allie past and into the fortress. "Please try not to trample anyone on your way up, my lady." A moderately amused grunt escaped Allie's incongruously hard expression, and she turned to indicate with a jerk of her chin for the others to follow her inside. "I can't help but feel slightly baited," Jack admitted as they all swept through the fortress opening and made for the stairwell across the chamber. She turned to Tavik, avoiding eye contact with the middle-aged gnome, Chief Facilitator Firo, at the front desk. "If they're simply waiting for us to reach them, it seems they knew just how we'd respond when they realized you'd gone to inform us." Allie blinked, glancing toward the huntress. Jack had heard that? She'd been dozens of paces away and in the middle of a murmuring crowd. Allie had always known the other woman's senses to be atypically sharp, but now Jack was seemingly able to detect things on an inhuman level. "Right," Tavik replied, frowning. And Allie at least found some comfort in seeing that not everyone had overheard the Samanir guard's words to her. "Nice to know that someone's behaving like a normal human being." "At your disposal should you have need of me, Lady McAllister," Chief Facilitator Firo's voice cut in, spinning Allie's gaze the other direction as she and her companion sprinted past the gnome's desk. As always, the backdrop maze of message tubes behind Firo reminded Allie of a grand pipe organ, or the intricate tubes for magic and mechanics of the grand chronograph in Lorsen. "Later!" Allie barked over her shoulder, pressing on down the short hall behind the desk to the stairwell that would lead them up to the Falcon's Head. She supposed it was good that she was conserving her breath at the moment, or her response would have been decidedly less gracious. "'Cause you were so helpful when we came to you before." An echoing, perpetually spiraling run ensued that left Allie's thighs burning and her lungs heaving, as she, Jack, Ember, and Tavik finally burst out into the top level of the fortress, and bolted down the last stretch of hall toward Blade Master Volkret's offices, flanked by immaculate stonework and polished coats of arms. The final crest hung directly over Volkret's outer door, and Allie's eyes flitted briefly upward to see that it had been nudged off kilter, likely by her own flurried rush down this very hall mere hours earlier. She tried not to think of how the crooked crest might symbolize the Samanir's currently unstable footing. That sort of thinking was better suited to folks who wrote all of the poetry she couldn't stand. Voices filtered into Volkret's outer offices as Allie and the others sped the last few paces to their destination. Allie could make out both Volkret's commanding tone, as well as Duwak's strained but patient words. The third voice, however, itched furiously in her thoughts. She knew it was familiar, but she couldn't quite place. Allie, Jack, and Ember swept through the ajar door into Volkret's inner office, with Tavik falling back to catch his breath just outside. The office had been cleaned of scattered papers, books, and writing implements, Allie saw, and even the shattered portion of window that looked out over the grey-lit city below looked to have been magically sutured.
Guess I'm glad I didn't try that way after all, Allie thought,
the pain in her thighs having previously made her reconsider their path. Volkret sat in the high-backed chair behind the desk, much as Allie had last seen him, but at his side Dewak had now drawn up a small step platform to bring her up to Volkret's seated level. Not for the purposes of conversing, Allie saw. Set on the desk's surface halfway between them was what looked to be a broad stone basin, half filled with water. And both Volkret and Dewak were staring down into the water's surface, their expressions almost pleading as they barely looked up to take in their new guests.
Yes, that certainly is a well-crafted dolly, my dear, Dewak was saying, audibly fighting back a groan. But if you could please... Sajet has one too, a small girlish voice swam upward from the basin. But hers has a blue dress. You want to see?
A smile tugged at Allie's face as she exchanged an amused look with Jack and moved the last few steps up to the opposite side of the desk. As the contents of the basin came into view, Allie saw a bright, clear sky draped over a round, ruddy face, with hair drawn back in the familiar feather braid style loved by all Gwytheron's daughters. So long as the oldest, Deleste, continued to wear her hair like that at least, Allie was sure.
"Hello, Mefeth,"
Allie called out, leaning far over the desk so that the spell joining the two pools of water, separated by months of travel, would reveal her own face to the half-dwarven girl. The girl's eyes widened, an enormous smile splitting her face and revealing a recently lost upper tooth right of center.
"Allie!"
Then, as Jack leaned over beside her,
"Jack!"
The shouts of childish glee caused ripples to spread through the surface of the water, stirring up what looked to be flecks of dirt and straw on Mefeth's end of the spell.
"Where are you? Are you coming back? The keep's all cleared out, so now we've got more than enough rooms."
Her brow suddenly furrowed as she tilted her head back and forth.
"Wait, why are you both upside down?"
Jack's eyes narrowed conspiratorially.
"Magic,"
she breathed, bringing a swirl of vibrant light to her fingertips as she waggled them before her face. Allie smirked as Mefeth's eyes widened even further.
"Oh."
Dewak cleared her throat.
"Yes, as I said, dear girl, we've reached out to you through powerful magics, but now we'd so very much appreciate it if you could inform your mother that we wish to speak with her."
Allie's gaze narrowed as she looked up at the gnome woman. Dewak wasn't lying. The subtle slouch in her stance and the way she leaned against her staff told Allie that it was beginning to tax the head mage to maintain the spell over such a distance. And, from the haggard darkness around both Dewak and Volkret's eyes, as well as their frazzled hair, it was clear to Allie that neither of the Samanir leaders had done much sleeping, if any, since their last encounter. When Allie looked back down toward the image of Mefeth, the girl was clearly looking between her and Jack for any indication that she should fulfill Dewak's request. Allie sighed.
"It's all right, Mefeth. Go get your mom."
Her eyes hardening, she tilted her head back to stare down Dewak and Volkret.
"I have a feeling this is a conversation that will have to happen sooner or later." "Okay,"
Mefeth answered cheerily, trotting out of view to leave only the muffled sounds of distant conversations to warble up from the water's surface. Blinking sweat from her eyes, Allie leaned back from the desk, arms folded as she looked between Volkret and Dewak.
"I thought we told you to leave Gwytheron and her family alone."
Volkret grunted, his elbows drifting to the armrests of his chair as he clasped his hands before him. Despite his lack of sleep, Allie saw that some of the vigor he'd been stripped of during their last discussion had returned. And, though it looked as though he'd raked a hand through his short dark hair a dozen times in the last hour, the accents of silver about his temples and the creases in his well-aged face still lent him a regal sort of charisma. "You may be set to inherit the power that comes from the greatest of the merchant houses, my Lady McAllister, but not even you can dictate the duty of the Samanir."
"Oh,
Allie shot back, weighing his words with mock sincerity.
"You mean like lying to everyone about the war you started, and forcing people from their homes to finance it?"
Her lip curled in disgust.
Men and women of honor, all of you.
Dewach was poised to interject when a soft voice, but one no less powerful than Volkrit's, filtered upward from the water basin.
Hello? Allie? Jack? What's happening?
Gwytherin, Jack beamed back. Good to see you. Allie leaned forward once more beside the huntress, taking in the seemingly inverted form of the heir to the Varbius line. Gwytherin was dressed in one of her usual softly colored dresses, the front of it already flecked in dust and droplets of sweat. Her typically sand-brown hair was darkened from exertion, drawn back in a ponytail to leave her pronounced, faintly lined features framed only by the escaped strands that clung to her flushed face.
And to see both of you,
Gwytherin replied, one eyebrow raised as she glanced between Jack and Allie.
But what's all this then? And where's Gefnar? Tanner?
She bent from her waist in closer.
Atrazar'll have your hide if you've let anything happen to that lad of hers.
No, Allie chuckled. Tanner's... well, he's alive anyway. It had felt like a lie to announce that the heartbroken boy was anywhere near fine. He just has other things to do right now. And Gefnar's with him, Jack added. Genuine relief flashed in Gwytherin's eyes.
Glad to hear it.
Her gaze shifted to where Allie supposed the faces of Volkrit and Dewach would be appearing right side up to her.
And who are your friends here?
Blade Master Volkrit, Volkrit offered, dipping awkwardly forward in a pseudo-bow. Then, motioning to the gnome woman beside him, and Head Mage Dewach. We'd like to speak with you as representatives of Falcon Crest and the Samanir Order on a matter of great importance. Allie rolled her eyes, barely waiting for Volkrit to finish speaking before chiming in.
Sorry, Gwytherin. We let slip that you and your family were the last of the Varbius line.
She glared up at the two faces across from her.
And for some reason, they now seem to think that you should uproot your family and declare yourself the new Queen of Kavorim.
Volkrit's face made it clear that he considered it a great personal feat that he wasn't hurling Allie out through a fresh hole in the window behind him, while Dewach again looked like she wished to interject some qualifier or another, and was coming up empty. When Allie looked back down to Gwytherin, however, she saw that the woman's face had upturned into a focused scowl. Slowly, she glanced around her immediate surroundings, then replied,
This isn't a conversation I'd like to have where just anyone can hear it.
Her eyes focused on Dewach, whom she'd clearly guessed as the magic's source.
Any chance of a bit more privacy?
Allie's mouth fell open. What more was there to discuss? Why wasn't Gwytherin already telling the vaunted Samanir exactly what they could do with their ultimately selfish offer?
Yes, Dewach stammered. Simply fill a stone basin with fresh water where you wish to converse, and I'll re-establish the link.
Gwytherin nodded slowly.
Very well. Won't be but a moment.
As she strode from view, Dewach tapped the butt of her ornate staff against her step platform, the memory stone atop it flashing softly as the image in the basin faded, to leave everyone gathered around it staring at the stony bottom of the vessel.
What do you want from her?
Allie snapped, minimally gratified by the small jump she elicited from both people across the desk. At the moment, Volkrit growled, merely to offer her the opportunity to live up to the legacy of her own name. A sneer tugged at his well-groomed beard. Are you sure you aren't feeling just the smallest pangs of jealousy that she might accept this responsibility, where you were so quick to dismiss it? Oh, surely you aren't simply going to let him speak to you that way. Not when there are so many thrilling options for retribution so close at hand. Allie felt as though her teeth might crack as she bit back volatile retorts for both Volkrit and Sherrod. In and exhaling a long breath, she shook her head slowly.
This isn't about me, Volkrit. Gwytherin and her family just want to be left alone. And if that is her final response, we will honor it.
Dewach interjected, motioning to the tranquil water basin.
However, she does appear to be willing to hear us out.
Very well, Jack relented from Allie's side. Despite everything, I am willing to believe that your intentions are good. Her voice lowered. But we will remain to ensure that your methods match. There was a sharp intake of breath from behind, and Allie glanced over her shoulder to see that Tavik had quietly entered the inner chamber, eyes wide at Jack's subtle threat.
Get used to it, thought Allie, sending Jack an affirming nod. We consistently seem to take on more than we can handle. And despite the prowess you've all shown so far, it may one day be the death of you.
The uneasy silence stretched on only a few seconds more before something flashed in Dewach's eyes, and she waved the glowing head of her staff over the water basin, uttering a brief incantation.
Dal Dwiringwis.
Gwytherin's face shimmered back into focus in the basin, this time backdropped by a stonework ceiling, swept clear of cobwebs, Allie noted.
Right, well, here we are, in me room. What's all this about making me queen?
Gwytherin's eyes shifted to where Allie and Jack were presumably visible, peeking down from the top of the basin on her end.
I trust our mutual friends have made it clear to you city folk that I'm not exactly the most highfalutin of ladies.
For the second time, Allie sneered faintly at the implication that either of the people across from her were her friends.
Stately affairs and manners can be taught, my lady, Dewach assured the skeptical face in the water beneath her.
She gestured across the basin to Allie and Jack with a believable smile.
What makes you a fitting candidate for the vacant throne, we feel, is the fact that those who know you seem to hold your character in such high regard.
Volkrit must have seen Allie bracing to offer a slightly more jaded reasoning because he preempted by adding, And admittedly, the weight of your family name will go far in establishing confidence in a new dynasty in these troubled times. Times for which, I fear, the head mage and I must take due responsibility. Gwytherin cocked a brow in the expectant motherly fashion of hers, but she didn't interrupt. In the interest of transparency, given all we're asking of you, Volkrit pressed on, shooting Allie and Jack a fleeting glare that seemed to dare them to jump in and color the Samanir as villains. We, the head mage and I, along with my most decorated general, Fathag, all took part in a conspiracy intended to expose the enemies of Falcon Crest by raising up Mevod, the grandson of the despot Trelegon, as the figurehead of a new rebellion. A fresh wave of guilt washed over his face, and Allie couldn't help but feel the tiniest bit smug about it. Unfortunately, we underestimated our puppet enemy's strength of support, as well as the shifting tides of allegiance within the ranks of the half-breed nations. And our inside man has gone silent. We now find ourselves outnumbered and possibly outmatched in a war of our own making. Allie's gaze shot briefly to the subdued Tavik, then back to Volkrit.
He certainly doesn't seem all that concerned about sharing this story with new people.
Gwytherin, meanwhile, had narrowed her eyes over folded arms, absorbing Volkrit's confession and Dewach's shame-bowed head, with quiet scrutiny. Finally, she gave a gentle guffaw.
Word had reached us even here that the war was going poorly, and I was touched to hear me children sparing a thought for all the folks in danger of the fighting in their prayers. Didn't know I should have been telling them to pray for the protectors of Kovorim to better climb out of the hole they dug for us all.
Even Allie winced at that one. Sighing, Gwytherin shook her head.
And just what is it you think I can offer you? You can offer the people a symbol of hope and strength from the past, Dewach declared. More than that, imagine the fear that will be struck in the hearts of Mevod and his allies when they hear that Gwytherin Ed Varbius has claimed the throne in Falcon Crest.
Gwytherin snorted.
Near the last of a failed line. Truly inspiring. What hope for the future will it give anyone to witness the final generation of the Varbius bloodline? Me family were only but a handful when they left Falcon Crest, barely a generation after arriving, and what few others were scattered about the world were hunted down by Trelagon and his predecessors.
Allie studied Duach and Volcrit as they exchanged troubled looks, clearly trying to piece together what Gwytherin was saying about a final generation. Neither Allie nor Jack had mentioned Njolar yet. Whoever Gwytherin chose to marry was her affair. Allie had briefly considered it when the idea had first been posed to contact Gwytherin, only for the sake of nipping the idea in the bud. After all, surely the Samanir and the people of Falcon Crest wouldn't want someone with dwarven blood in the role of surface royalty. Now that Duach and Volcrit had made the offer, however, Allie smirked in anticipation of watching them squirm at the prospect. "Whatever the trouble," Volcrit said slowly, "I'm sure we can find a way around it so the Varbius line endures. The Samanir employ powerful practitioners of magic and can call on the aid of Nomankal's priests in restorative efforts, if it's a matter of, well, infertility." By the end of his sentence, he seemed to wish he'd let Duach cover that side of things, but he quickly pressed on. "And if it's a matter of finding a suitable husband who can sire an heir, or an official consort if you do not wish to take a husband." Gwytherin mercifully cut him off with an upraised hand.
"I've got a husband and a gaggle of heirs."
Glancing off to the side, she motioned for someone out of sight to come into view, and Njolar's face appeared as the dwarf leaned over the basin. Allie couldn't help a smirk. He was clearly standing on something to make him appear nearly as tall as his wife.
Greetings, your lord and ladyships,"
Njolar said, his well-trimmed beard creasing in a forced smile. Both Duach and Volcrit's mouths went slack as they shot each other a deflated look.
"Greetings,"
Duach replied automatically, turning back to Gwytherin.
"Your husband?"
The other woman offered a defiant nod.
"Meaning that any children you have would be—"
"Half-dwarven," Gwytherin declared proudly.
"Sterile,"
Duach finished, wincing at her own indelicacy. "Well," Volcrit cut in, eyes whipping about as he grappled with this new development, "I suppose your family could accompany you to Falcon Crest?" Just as Allie was thinking to commend the Blade Master's open-mindedness, he added, "They could live in a private wing of the fortress, easy for you to visit, while you begin a new family with someone, well, better able to secure the future of your family." The only thing that kept Allie from shouting some sense into Duach and Volcrit as the head mage nodded her agreement was catching Gwytherin's look of cold fury in the water basin.
"I'll not hide me family, your lordship,"
Gwytherin informed the Samanir flatly, draping an arm about Njolar's shoulder.
"You'd best reconsider what sort of accommodations you're willing to offer, if you want me even to entertain the thought of uprooting my family and salvaging your precious throne."
A proud smile tugged at Njolar's lips, a welcome change from the hurt in his eyes following Volcrit's offer. Allie, meanwhile, shared a victorious glance with Jack. Negotiations had reached the predictable impasse. Gwytherin would never back down on her family being a package deal, and the Samanir weren't about to appoint a dwarf as king of Kavorim. Then, to Allie's shock, Volcrit gave a slow nod. "Very well, Lady Varbius. We accept your terms." Beside him, Duach dipped her head in consent.
"The Samanir pledge to protect you and your family should you accept the duties of the Falcon Seat."
Allie blinked, certain she'd misheard, even as she caught the expressions of surprise on both Jack and Tavik. No one was more shocked than the faces in the water basin, however, and Gwytherin stammered over her own tongue for a moment before replying,
"Yes, well, I've other terms as well."
Volcrit performed a seated half-bow. "Name them." Still clearly blind-sided, Gwytherin added,
"Words reached us of the plight of half-breeds in Falcon Crest. If appointed queen, I—"
She glanced to an expectant Njolar, her arm around him tightening as he slipped an arm in turn around her waist.
"We intend to speak out on their behalf, and will expect the support of the Samanir in doing so."
"Done," declared Duach, a hint of eagerness in her voice, if not altruism, Allie noted. Squaring his shoulders, Njoller said, "We'll also need a contingent of able-bodied fighters dispatched to Varbius Keep to safeguard the surrounding farms." "How many?" Volkert asked, stroking his chin. Njoller paused, clearly doing some quick math in his head. "No more'n 24 blades and half as many horses, I think. Enough to man the defenses and aid in farmland evacuation, should we fall under siege. Oh, and a trustworthy commander, to keep him in line."
"If I may," Jack interjected, drawing all eyes her way, "I think Captain Luridin would be a good fit for the job."
Allie barely suppressed a chuckle.
Clever,
she thought, even as she watched Volkert and Dewak furiously examine the option in their minds. Luridin had shown the integrity of being willing to question his superiors and to stop fighting when it was prudent, despite his own battle hunger. However, he would also be unafraid to press the attack against a routed force of Crockbloods, meaning that any resources Garich may still have devoted to monitoring the people of Varbius would soon be far too costly. And if Volkert had any disciplinary action planned for Captain Luridin, this new assignment would have to supersede it.
"Done," Volkert said finally, turning back to Gwytherin and Njoller. "But a captain should be dispatched with a full company, especially to defend a royal keep. Anything else?"
The couple in the water basin caught each other's eye for a heartbeat before Gwytherin announced,
"Perhaps, but most of all we'll need time to consider your offer."
"Of course," said Dewak, genuflecting.
"Take as much time as you require."
The words rang hollow in the silence that followed. Time was something they couldn't afford to waste, with the spring thaw heralding the end of the winter truce, looming closer. And that was assuming that Samanir scouts didn't report Mevad's forces moving before then, in defiance of the truce.
"Allie? Jack?"
Gwytherin broke the quiet, looking up to them.
"Any advice you might care to share?"
Jack percolated a few seconds, then admitted,
"It's a job you'd be a fool to ask for, but one that may be able to do a lot of good. I suspect that any changes will be an uphill battle, and rallying the people in what is sure to be an increasingly unpopular war when the truth of the Samanir involvement is revealed could be near impossible."
Allie sighed, her words tasting sour on her own tongue.
"If anyone could bring us all together, though, it'd be the two of you. You lead by example, and you're not afraid to get your hands dirty."
Njoller shifted on his perch at the praise, holding a broad dwarven hand up before him. "Prefer him that way, if I'm honest."
"Just be careful who you trust here if you do come,"
Allie went on, leveling her gaze at Dewak and Volkert.
"You can never quite tell what someone might be planning in a place like this."
Chapter 4 Wrongs.
Tanner slumped back in his chair, frowning up to a wild-eyed Hataifasir. "You're gonna have to go over that again, Hattie." He glanced over to the metallic half-cylinder that spanned the breadth of the nearby table, catching a glimpse of the peaceful, childlike face beneath the thick, frosted glass. Okizi's seemed to squirm uneasily in his chest at the sight. "You're saying that before we can put my sister into a new body, we have to extract her completely from me?" He shared a confused glance with Gefnar, who hadn't ventured more than 2 paces from his side in the trek from the McAllister estate. "I don't get it. Why can't we just move her directly from here?" He tapped his ribcage before pointing to the unmoving form encased in wires and ice. "To there." He tried not to let too much frustration seep into his tone. It was hardly Hattie's fault that such a strange procedure would require such a precise touch. And Tanner wasn't the only one who stood to lose something precious if things went wrong. Hattie sighed, smoothing back his tangle of short brown hair as he fished about in the large front pocket of his work apron for some charcoal.
"It's like I said,"
he seemed to mutter half to himself, sweeping discarded fragments of machinery aside on another table. A deep frown furrowed his brow then, his unkempt beard twitching this way and that as he contorted his mouth into odd shapes as he rummaged for something else amid the clutter spanning the 2-story workshop. He distractedly explained to Tanner on previous business that the odd technique helped him to remember where he'd left things, but all it seemed to be accomplishing currently was to bring a reluctant smirk to Tanner's snout. Seconds later, Gefnar was clearing his throat, holding up a stack of parchment he'd rescued from beneath a spilled inkwell a few contraptions to the right.
Oh, thank you,"
said Hattie, accepting the usable scraps Gefnar presented while wadding everything soaked through with ink into a ball, which he chucked vaguely toward the pile of cast-off components in the back corner of the workshop. Tanner nearly shuddered. If Curtis could see how Hattie keeps his workspace. A flicker of homesickness caused a disproportionate wave of sadness to sweep over Tanner, the mark on his forearms flaring in response to the near panic that seemed to drag Tanner and Okizi together, amid their quiet screams of protest, threatening to fuse them forever into a single entity of bloodthirsty flame. Tanner gritted his teeth, frantically blinking back tears as he fought to steady himself. Abruptly, he felt a small hand rest on his forearm, and, through the fire lapping over his eyes, he saw that Gefnar was at his side again, his own eyes flashing with the radiance of Nomen Kal as he chanted what sounded to be a spell of soothing under his breath. If the words had any effect, Tanner couldn't feel it. In the end, what snatched him back from the precipice of soul-fused insanity was the memory of Curtis wrapping him up in his broad, bearkin arms the night before, and the words his adoptive father had whispered in his ear.
"Even the most broken of us can find something worth fighting and dying for."
Curtis had been speaking about Jotugan, but Tanner now realized the words were for him, too. Both he and Okizi had been broken, left fractured by the tragedy of witnessing the slaughter of their parents at the hands of the mad hunter, Irrevocable. Only since finding each other again had they been able to begin the long process of helping to piece each other back together. And, as backwards as it may have felt, the only way they could save each other now was to find a way to break free of one another, to start accepting all of the loss they'd experienced as individuals. Before we become that thing for good and burn everything around us to the ground.
Now, the memory stone will serve as a sort of receptacle for Okizi's mind, if you will. Her memories and thought patterns,
Hattie was explaining, oblivious to the pseudo-fire now fading back to something the color of charred wood in the marks on Tanner's forearms, as Hattie stooped over the nearby table to scribble sketches into the parchment before him, his hunk of charcoal blackening his hand.
"With the proper equipment, that part of her is easy enough to transfer into," he faltered, "into her new body. Her soul, her life force, will still be bound to yours," he said, gesturing faintly back to Tanner. "But one problem at a time."
Tanner exhaled heavily as he shot Gefnar a reassuring nod. The pull towards madness had subsided. His gaze then drifted back to the still form of the human girl encased on the table behind Hattie. It was easy for Tanner to mark the resemblance around the eyes. How are you supposed to thank someone for giving someone you love a new chance at life by sacrificing any hope of getting someone they love back again?
"Mind, body, and soul,"
Hattie continued, tapping definitively against the parchment with his charcoal, presenting the indecipherable sketches to Tanner as though to make things clearer for his audience through squiggles and blobs.
"We let size handle what it can, leaving you and your sister to simply let go."
"You found peace, Dad?" Tanner's own voice rang in his memory, causing him to gulp. "Even when Jotugan was dying, How does that happen? How can someone realize that their life
everything they are is about to end and just let go.
There was no feeling of losing himself to the fire entity ever waiting to form inside this time, however. All Tenor felt was certainty. He may have been determined to do whatever it took to make Okizi whole again, but they both had to acknowledge that successfully separating two bound souls was, as far as the extensive library of the similarly afflicted Orkman Tagathis covered the subject, unprecedented. Meaning that one or both of them could be irrevocably damaged in the process. And if we do nothing, we destroy ourselves and who knows how many others. Tenor hadn't voiced the thought to anyone, but having read through Tagathis's books and notes on the subject, he thought he understood why any recorded previous attempts had failed. By their nature, a person's soul fought to live, to retain consciousness. Since there simply wasn't capacity for two souls in one body, the ensuing struggle for domination left both fractured until they settled into each other like two halves of a broken bowl. Historically, introducing a second body as a vessel hadn't helped things either. Sure, no one else had had access to Hattie's impressive machinery, but the problem had merely shifted. Two souls bound together, involuntarily vying for control, but also too fractured to exist separately as a whole. But what if one soul simply surrendered, let go, and allowed the other to rise as the dominant entity, while offering up what pieces of themselves the other might need to go on? Tenor swallowed, clamping down on the thought. None of his friends knew what he intended to do if Hattie's methods proved inadequate. Not even Okizi, he hoped. When the time came, he was going to do everything he could to grant his sister another chance at life, even if it meant ending his own. "All right, Hattie," Tanner sighed, looking over the craftsman's sketches. "How much time are you going to need to get all of this ready?"
"Assuming I'm making this a priority over the flying machine?"
Hattie shot back with a pointed glance, reminding Tanner of the mission to restore Veladrock's wings that had brought them to Hattie in the first place.
6 weeks, maybe 8. And that's assuming I don't learn something in my research to make me reassess the whole thing.
Gefnar must have seen the panic that washed over Tanner's face, because Tanner felt the gnome's hand grip his arm.
"No way to go faster?"
Gefnar asked on Tanner's behalf. Hattie shook his head, wiping charcoal from his hand onto a rolled-up shirt sleeve.
"This is all highly experimental, and I'm not about to risk endangering you, Tanner, and everyone around you with unstable magics. Unless I'm forced to acknowledge it as the least objectionable course of action. So, do you and that sister of yours a favor, hole up in a quiet room, drink as much herbal tea as you can stomach, and chant a few prayers to Nomenkal. No stress, no temper, and absolutely no fire until we get the two of you sorted. You hear me?"
"Yeah," Tanner nodded, his gaze reluctantly shifting across the room to where a sleek wooden crate rested on the floor. "But we're taking Jotagan back with us." He avoided meeting Gefnar and Hattie's worried frowns, trying to play off the plural pronoun as meaning he and Gefnar, but he wasn't fooling anyone, least of all himself.
"Sure, boy,"
said Hattie, his voice heavy with sympathy as he moved to haul the crate over to his visitors.
"You got a place to lay him to rest?"
"Allie's offered a spot in the McAllister family crypt," Tanner replied, hoping he sounded grateful as he heaved himself to his feet. Hattie's stride stuttered as he looked back over his shoulder.
"No foolin'? Ain't that a ray of justice? Glad to see someone's not afraid to honor a fallen soldier who didn't wear human skin."
"He wasn't just a soldier," Tanner smiled sadly, kneeling to rest a hand on the featureless wooden lid of the crate, as Hattie gently eased it back to the floor in front of him. "He was a leader, a friend." Tanner swallowed, bidding his cousin a silent farewell. "He was blood." Jack dismissed the Samanir jailer with a jerk of her chin, not feeling much like favoring the lightly armored woman with her usual manners at the moment.
So much trouble from so much fear of anything unalike, she thought, swinging open the freshly unlocked cell door before her in the cold stone hallway. The hinges offered only the faintest of squeaks. "I hope none of the prison guards have gotten bored," Tavik muttered from beside Jack, glancing after the retreating jailer. "Didn't happen much, even in Dragon's Nest, but there were a couple of times Farlak had us guarding an orc from Nizame in a cell for assaulting a local, and the lads and ladies who knew the victim, well, they saw an opportunity."
"Guess we'll see what wins out then," Allie declared, pushing past them and into the cell. "Samanir discipline or rampant wartime xenophobia?" "Hello?" A reedy voice sounded from inside the cell, the crushing dark only broken by the dim shaft of light that filtered through the small, barred portal that looked to burrow up through stone to the ground level above. Jack stepped into the cell after Allie, noting the shift of movement in the corner of the tiny chamber, the rustling of simple fabric and gray mottled feathers. Ember barely poked his nose in behind before snorting against the musty stench of soiled straw and retreating a pace back into the hall. "Hello? Ibishil?" Jack replied when Allie took a moment to look about the cell's dull, cold interior. "Yes," the figure across the room affirmed flatly, pushing up to its feet. As it shuffled into the light, revealing itself to be a haggard-looking owl blood, its large eyes shifted about to its visitors. "And you are my mistress's allies." Cocking his avian head, Ibishil scrutinized the uneasy Tavik. "You do hide your half-breed form with great skill, Master Tanner." "Oh, no, this isn't Tanner," Jack corrected, taken aback at her own eagerness to set Ibishil straight. She briefly caught Tavik's faint scowl at her vehemence before quickly turning back to the owl blood. "This is a friend of ours from back in Dragon's Nest, and our paths happened to cross here once again." "Tavik," Tavik volunteered his name, waving minutely toward Ibishil. "Hello?" "Greetings and apologies," Ibishil returned, stooping gently from the waist, even as that small measure of exertion seemed nearly to cause him to crumple to the floor. "I meant no disrespect." "None taken," Tavik assured him when Jack found herself tongue-tied for a moment. "How long have you been down here?" "Many weeks, I think," said Ibishil, motioning to his tiny window. "It is often difficult to tell the difference between bright moonlight and the sun shrouded by clouds, and I do not think I have been brought my meals at regular intervals, but I've succumbed to sleep 32 times since my arrival." Allie gave a growling grunt, shaking her head as she folded her arms. "Over a month? What did you do?" Jack found herself curious for an answer to that as well. Volkrit Dewach and the Samanir jailer had all nimbly dodged the question. Ibishil shrugged. "I remained in the city when all other half-breeds bowed to the pressure to abandon their homes. My duty to my mistress demanded it." Jack's mouth fell open. "You were arrested just for being a half-breed? Are things really that bad?" "In essence," said Ibishil, shrugging again. "My presence in the merchant quarter while acquiring food for myself on an ill-timed excursion caused a great deal of unrest. A handful of humans and gnomes stirred themselves into enough of a frenzy to accost me, and though I only fended off their attacks, I was identified as the inciter of the incident when city guardsmen arrived." Tavik sighed. "I'd sure like to think that you were only taken in for protective custody, but with the careless way you've been treated since—" "It matters not," Ibishil assured him, though none of the cell's other occupants seemed to agree. Glancing between Jack and Allie, the Owlblood added, "I meant to aid your efforts in Falcon Crest. How can I be of service?" "Honestly," Allie piped up, "I've been wondering for a while now. What is it that you and your fellow lackeys, Orton, Bela, and whoever else, even get out of serving Veladrock?
Ibishil's gaze shot warily over to Tavik, but Jack raised a placating hand.
It's all right. He knows who your mistress is. Unless Captain Luridin has somehow managed to keep all of his subordinates quiet, most of Kovorum soon will.
The Owlblood's face tightened with worry.
She has been discovered?
She revealed her own existence, said Allie, sounding as though she still couldn't quite believe it either. Our friends in the Glenadok Orc tribe were in a tight spot, and as a show of good faith, she helped High Priestess Antothica come to their rescue. Ibishil nodded slowly.
Then you must finish the rest of your mission in haste. There will surely be those who will wish to eliminate my mistress while she is not yet at full strength.
In the fraction of a second that Jack's eyes met Allie's, it was clear the same thought had occurred to them both.
Never crossed our minds.
Regardless of what Veladrak had done for them, they still had no assurance but the dragon's word that she would leave the people of Dernas in peace once her wings were restored to her. And Allie's instincts were right. Having a better idea of what motivated those who blindly served the dragon might give them a better sense of what to expect from Veladrak herself.
You didn't answer the question,
Jack pressed. Again, Ibishil's large eyes shifted between the two women before he replied.
My fellow servants and I stand to gain no great power or standing should our mistress's glory be restored. Rather, we have each been called by her simply to right a past wrong.
You're just helping to put the world at the mercy of a dragon out of the goodness of your hearts? Allie asked incredulously. Spoken a lot like someone taught not to question things. Jack nodded.
Or who's been stripped of their free will by force.
Her thoughts drifted to the despotic leader of the island of Nizame, Lenmore, who'd utilized warped methods to drain all opposition from his underlings with memory stone. Certainly anyone in Veladrak's service they'd encountered seemed to have a greater command of their faculties than those under Lenmore's sway, but they each still had a very cold way about them, much like Ibishil.
You misunderstand,
said the Owlblood, standing a little taller in the dim light.
Dragons are primal creatures given their peerless forms by the magic and blood of the elves, long before even the age of birth. The elven seer Sinarmiat himself foretold the carnage of the Dragon War, the final failing of his people paid for with the lives of Kirikath Lifebreaker and her acolytes at the end. But despite the efforts of Kirikath, who tore the dragons to ash from the sky, Sinarmiat also warned that, though the war's end would see the end of elven civilization, the dragons would return to rain death upon the world once more, and the only force left to stop them would be one cast out from their ranks, a dragon to fight on the side of the nations of Dernas.
Allie visibly chewed on her tongue for a moment. Seems awfully optimistic that that's supposed to be Veladrak.
And who else?
Ibishil insisted.
Who better to champion the cause of those once thought by all dragons to be nothing more than chattel, than one who had been forced to rely on the aid of such small folk for centuries?
Jack, meanwhile, found the other part of Sinarmiat's supposed prophecy far more troubling.
You're saying that there will be another dragon war? I do not know,
Ibishil admitted.
But Veladrak's place in whatever awaits us is too vital to be risked. That is why she has rid us of fear and self with mind fire, so that we might be wholly devoted to our cause.
Jack's mouth fell open in disbelief.
You asked to be like this?
Before Ibishil could respond, Allie interjected. Veladrak can do that? Purge away parts of a mind? The flicker of hope Jack noted in the other woman's voice quickly vanished when the Owlblood turned to her.
My mistress cannot cleanse you of the foreign entity within you, else she would already have offered to do so. Mind fire is a delicate process known only to the mightiest of dragons. It allows them to burn away thoughts or impulses in lesser creatures, but purging a wholly second entity is far more complex, even if the second entity was also willing. If you knew the full extent of the risk, you would not. So tell me, Allie blurted.
Ibishil inclined his head.
Severe loss of cognitive function is near certain. Death is probable. Surely it is not worth the risk.
At the focused frown on Allie's face, Jack was prepared to step in and talk some sense into her friend. But after a few seconds, Allie sighed.
No, I guess it's not.
Even at this, the smallest admission of self-acceptance, Jack felt a proud smile emerge on her face as she moved to rest a hand on Allie's arm.
Some struggles aren't meant to have an easy solution, I think. It's in this struggling that we become stronger.
Sure, Allie allowed with a bitter nod.
Well, come on, Ibishil. We'd better get you back to my place. Don't think you'd be safe much of anywhere else.
As Ibishil offered a grateful bow, she added,
Oh, and we managed to find the right person to work on Veladrock's wings, but I don't suppose you've got any coin a bit more liquid than everything tied up in my new holdings?
At Ibishil's cocked head, she explained with a broad gesture toward herself,
Lost heir to the McAllister fortune.
Ibishil blinked.
Oh, and no. I fear that when my home was searched upon my incarceration, the Samanir informed me of their discovery of my mistress's local coffers. At my reluctance to explain such a surprising wealth, Blade Master Volcrit claimed it all, presumably directing it toward the Samanir war effort.
Jack bit back a resigned curse, exchanging a heavy if unsurprised look with Allie. They'd expected to hear as much, with how non-committal Volcrit had been to illuminate the details surrounding Ibishil's arrest.
Yeah, that'll be gone now,
Tavik groaned from the doorway.
Word is we've been digging into emergency funds for weeks, and not even exorbitant wartime taxes promise to keep us afloat for long.
So we figure it out, Allie declared, striding past the guardsman for the door.
A sudden influx of old money has got to be good for something, right?
Behind, Jack motioned for Ember to walk alongside Ibishil for support, tailing the others out of the chambers as Tavik fell back into step with her.
You know,
the guardsman muttered, smirking,
it strikes me that if I'm meant to be ferrying messages back and forth between you lot and the Samanir for the foreseeable future, we ought to just forge a pair of messaging stones between us.
Jack chuckled, fishing in the pouch at her side.
I have something better, actually,
she informed him, producing a small vial of liquid from the brew the scholar Imidre had concocted to link their minds together back in Dragon's Nest.
Out of curiosity, what's the most unpleasant drink you've ever had?
Chapter 5 Appointments.
And I think that should do it,
Swidona declared, beaming down to Allie as she looked up from the parchment before her.
Congratulations.
The older woman turned to regard the sizable figure across the desk from Allie.
To us all.
Massaging the tension from her wrist as she set her quill aside, Allie offered a tired smile to their guest as well.
I guess I should welcome you to your new office, Hirteleg.
The woman across from her, a middle-aged bearkin, inclined her shaggy head, standing to reach across the desk for Allie's hand.
I thank you for the opportunity, Lady McAllister,
she said through a toothy smile, and in a voice unusually high compared to any others of her kind Allie had encountered. As Allie completed the handshake, the bearkin, Hirteleg, added,
I will not abuse the trust you have placed in me.
Allie couldn't have missed the implication. No one, least of all Hirteleg herself it seemed, had expected Allie to make the call of appointing a half-breed as steward of the McAllister estate, especially in such troubled times.
You earned the position, Allie replied pointedly. Anyone we've reached out to who's familiar with your work has assured us that Letterog's loss is our gain. Did I really just say that? I sound like some primped-up merchant from Lorson.
You are too kind,
said Hirteleg, self-consciously smoothing down her simple but elegant grey dress.
But I think others of my people will begin to understand the value in resource management now that Letterog has begun conducting trade with other nations.
Her snout twitched as she gave a soft laugh.
Much like the orcs, it is time we began to comprehend other kinds of warfare.
Allie nodded, recalling the news Hirdeleg had carried with her from Letterog's stronghold of Jomurk far to the northeast. After centuries of on and off conflict, Letterog had brokered peace with his main rivals for power among the Bearkin, the island nations of Motalis and Vekfra. Trade routes were being established among the three, as well as with other half-breed nations.
And now hopefully with us too. Can't wait to watch the rise and fall of all the fashion trends relating to mammoth fur.
Aloud, Allie simply replied,
Well, I'm glad Letterog's experiences in Katasan have changed him enough for him to allow you and others like you to bring your skills to the rest of us.
She stood, moving around the desk to escort Hirdeleg from the room, even as she shared a relieved look with Swidona.
Let's find something in the kitchen to celebrate this whole thing being over. One last task, I'm afraid,
Swidona gently pointed out, sounding reluctant even to suggest that their weeks-long process of finding someone to run the affairs of the estate might not be over.
Our other front-runners should be made aware of our decision.
Right, Allie sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly as she reached for the door handle. It still felt odd having to disappoint people by telling them that they couldn't have something they wanted. Allie had never had something other people had wanted before. As she emerged into the lavish living area of her new home's main floor from the organized chaos of Delegar's old office, however, two individuals who very much wanted what she was offering stood from their seats, favoring her with a pair of polite micro-bows. The figure on the left, a human man with well-tanned skin and the build of someone well accustomed to the comforts of city life, glanced quickly between Allie and the proudly erect Hirdeleg. His quill-thin beard twitched in a puckered smile.
It seems you have made your decision then, my lady,
he stated in his cool, oily voice. Allie shot a look over to Swidona, who sent her an encouraging nod.
Our apologies for the outcome, Riadoc, she replied,
trying to piece together the speech Swidona had written for her while staring down the man's dark, calculating eyes.
You clearly bring more than enough experience to the table, and your contacts in the Hellishith Isles would prove valuable, I'm sure. But we need to be focusing on taking stock of our own holdings for now.
Understood, the man, Riadoc, assured her, moving to take her hand and plant the faintest brush of a kiss against the back of it.
But if, my lady,
he turned a courtly smile on Hirdeleg,
my ladies would permit it, my grasp of the economic estate of the Isles could still be of use to us all. Great stores of resources have been left to gather dust following the mass exodus of Mevod and his followers to the mainland. Few Hellishithian vessels remain, but if you are able to provide payment and transportation, these goods may be supplied to you at a more than reasonable rate.
Allie smiled uneasily, reaching up to clap Hirdeleg on the shoulder.
That sounds like something for the two of you to discuss now.
At an affirming nod from both parties, Allie left them to their continued exchange, stepping past to join the final figure in the room. A pair of scrutinizing brown eyes met her gaze now, a hand dark enough to make even Allie's sun-touched skin seem pale by comparison reaching out to be clasped. Allie did so, hoping her expression was suitably apologetic.
I don't know if it helps, but it really was a tough decision between the three of you.
The woman before her waved aside the words, her response thickly accented in a way Allie still wasn't used to hearing.
It is all right, Lady McAllister. You must make what you believe to be the best decision on behalf of your estate and of Kavorim.
White teeth shone in a warm but hesitant smile, and the woman, Yabanzeli's dangling earrings and tasteful facial piercings chimed softly as she offered another slight bow.
Personal honor demands, however, that I ask of you one thing before I depart. You and Delogar, were you pledged to each other?
Allie later hoped that her abrupt shock hadn't been mistaken for revulsion.
What? No,
Her eyes shot over to where Swidona had retreated a step from the separate conversations, obviously feeling as though she would be extraneous in either. The older woman now looked between Allie and Yabanzeli, her face drawn in sorrow at the mention of her murdered son.
We were childhood friends is all,
Allie finished, turning back to Yabanzeli as the other woman self-consciously adjusted her vibrantly colored shawl.
I see, said Yabanzeli. I don't know if you were aware, but in your absence he and I had a sort of understanding.
Just when Allie began to worry she was about to hear a list of further financial indiscretions from Delagar, Yabanzeli added,
I had a great deal of respect for Delagar, and an alliance between our respective estates would have strengthened both our holdings in Asalirin as well as Kovorim. Furthermore, I believe he found me suitable in terms of attraction and personality, just as I found him to be.
Belatedly, understanding bloomed in Allie's mind.
You were going to marry him.
It was hard to put into words the emotion in her gut as she spoke the words. Not jealousy, she was certain. Yabanzeli was dazzling, she had to admit, and the woman's thick lashes and lush, flowing hair probably left most women envious. Allie had never focused too much on that sort of thing, though, and she hadn't lied. All she remembered from her childhood were untrustworthy fragments. She'd barely recalled Swidona and Delagar at all before meeting them again as an adult barely 2 months earlier. And she'd hardly had the chance to get to know Delagar over again before General Fathaig had killed him.
Nothing was official,
Yabanzeli admitted, a sad, faraway look in her eyes.
But, as I said, there was a great deal of respect between us, built in our brief times together through the years. My father planned to send me to Falcon Crest for the Bayat festival in 2 weeks' time, in anticipation of a proposal. Though I did not know him as well as I would have liked, I would have been proud to call Delagar Ord McAllister.
She paused, inclining her head toward Allie.
Apologies. To call Delagar Calarath, my husband.
Allie fought down the urge to roll her eyes. Rich people's focus on titles still felt so strange to her.
I never relieved him of his position,
she declared, willfully omitting Delagar's voluntary resignation.
He served proudly as the steward of the estate for years, and he still had the title when he died.
Yabanzeli dipped her head once more, this time with a smile of gratitude.
That is good. He served the office with strength and fervor.
Then, squaring her shoulders,
but as I said, it is all right. I felt as though I must come to Falcon Crest to see that Delagar's legacy was honored.
She motioned past Allie for Hirdeleg.
And I am now content that it will be.
At Allie's unconcealable surprise, Yabanzeli added,
We have no such blind hatred toward half-breeds as you have here, and Hirdeleg is clearly highly competent.
Allie grunted, recalling the owl blood she still housed, tucked away and out of sight in a room upstairs for his own safety, and considerable comfort. Not that Ibishil hadn't made himself useful. Between his knowledge of the nation of Owlbloods near the Crystal Shore to the southwest, and Allie and her friend's own reputation among all half-breeds after the events at Katasan, envoys had been able to establish a burgeoning trade route between Falcon Crest and the Owlbloods. King Tilidwin himself may have refused to join the infant alliance King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods had forged among the half-breed nations, but Allie had been gratified to learn that the cause still had a number of supporters among the Owlbloods. And Hattie's efforts on Veladrock's wings had been greatly bolstered by the influx of mineral goods one might expect from a place called the Crystal Shore.
Asalirin sounds like a great place,
Allie informed Yabanzeli, hearing in her own voice a wistfulness for a time when she didn't have to worry about international relations. Yabanzeli gave a soft, bitter laugh.
We have more than our share of faults, I assure you. The city-states to survive the Dragon War have grown more isolated from each other than ever. My own home of Pagrin even debates withdrawing its protection from our dependent settlements following the most recent reports of Arborian-cut outposts.
Allie's brow furrowed.
What reports?
Word has not yet reached Kavorum,
said Yabanzeli, her eyes widening as though she'd assumed not a soul in the world could be so poorly informed.
For the first time since laying themselves to rest at the start of the age, the giants have begun to stir. Penat, Beniklet, Ginda, and even Omur all confirm the same. Great rocky beings walk the steps of the vast Buryankart mountains.
Something like impatience for a petulant child flashed in Yabanzeli's eyes.
Gozer would not open their gates to our scouts, but they seem as alerted to danger as anyone else. All fear what the giants may do now that they've awoken.
Why? Allie's scowl deepened.
None of the histories I've read ever painted the giants as violent, just reclusive and well-equipped to protect themselves.
Yabanzeli offered a graceful shrug.
I believe they fear having unwittingly brought down the giant's wrath. Many quarries mark the length and breadth of the Buryankart. Almost immediately following the final battle of the Dragon War, and once the giants presumably had gone to their final rest, greedy miners moved in to discover the great veins of ore and precious stone the giants had guarded. But to the giants, stone is sacred.
Allie nodded slowly.
So, now that they're awake again, folks are feeling a bit nervous about having cut up their holy sites. Quite so.
Yabanzeli inclined her head.
But as I said, my home is in Pagren, leagues further from any potential danger than even Omur. It is only the foolish and fear-mongering among us who already spell doom for our people. To the east, Turgen's leadership is placid as ever, though many settlements along the Yggdrasil have begun to.
She trailed off, clearly catching the strained politeness in Allie's smile and loosing a self-conscious laugh.
I bore you with all of this. I am sorry.
No, I mean, yes,
Allie admitted with a smirk.
Sorry, I've read a fair amount, but even Kovorum's geography is a bit hazy for me sometimes. And Asalirin
is vast and storied by comparison,
Yabanzeli finished for her, the woman's perfect teeth bared in a disarming smile.
You are not the only one to think so.
Allie laughed.
You should talk to my friend, Tanner. He loves this kind of...
She stopped, her heart backflipping as her eyes whipped about to the sundial positioned on the decadent stone slab in the back of the windowed living area.
Can't even make out what it says from here,
she berated her own knee-jerk reaction. Not that she needed to see what the hour was. She knew time had gotten away from her. Thankfully, she remembered enough of her manners not to simply dash off without a word.
Swidona?
She blurted, spinning to face the abruptly concerned older woman.
Could you, see to the rest of our business here, please?
Well, yes, I can,
Swidona replied warily. She'd barely spoken before Allie was spinning to meet the eyes of each of her guests in turn.
So sorry about this, but I've just remembered that I have somewhere very important to be. Somewhere else very important to be, I mean.
She felt her own smile morph into a grimace as Hirteleg, Riadach, and Yabanzeli all fixed her with quizzical frowns.
You and I will have to celebrate your appointment another time, Hirteleg,
Allie added, inclining her head toward the bearkin woman. Then, to the human man.
And thank you once again for bearing with the whole process, Riadach. I'm sure my new steward has your trade proposal well in hand.
Finally, she spun back to Yabanzeli, abruptly feeling as though she should bow or do that half-embrace she'd seen rich people do.
I was told you wanted to visit Delagar's grave before you left.
Something between loss and guilt flashed across Yabanzeli's face as Swidona stepped forward.
I can show her to the crypt, my lady,
the older woman offered, shooting a comforting smile Yabanzeli's way.
I've not visited in a few days.
All right, well,
Allie declared, sending a final awkward series of nods about the room.
Farewell. Farewell?
She growled to herself as she whirled and darted from the house along the stonework path that led down the grassy slope of the estate grounds and into the city. It had seemed like something a lady would say, but in retrospect the word had felt like it hadn't fit on her tongue.
Well, I'm still figuring this out,
she reminded herself, already reaching out in her thoughts for the familiar presences of her friends.
Sorry I'm late,
she hissed over their mental link.
But don't start without me, I'm on my way.
To have forgotten such an important moment in the life of someone so close to you.
The dark kernel at the back of her mind seemed to pulse inky self-loathing through her thoughts.
And people call me a monster.
Allie exhaled sharply, trying to wash even the memory of Sharad's words from her mind. Sometimes she could, sometimes she couldn't. But so long as her free will was intact, she'd never let his whispers of doubt find a home. He was too dangerous to be heard. And she was too dangerous to let herself listen. Chapter 6. Procedure. Tenor felt the urgency in Allie's mind as she drew closer. It was obvious how bad she felt about being so late. Not that she has to, he thought, shakily breathing in through his nose and out through his mouth, as his furry hands gripped the edges of the table beneath him. I don't mind putting all of this off a few minutes longer. Tenor? Jack's voice drew his gaze away from staring blankly at the wooden rafters overhead to where she stood over his prone form. She smiled warmly, resting a hand on his shoulder. How's Okizi? It was probably the most tactful way she could have both asked how he was doing and helped to calm him down. He probably would have hugged her for it if his wrists hadn't currently been strapped against the table with decidedly unflammable metal bands. She's okay, Tanner gulped, even as he reached out to Okizi in his thoughts. He wasn't lying, he found. Okizi truly did feel calmer than he did, though she was still clearly confused about what was happening. Tanner had found it a tad difficult to explain in basic thoughts and impulses that he was trying to separate himself from her for their own good. And the good of everyone else, he reminded himself, feeling anxiety-born flames seethe at the back of his eyes. The more he felt himself and Okizi inching even closer to fusing irrevocably together, like caged animals on either side of a dark yawning bowl, the harder it was becoming to keep the fire at bay. And how are you? Gefnar pressed, his concerned eyes peeking up over the edge of the table. Tanner gave a dry, involuntary chuckle amid his measured exhale. Any of the calming techniques Allie had shared with him had been increasingly pushed to their limits in the past few weeks. I feel like I'm about to rip myself in two.
In essence, what we are attempting, I suppose,
came Hattie's familiar drawl from the table's other side, the craftsman and scientist striding up to stand over Tanner. He grimaced apologetically down to the foxskin as he brought some sort of wired cap down over Tanner's flattened ears, cinching it firmly into place.
Sorry for any discomfort, my boy.
Stupidly, Tanner tried to wave the words aside, his wrist quickly snapping its bond taut. Do what you have to do, Hattie. He craned his neck to take in the small figure lying prone on the table behind the man, her round, pale features ignorantly serene amid the tension. Whatever happens to me, Okizi lives. He turned back up to Hattie. And, hopefully, a piece of your daughter, too. Hattie's face twisted in fearful hope, and he nodded sharply, clearing his throat as he strode over to examine his notes on a nearby desk for well over the 100th time. Tanner knew what he'd find. Hattie had broken it all down for him twice that day alone in a clear attempt to persuade Tanner to postpone the procedure yet again. Most of the minutiae was gibberish to Tanner, but the ultimate meaning was clear. Okizi's extraction and relocation into the body of Myrthian, Hattie's long-lost daughter, was sound. The math and magic of it added up, boiling down to something similar recorded in ages past. A practice outlawed so long ago as to fall into myth, save for those who knew what they were looking for. In the age of birth, some of the first humans to arrive in Dernus had sought lifespans to match those of the elves, the rich and cowardly enough killing less fortunate beings so that they might transfer their essence into a longer-lived body. The practice quickly would have fallen from favor, even had the murderers not been discovered and punished, Hattie claimed, as these early human immigrants had failed to realize that a being's longevity was tied to its soul as much as its body. Mental and physical degradation soon caught up with those who fled them, regardless of the form they inhabited. Which, had Tanner not been so preoccupied with his and Okizi's predicament, would have caused him to wonder a great deal more about how one particular scorpion-serving cultist had popped up again, seemingly unchanged, after a rather fiery end at Tanner's own hands. Tanner shook the thought aside. Doesn't matter if Kravog's favorite lapdog got himself a new body. We left Solak trapped so far in the past he'd be dead of old age by now 5 times over. Assuming that really was even how shadow-walking worked. Something like a mental scowl from Okizi brought him back to the present, and Tanner quickly clamped down on any thoughts of mortality. Okizi didn't yet quite seem to grasp what this procedure could possibly mean for her brother, and Tanner wanted to keep it that way. As Hattie had so bluntly put it, "Tanner, there's no way of telling how much of you will be left." "It doesn't matter," Tanner repeated to himself. Then, at Okizi's wary prickling, "Everything will be all right, little one." As his sister was seemingly placated, Tanner wondered distantly how much longer he'd be able to lie to her like that. Their thoughts and emotions were so close to being one now. "Tana?" At the sound of the new voice, Tanner turned back to see that Tavik had come alongside the forcibly smiling Jack, and that Ember had hoisted his massive forepaws up onto the table, the better to nuzzle against Tanner's face with a large, wet nose. Tavik chuckled as Ember retreated, leaving Tanner's facial fur ruffled, Tanner was sure. "I just wanted to say," Tavik continued, "I think it's an awfully brave thing what you're doing, giving your sister another shot at life." He gave a self-conscious smirk. "Wish me and my sister had something that strong." Jack winced, turning to the guardsman, and not at all seeming to care that he stood so close, Tanner noted. "I thought Hanwer said she was proud of you." Tavik raised a correcting finger. "Of what I've been doing to help put the Samanir on the right track were her words. Not that I can tell her much of anything, with her husband still leading the gatherings, calling for Volkert and Duwok's resignations." Even with Hattie cranking another metal band into place over Tanner's forehead to render him fully immobilized, Tanner managed to roll his eyes. He still found it hard to understand the amount of support Lord Winnoed, Tavik's perpetually wine-drunk half-brother-in-law, had gained since that night in what every local seemed to call the Falcon's Head atop the Samanir fortress. Worse, it meant that the paranoid General Fathaig's fears had been well-founded this time. A witness to the mistakes of the Samanir leadership, and what amounted to a confession, now threatened to topple the leadership of Falcon Crest at the worst possible time. The winter truce between the Samanir forces and the once exiled heir to the despot Trelegon's throne, Mevod, was set to end with the new year and the conclusion of the festival month of Bayat in 3 weeks. With the war's outcome already uncertain, the last thing needed was a power vacuum and a drastic shift in leadership. Reports from the enemy stronghold of Lorsen had Mevod boasting to his supporters that he would accept no surrender. If scouts were to be believed, what could turn the tide for all those caught up in the Samanir's self-made war was arriving in just a few hours, in the form of a simple farmer and her family. Only a few days after receiving Volkert and Duwok's offer, Gwytherin had responded through her magical scroll linked with High Priestess Intothica, who in turn had passed the message on to Tanner and the others. The heir to the Varbius line would assume her place on the throne of Kavorim. Fearing what action Mevod might take against Gwytherin, Volkert had tried to keep the Queen Apparent's journey secret. But still the city was abuzz with chatter of a lost Ed Varbius arriving to assume the legendary Falcon seat and lead the city and its allies against Mevod's tyranny. Thus far, Tanner had yet to hear anything about Gwytherin's dwarven family, though he couldn't decide if this was for the best or not. Njolar's anxiety at the fast-approaching reveal paled Tanner's own, he was sure. Assuming you're even alive or cognizant enough to see it. Tanner gritted his teeth, shoving the thought aside before Okizi could decipher it. Everything's going to be okay. But, in case it wasn't, Tanner had already written his farewell to Curtis, to be delivered by his friends if the worst were to happen. Thinking of the old bearkin reminded Tanner of the latest he'd heard from Curtis about life back home in Dragon's Nest. Apparently, the perpetually sneering Rithbane, ring fighter and now half of the leadership of the island of Nizame, had set out directly from the Samanir attack on the Glenadoc with the disgraced Mayor Dynaxis in tow. Upon first reading this, Tanner had feared that Rithbane's co-captain, Aquelia, former Samanir warrior, might have a hard time keeping the less savory portion of Nizame's population in line. Thankfully, however, Curtis appeared to be convinced that Amari, a human woman well suited to her position as proprietor of the island's gathering hub, South End, to steer Nizame's population where she wished, seemed to have decided that Aquelia had earned her respect in recent months.
So, Curtis's update had read, not only is Amari helping Aquelia keep the peace, she's using her impressive knowledge of Orcish culture to aid in the talks of bringing the people of Nizame officially into the Glenadoc tribe. Antothica seems surprised it's all gone over as well as it has, with Drogel, Bozina, and even Chief Aragos helping to smooth things over on the Orc side.
Tanner couldn't help a sad smile. The vision of Aragos's adopted human son, Osgur, was actually coming true. It may have been out of tragedy and necessity, the Glenadoc eager to bring in any and all help to restore the strength they'd lost against the Samanir. But, from the rubble, leaders with their people's best interests at heart were building a tribe to match Osgur's vision of acceptance and communal strength, regardless of blood.
If only he hadn't needed to die for the necessary hearts to change.
According to Curtis, there was even talk of the Glenadoc welcoming in anyone able to prove their worth as a warrior, or even as someone able to bring in food, goods, or other valuable assets for the tribe. If that really happened, Tanner wouldn't be surprised to hear that the Glenadoc's strength soon rivaled their glory days, a thought Antothica apparently shared with some minor trepidation.
And Phylax already got his town guards training to combat Orc siege tactics, of course.
A sneer came over Tanner's face at the thought. The guard captain may have just been doing his job, but it was easy for Tanner to imagine the man's level of paranoia. Thoughts of Phylax's elven book and carved tree artifact now in the possession of King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods granted Tanner some minor satisfaction that at least the man who'd robbed Atrisar of so many years of her life was now not only deprived of his personal slave, but his prized possession with which she'd been bought from him.
Atrisar,
Tanner gulped. He'd never admit it to his friends, but she was one of the main reasons he was pushing forward with Hattie's procedure. She'd sent word ahead that she'd be accompanying Gwytherin, Njoller, and their family to Falcon Crest, and Tanner wasn't about to let himself face her again as he was. Not when he knew the way she could accidentally cause his emotions to flail nonsensically with just a look. With the barrier between him and Okizi so frail now, Atrisar's mere presence could very well finally shatter and fuse them both into the nightmare of flame Tanner lived in terror of becoming. Something potentially even more devastating than an ancient dragon. He sighed. In truth, the ancient dragon that still occupied his dreams on occasion now seemed a mild danger in comparison.
Belladrock's taken to roosting atop the tower of Nomenkal,
Curtis had related in his report, almost offhandedly.
Antothica seems a bit unnerved by it, but whenever she subtly tries to offer our dear dragon ally another more sheltered spot, Veladrock just says something like, "I've not felt the rain on my scales in centuries. I don't expect I shall grow weary of it soon."
And if nothing else, Tanner thought, it'll give any potential invaders within a few dozen miles a good visual reminder not to prey on our home.
As it happened, no goblins, crockbloods, or the like had apparently been seen in weeks, though Phylax had employed any willing fighters not interested in joining a reformed Glenadoc tribe in safeguarding the new trade routes Dragon's Nest had begun to establish with its neighbors. At Antothica's behest, there were no bounties put on local vermin in an effort not to incite further conflict, but the arrangement seemed to be beneficial enough for all parties that there wasn't yet any danger of disgruntled mercenaries resorting to banditry.
My home's in capable hands, Tanner thought, smiling up at his companions as Hattie seemed to finalize his preparations,
clanking a final lever into place on one of his machines. He caught eyes with Gefnar, Jack, and Allie in turn. All of Kavorum was in good hands, with his friends still out there, fighting for what was right. And who knew what destiny had in store for Okizi? Maybe she'd become a heroine to outshine them all. Tenor focused on that thought, solidifying his goal. Whatever was left of him after the procedure was irrelevant. Okizi would live, even if it meant Tanner had to give all of himself to make that happen. "Tanner?" Hattie whispered, stepping into view overhead, a muted, comforting smile on his face. "Are you ready?" A twitch of his chin was all Tanner could manage in approximation of a nod with his head strapped into place against the table. "I'm ready," he declared, trying to conjure the image of himself shielding Okizi to share with his sister in their increasingly joined thoughts. "Save my sister, Mr. Wizard." Chapter 7 Whole and Diminished. Hattie offered a snort of laughter, more out of obligation than humor, Tanner suspected, patting Tanner on the shoulder before turning to spin a nondescript dial on his nearby machine. The effect was instantaneous, with Tanner giving an involuntary gasp as he felt as though something like a finely meshed net was physically being dragged through his mind, catching up fragments that weren't meant to be there. Fragments that made up the jumbled memories of Okizi. His sister offered a near-audible bleat of alarm and fear in Tanner's mind, attempting to shrink away from the magical invasion. "No, it's okay, little one," Tanner half-soothed, half-pleaded. "Don't fight it. We're just trying to bring you into a new form. A new home." There was mingled excitement and apprehension as, for the first time, Tanner heard Okizi speak as though she were standing beside him, sounding scared and frail. In the same instant, Tanner unmistakably felt the touch of a small hand in his.
"But we won't be together anymore?"
Tanner's head spun, and he found that he was standing amid a cluster of strange mud-brick buildings, each topped with a pitch-colored roof of reed-like grass. His mouth fell open as the sight distracted him for a few seconds. Dense forests hemmed in the gathered single-story buildings, the scent of pollen among the dense green foliage merging with that of a simmering stew in Tanner's flared nostrils. The hand gripping Tanner squeezed, drawing his gaze to the small form at his side. It was Okizi, standing there in her own body, her wide foxkin eyes wells of uncertainty as Tanner stared into them. Slowly, Tanner knelt before her, still clutching her hand in return. "It's okay to be afraid, Okizi," he whispered, smiling. "I'm afraid. But we can't let that control us." He reached out for her other hand, and, tentatively, she offered it. "And, no, we won't be." He looked about their peaceful surroundings, grasping that this scene of calm and familiarity was drawn from both their memories. Like this anymore. Okizi sniffled, tears welling up in her eyes. You want me to leave?" The hurt in her voice caused Tanner's heart to ache, and he caught her up in a tight hug, feeling her tiny heart pounding against his chest. "No, never," he assured her, his voice cracking. "You're my family. You're my blood." He drew back, wiping tears from Okizi's furry cheeks. "We'll always have each other, little one. But you need to be able to live your life, one that doesn't keep you trapped in my world. I know your strength, Okizi, and you're gonna soar." Cracks began to form in the world surrounding them as Okizi nodded, scattered elements flickering out of existence as Okizi's memories ceased to bolster Tanner's as they were dredged from his mind.
I'll try to be brave,"
Okizi stated, her jaw set even as her bottom lip quivered. Tanner smiled, slowly releasing his hold on his sister's hand. "Me too. See you soon." As their hands separated, the two were left floating away from each other as the sights, smells, and muffled sounds of their childhood home shimmered and vanished. The heart-thumping silence didn't last long, however, as, with Okizi growing smaller in the sudden blackness, Tanner distantly heard the sound of Hattie's tetherport powering up.
Just in time, Hattie, Tanner thought, feeling a rush of sourceless wind in his fur rise as he and Okizi ramped up in speed, now hurtling away from each other. To Tanner, it seemed that now, with all of her memories swept away, all that was left of his sister was a writhing mass of raw energy, burning in a vibrant glow. The sight was simultaneously awe-inspiring and unsettling, and Tanner decided he would have been content to go his whole life without literally gazing into the living soul of another being. With the drone of the tetherport rising distantly in Tanner's twitching ears, Okizi's light shot upward into the blackness, as though intent on pushing back the dark as a blinding star. Then, with an anticlimactic flicker, she was simply gone. Tanner immediately felt as though his knees had buckled, leaving him to plummet into the empty blackness all alone. Even while his innards seized in terror, though, Tanner serenely shut his teary eyes. It was done. He'd held himself together long enough to bring his sister some level of peace. She hadn't seen how painful the extraction of her soul from his had been. She hadn't felt how much of himself he'd given to ensure that she remained whole. She hadn't sensed how little of him was left. That had always been Tanner's secret weapon going in. No one in recorded history had ever successfully separated two conjoined souls, but, in all of his readings, Tanner had seen something no one else had tried. In every previous attempt, the intended outcome had been to leave both souls intact, or, failing that, merely to save the vessel and the dominant mind. None of them had been willing to give everything they had to ensure the recessive soul's survival. Tanner felt his consciousness begin to fade with calm satisfaction. In the end, it had taken everything. What Okizi had mistaken for him wishing to push her away, for him to be certain that Okizi was whole. He wasn't sure what would become of him now, or if he'd even be cognizant enough to understand it. Okizi would live her life, and she would be... He frowned. Or at least he tried to. It was hard to tell what his body was doing in some distant reality at this point. Something had caught him in the blackness. A familiar, yet now altered presence that strained to haul him back upward toward a new flicker of light above him.
"Otuli," it cried. "Don't let go."
Wonder flooded Tanner, only to be washed away with dread. He knew that voice nearly as well as his own.
"Okizi?"
he yelped, feebly trying to flail away from the slender beam of light that had halted his descent.
"Why are you still here? You should be—"
"I am," Okizi insisted, her words echoing to every corner of the blackness.
"I'm out. I'm... me."
Her tone grew strained and focused as Tanner felt the light go taut like a fishing line, the length of it now pulsing with a soft, stubborn flame.
"You saved me. Now stop squirming and let me return the favor."
"You can't," Tanner gasped against the overwhelming fatigue. "You don't have enough to give." He knew it was true. Okizi's presence felt separate and whole, but still frail, as though a single pebble tossed at her psyche could shatter it apart.
"I can give a little,"
Okizi insisted.
"We all can."
Tanner's heart stuttered as the thread of light tangibly strengthened, reforming into a broad rope of 2, 3, 4 strands. One glowed a soft white, another crackled with the deepest of purples, and the final shone with the vibrant golden-hued fury of Nomen Kal. Even in his faded state, Tanner felt his mouth fall open.
"Jack?
Allie? Gefnar?"
"They're lending me their strength,"
Okizi explained, still sounding grim and focused.
"Lending you their strength, helping me piece you back together with what they've come to know of you in your time with each other. They need you, Otuli, and so do I. But we can't bring you back if you do nothing to fight your way out of this. So pull yourself together, stop being so damned noble, and climb the blasted rope."
A thin smirk came over Tanner's face, even as he gave a deep sigh, closing his eyes as he called on every bit of strength he had left.
"You know what? I think I liked you better when you were just hitching a ride in my brain."
Before Okizi could respond, Tanner thrust a hand upward, his clawed fingers cinching around the rope. And, slowly, hand over hand, he hauled himself every exhausting inch back upward to the glowing light atop the rope. Power from each tendril coursed back along his arms with every heave, invigorating him for the climb. His muscles burned from the exertion, but he merely refocused that, along with the strength his friends granted him and his own mule-headed stubbornness, into a fiery light of his own, one that weaved in and around the others, back up toward Okizi's nearing star-like glow. Just when Tanner was sure he couldn't heave himself an inch further, he felt a small hand grasp his, one he at first mistook for Gefnar's. It was slightly too dark to match the gnome's pale skin, however, the fingers thinner, feminine. He had just enough time to realize the truth of it before, with impossible strength, the hand yanked him upwards the last foot or so into the light. And Tanner found himself physically tumbling from his tabletop bed in Hattie's workshop to sprawl gracelessly on the floor. He simply lay there, eyes closed and face pressed against the cool, lacquered wood, for a moment. Then, his voice muffled against the floorboards, he muttered,
"Wasn't I supposed to be tied down?"
A chorus of relieved exhales sounded from somewhere above him, Hattie's familiar drawl rising above the other voices.
"Sorry about that, my lad, but after you were inactive for a few minutes, I thought I'd best unbind you so I could better examine you."
"Sure," Tanner grunted.
"Makes sense."
"O'Toole?"
A soft, girlish voice pressed from Tanner's shoulder, soon followed by the touch of the small hand that had carried him the last bit out of the blackness.
"Tanner? Are you?
Swallowing a sizable lump in his throat, Tanner heaved himself over onto his back to stare up into the face of the small girl he'd come to recognize as Hattie's fallen daughter, Myrthian. Now, however, there was more than just the glint of life in her eyes as she stood over Tanner. There was the flash of something decidedly foxen there. Tanner knew his own old disguises well enough to recognize his sister's half-breed nature within. The realization caused a heavy thought to strike him, and he quickly reached up to feel his own face. The foxskin features of his face.
Yeah, I think so,"
he finally answered Okizi, a tentative smile tugging at his face.
"Are you?"
"I'm me too,"
Okizi declared, though there was a frown on her human features. His joints and muscles quaking in protest, Tanner pushed himself up to a sitting position, reaching out for his sister's new hand. As she offered it, Tanner raised his other, willing fire up from his core to dance over his upraised palm. It was perhaps one of the greatest reliefs of his life when the flames responded to his call, crackling with ease and unsearing warmth across his fingertips.
"I guess I shouldn't be surprised,"
he thought, his eyes falling to the geometric fires still present on his forearms, seemingly tattooed through fur and flesh.
"That mark wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense if I couldn't wield fire anymore."
He looked meaningfully to Okizi as he clutched her hand.
"Can you?"
Her brow furrowed in focus as she wiped sweat from her palm against her pant leg before mirroring Tanner's gesture. A small, vibrant flame flickered to life there, causing a rush of relief in Tanner he didn't fully understand. He gave a guffaw of laughter, catching Okizi up in his arms as he heaved up to his knees.
"I don't believe it. We're both here. We're both all right. We're both—"
His delighted shouts faded as something he decided was rather important settled on him.
"Hattie,"
he said slowly, pulling back from his sister and turning to the craftsman.
"We are both all right, right?"
As Hattie reluctantly inhaled to respond, Tanner glanced back up to the table where he recalled being cinched into place.
"With all the unknown risks,"
he continued before Hattie could speak,
"why would you unstrap me from the table?"
His gaze slowly slid across the unsteady faces of his friends, then back down to the drawn-faced Okizi.
"How long was I inactive? Long enough for you to think I was dead?"
"Tanner," Hattie began, but the heaviness in the man's voice was enough for Tanner to realize the truth.
"Whoa,"
he cut Hattie off, feeling each limb go wobbly. Hattie, was I dead? It was Allie who volunteered an answer this time, stepping around to half sit against the edge of the table where Tanner had lain.
Damn close if you weren't.
She didn't sound cold, just factual, and she at least had the decency to let her discomfort at the idea show in her eyes.
Honestly, we couldn't detect breathing or a pulse, and you were getting cold.
Gefnar nodded uneasily.
It felt like your fire had just been snuffed out.
Tanner shivered. He was feeling uncomfortably chilly now that they mentioned it.
But you're back now,
Okizi insisted, gripping Tanner by the arm in her new human hand with surprising vigor.
Yeah,
Tanner sighed heavily, managing a smile back at his sister while continuing to take in her ruddy, rounded features.
That new face will take a bit of getting used to.
His eyes slid over to where a scowling Hattie scrutinized Okizi's every movement. For all of us.
Back, but clearly not yet at full strength,
Jack offered, pointedly catching Okizi's eye.
Can you help him back to his feet?
Okizi's head bobbed eagerly as she slipped under Tanner's arm, half hauling him upright as he shakily stood. From the faint, satisfied smile on Jack's face, Tanner guessed that the huntress's direction had been twofold. Both to aid Tanner without forcing him to ask, and to gauge how Okizi was feeling after their life-altering experience in comparison to her brother. At the realization, Tanner smiled as well. Okizi may have been strong on her own, but he'd given everything he had to bolster her resilience in the transition. He wasn't about to take all the credit for her rapid adjustment time, but it was good to see that his willingness to sacrifice himself had clearly done her some good.
"Blazes,"
someone whispered, and Tanner lifted his head to see a wide-eyed Tavik across the table.
"Seen some magic folk do astounding things, but this... splitting souls, raising the dead."
The guardsman slowly looked over to Hattie, a broad grin coming over his face.
"You're a truly great craftsman, Hattie."
Then, to everyone else,
"And all of you. As powerful as any mage I've seen. Powerful as Ed Mage to walk, you must be."
Gefnar gave a self-conscious smirk.
"Well, not all of us."
He looked with admiration now tempered with familiarity to Jack, Allie, and Tanner.
"Some of us are just glad to have a chance at helping such great heroes."
Ember snorted, stooping to lightly throw his wolven snout into Gefnar's shoulder. The gnome scowled playfully back up at the oversized wolf.
"You know, sometimes I swear you understand a little too much of what we talk about for a big forest dog."
"Nevertheless," Jack chimed in, her smile puckering as she rested a supportive hand on the back of Ember's neck. "The point stands. Some of us can only slay ancient dragons." Tavik blinked, glancing between Jack and Gefnar as Tanner eased back onto the table with Okizi's help.
"Sorry?" the guardsman stammered. "Veladrok isn't the only dragon you lot have encountered?"
Allie glanced to Tanner, as though expecting him to retell the story in all his embellished grandeur, but Tanner raised a tired hand.
"If someone else could take it this time."
"Myrthian?" Hattie spoke up, causing Okizi to flinch beneath Tanner's arm, having clambered up to sit beside him. All eyes shifted to the wild-haired craftsman, whose eyes were now widened in apology.
"So sorry, darling. Your name's Okizi now, and I know you're not my daughter. I just..."
Okizi's brow furrowed.
"It's all right. I felt something when you said her name."
Beneath his scruffy beard, Hattie's lip began to tremble.
"And if I were to ask you about her mother's name?"
"Namella,"
Okizi declared without pause, her features abruptly contorting with sorrow.
"Ushunasil's wrath. Those men, they..."
Her eyes grew drawn in focus.
"Solak."
Tanner felt the chill gripping him deepen to seize his bones. Solak, the name they'd come to know for the undying man who led the forces of the self-proclaimed Thekur, Kravog.
"What about him?"
Allie snapped, her hand shifting instinctually beneath her cloak for her dagger.
"Do you know that name from Tanner?"
Yes,
Okizi said slowly.
but he was also there the day that Mother...
Her eyes darted warily to meet Hattie's drawn, teary gaze.
That Namela died. He ordered that she...
She looked through Hattie and past the wall behind him, her face then falling to the floor.
That we be...
Guilt and panic welled up inside of Tanner. What good was it to let Okizi forge a new future for herself if she could now be crippled by the memories of not one, but two unspeakable traumas? Did I just push her away to be driven mad by sharing a body with another soul, while I'm left free and clear? Shh, no, it's all right, darling, Hattie soothed, dropping to his knees in front of Okizi and scooping up her hand in his. Namela and Murthian, they're resting peacefully now, don't you worry. I miss them deeply, more'n I ever knew was possible. But you don't have to hold on to their pain. Whatever's left of my daughter that might hurt you, you've got to let it go. Just, please, if you can, don't erase her completely. A tight smile tugged at his lips as a pair of tears trickled down his cheeks. We were all each other had, our little family, and it'd be nice if someone else could help me remember him sometimes. Okizi squirmed beneath Tanner's protective arm, and for a moment he thought she might yank her hand away from Hattie's. Then, slowly, she closed her fingers around his, meeting his gaze.
I'll help you preserve their memory as much as I can, she promised.
The gratitude that swept over Hattie's worn features caused Tanner's heart to ache, and only partially out of sympathy. Thank you, Okizi, said the craftsman, the words shaky. Maybe we can talk about them soon? At Okizi's muted nod, he added, And I'd like to learn more about you too, darling. Tanner loosened his grip on Okizi's shoulder, feeling that her moment of fear had passed, and he was unsurprised to find tears stinging at his own eyes. He'd survived the process of their separation, but, in his willingness to give his life, he'd known the ideal person to trust with guiding Okizi in her new life. Curtis would have shouldered the responsibility if asked, Tanner was sure, but the exchange he'd just witnessed between Okizi and Hattie had solidified his decision. The two of them needed each other, and not simply because of their strange connection. Okizi would need a patient and devoted guardian, and Hattie required something to care for besides his inventions. Reluctantly withdrawing his arm, Tanner met Okizi's quick, worried gaze. I just have to talk with my friends for a bit, all right? Will you be okay with Hattie for a few minutes? Okizi slowly turned back to the craftsman, seeming surprised at her own certainty as she replied, Yes. Good, Tanner smiled, giving his sister's shoulder a final squeeze before easing back to his feet and stepping aside with the others, each of them offering a hand or furry muzzle of support. Thanks, Tanner whispered as they drew away from Okizi and Hattie, deciding he was too weak to be proud to the point of keeping his own balance. He looked over his shoulder at the off-kilter scene of a man being reunited with someone bearing the face of his daughter. I guess we can do formal introductions later. Then, turning back to his friends, how long was I really, A few minutes, maybe, Gefnar admitted uneasily, obviously not cherishing the memory. Tavik glanced out the nearby window into vibrant cloud-filtered sunlight. But before that, the procedure took even longer than I'd expected. Got to be late afternoon now. I'll have to be back on duty soon. Tanner's heart stammered, his knees nearly buckling. What? Atrazar and the others haven't arrived already, have they? The guardsman shook his head. Blade Master Volgrit's got the old horns of the fortress ready to sound soon as Gwitharin arrives, heralding the new queen as she enters through the west gate. There'd be no missing it. Which means we have time enough to make sure you and Okizi have had some time to recover and something to eat, Jack declared in that tone that Tanner rarely felt up to opposing at full strength. He nodded, rubbing at his drawn foxkin features that no longer shifted at will.
Small price to pay to give her a chance at having her own life,
Tanner thought with a sad smile, glancing back to Okizi in time to see her giggle at some sleight of hand on Hattie's part.
I'll just have to put a bit more effort into studying illusions if I want some new faces.
Sounds good, he said aloud, heaving a deep sigh. His stomach offered up a pointed growl, and Tanner grinned over to Allie. I don't suppose the Lady McAllister would mind if I cleaned out every scrap of food in her pantry? Allie still flinched slightly at the title, but shot a good-natured smirk back at him.
Not at all. I'm just reminded we need to have that talk about your tab over your stay. All that room and board is really starting to add up.
Chapter 8 Fealty. However premature and ungracious, Jack was unable to keep a satisfied smile from her face as she watched the procession of banners, horsemen, and fluttering half-breeds that framed the cluster of travelers at their center. As fate would have it, Queen Aelenhir's delegation from the Owlbloods had intersected with Gwytherin and Njolar's band a few miles from the city, with scouts and lookouts joyously declaring that the Owlblood Queen now escorted the lost heir to the Falcon Seat.
And doesn't she look every bit the part?
Jack thought proudly, set back within the city gate along with a cheering mass of people arrayed to either side of the causeway that led to the base of the city's great fortress. As Gwytherin's wary face shifted in and out of view through the saluting, high-trotting Samanir who preceded the woman and her family, Jack was sure that Gwytherin and her simple farmer's sensibilities would have disagreed with her assessment. Gwytherin wore what was probably her finest dress, an elegant home-stitched garment of soft teal and understated lace along the modest neckline. Whatever air of finery the dress might have lent her, however, was trampled upon by the simple worn sandals on her feet, and coated in the dust that clung to her traveling coat. All Jack saw, however, were the stylish braids that framed Gwytherin's sun-worn but striking features, the confident posture of her back, neck, and shoulders, that she clutched the calloused hand of the dwarf man beside her. The protectiveness in her eyes as she glanced back to where her small children rode atop the family plough horse, Daisy. It was clear to Jack that Gwytherin had graciously deflected the offer of riding in on a lavish horse, having slung a pack up over the saddle horn of the immaculate brown mare decked in ceremonial barding that cantered alongside her. The people of Falcon Crest were already being shown that their new queen wasn't here to put on airs, to be placed above her family, or to hide away her most controversial aspects. Gwytherin would be the same type of leader here as she'd proven to be back at Varbius Keep, humble, caring, and unapologetically herself. Jack's smile widened.
The kind of leader I can truly admire.
I don't believe it,
Jack heard someone gasp in a scandalized tone from nearby in the crowd that seethed along the main thoroughfare.
The rumors were true? Is that her holding hands with that underdweller?
Jack still weighed her response as she felt Tanner shift to stare at the woman who'd spoken. Damn right it is, and she's twice the lady I take you to be. Even as Jack winced, it was probably best for everyone not to start a fight at such a potentially volatile moment. Tanner raised a fist high overhead, clearly straining to shout in his weakened state as Gwytherin and her family pushed through the gate. Heir to the throne of Kavorim! The blood of Varbius returns! To Jack's other side, Allie shouted, The fealty of House McAllister is yours, my queen! Jack stifled a laugh at the obvious discomfort in Allie's voice at sounding so formal, the young woman likely carefully recreating the words Swidona had given her for this moment. After a few seconds of scattered silence that settled over the masses of largely humans and gnomes adorned in their finery to either side of the street, dozens more voices began to echo out their cries of support. The fealty of House Corlin, of House Mathir, of House Borenal is yours.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that part is supposed to wait until the actual coronation,
Gefnar spoke up from Allie's other side with a chuckle. Allie folded her arms, a defiant smirk on her face as she watched Gwytherin push deeper into the city, surrounded by her resplendent Samanir entourage.
I'm not giving these vultures a chance to start throwing something worse than false superiority around before they know that the most influential house in town happens to think rather highly of the new scandalous queen, thanks.
Jack gave a soft laugh, glancing about to see that many faces had shifted from incredulous to intrigued as they monitored Gwytherin's progress.
Never underestimate the power of a group mentality,
her father's counsel from years past echoed in her thoughts.
Or the might of those who know how to shift it to their will.
Positive social pressure, I hope,
Jack thought, smiling even further as she saw Gwytherin catch sight of her and the others in the crowd. The woman's eyes lit up immediately, and she raised her free hand to wave to them excitedly.
Jack! Tanner, Allie, Gefnar, here, please!
Gwytherin warmly motioned them all closer.
Join us!
Jack nearly burst out laughing at the aghast frowns to come over some of the more well-dressed onlookers, and even a few of the mounted Samanirs seemed to glance to each other from behind their helmets, as though unsure if they should allow such a breach of protocol. Queens didn't simply invite friends to walk with them in official processions, did they?
Yes, my queen,
Jack called back before anyone could consider the question for too long, striding out from the small pocket Ember's presence carved for them in the crowd, the wolf plodding happily along at her side.
You all go ahead, she heard Tanner mutter from behind, drawing her gaze back to where the foxkin glanced about uneasily. I mean, we're still not really sure I'm not a threat to anyone, so I should probably stay where I can make a quick exit, if I have to.
The words made sense, but Jack knew that it was only half the reason for Tanner's reticence as she nodded and turned to continue stepping up into the current of the procession in the broad street. There, a few paces behind the beaming Gwytherin, was a small woman whose thick green coat couldn't hide her lithe, muscled frame entirely. Ears Jack knew to be synthetically pointed, perking up beneath a crown of drawn-up blonde hair. Atrisar looked only briefly in Tanner's direction before speaking distractedly to the four smallest children atop Daisy's back, their little faces slack with awe as they took in the wonders of the architecture in Falcon Crest. As she drew nearer, Jack saw that Gwytherin and Njolar's two eldest, Delest and Kedun,
how have they grown so much in only a few months,
walked 2 paces behind their parents, clearly doing their best not to make eye contact with anyone in the crowd. It was apparent from the scattered murmuring that people were beginning to take notice of the decidedly not fully human children behind the unusual pair at the forefront.
Don't you all look simply regal,
Jack declared, smiling back to Delest and Kedun as she fell into step a pace behind and left of Njolar. The children's faces each lifted with proud smiles as they adjusted their bearing beneath quality tunics, dresses, and coats.
That they do,
Njolar agreed, teeth flashing on his well-groomed face as he followed Jack's gaze.
Looking halfway to respectable, everyone.
Well, the 2 of you are looking, well, all of you are. Gefnar's face grew red, and he left the compliment unfinished.
Aye, I've washed me face at least,
Njolar allowed with a hearty laugh, motioning dismissively down to his high-collared shirt and dust-flecked dark pants as he squeezed his wife's hand.
But it's my lioness that truly shines. More beautiful than the day I married.
Watch it with your flattery,
Gwytherin cut him off with a playful pucker.
And would it kill you to take the compliment, you badger?
She looked down to him with deep affection shining in her eyes.
You're handsome as a prince out of a storybook.
With his hair drawn back, it was easy to mark the slight pinkening of Njolar's ears, even as he grinned broadly, squinting up at Gwytherin.
And I'm the only one who needs to watch it with me flattery.
Jack chuckled softly, simply enjoying the presence of their one-time hosts again, but she still cast her eyes around, marking that the Owlblood delegation had now entered into the city behind them. The familiar erect form of Queen Aelinhir met her gaze, the Owlblood effortlessly shifting her body as she rode atop a broad-shouldered grey stallion, the mount sporting spotless white fabric feathered to simulate the impression of folded wings alongside its flanks. Upon catching Jack's eye, Aelinhir dipped her head cordially before craning her neck about to address one of the pair of mounted Owlblood guards flanking her, Her message was clear. Recognition, but not equality.
"Good to see all of you,"
Atrazar spoke up, drawing Jack's attention back to her immediate surroundings as she met the other woman's smile.
"Will Tanner not be joining us?" "Sorry about him," Allie sighed. "But in his defense, he's had an emotional day."
Jack nodded, adding at the concern in Atrazar's raised brow.
"He's told you how some of his power came from his sister, trapped inside of him? Well, they've split from each other today. She's in her own body now."
Atrazar's mouth fell open.
"Is he all right? Is she all right? Is the fire?"
The next few minutes of pressing on through the city beneath the scrutiny of thousands of onlookers were spent juggling Atrazar's questions about Tanner, with only a word tossed in here and there by Gwytherin and Njoller. By the time they'd passed through the crowd-lined thoroughfare to where things opened up at the foot of Falcon Crest Fortress, even Jack was beginning to share the annoyance on Allie's face. Neither of them begrudged Atrazar her interest in Tanner's well-being, Jack knew, but Tanner really should have been the one to be informing her. Finally, Atrazar's questions trailed off as each of the newcomers looked up in wonder at the marvel that was the fortress. Ahead, the Samanir at the front of the column had split off to reveal Blade Master Volkret, his masterwork armor polished to a shine in the waning sunlight. And, looking even smaller than she was next to such a tower of a man, Head Mage Dewach stood next to him, draped in a vibrant cloak with shifting light and colors to put even Tanner's fiery outerwear to shame.
"Welcome, Gwytherin and Varbius," Volkret called out in his deep, authoritative voice, stepping forward into a low bow toward the woman. "Heir to the might of Lord Kylemis himself, and last blood of the old houses."
A hush fell over the crowd as Dewach matched Volkret's stance, all eyes shifting to where Gwytherin squared her shoulders and stepped up before the two, Njoller's hand still clutched in hers. Scattered gasps and grunts sounded as the rumors that had mocked any Samanir attempts to silence them were all confirmed, and Jack caught her breath, understanding the full weight of the moment. The first words many would hear her speak here and now might be the most important of Gwytherin's life. Head held high, Gwytherin smiled to Volkret and Dewach, dipping in a slight curtsy that befitted a queen.
"Thank you for your warm welcome," she replied, her voice comfortably loud enough for all to hear as the memory stone atop Dewach's staff flashed with subtle magics. Taking the amplification of her words in stride, Gwytherin pressed on, warmth in her eyes as she looked to Njoller. "My family and I are most honored to find ourselves in such a historic and magnificent city as this, and we understand the weight of the responsibility with which we're to be entrusted."
Jack smiled amid her even exhale.
"Diplomatic and humble, while still not apologizing for who she is."
Even as hundreds of faces that ringed the square visibly weighed whether their respect for Varbius blood outweighed their disdain of simple folk and dwarven kind, Dewach extended a heavily sleeved arm past Gwytherin and Njoller.
"And we are, of course, also privileged with the presence of Queen Ailyn here of the Owlbloods. If you would join us here, Majesty."
Casting her eyes over her shoulder, Jack watched as Ailyn here nudged her mount forward, leisurely closing the distance to where Volkret and Dewach stood to come up alongside Gwytherin and Njoller. She made no move to dismount, with even the pair of riders at her back remaining in their saddles to tower over those below. Jack barely caught Volkret's glance back toward the fortress, seeing that the Blademaster eyed his own horse that stood tied off and riderless, clearly decked in ceremonial plating. If Jack had to guess, Volkret and Dewach had likely abandoned their own mounts at the last minute, upon receiving word that Gwytherin had forgone the one offered her. And now Ailyn here was making an already tense display far worse as a half-breed monarch in a city accustomed to dealing harshly with her kind with little cause, intent on displaying her dominance. The frowns and scattered mutterings through the crowd were beginning to cause Jack's stomach to tighten.
How much change can these people be made to accept so quickly? "We are glad to be here for such a historic occurrence," Ailyn here declared, her beak clacking softly in the birdkin equivalent of a tight smile as she shifted to face Gwytherin. "To see the power of the Falcon Seat reclaimed, where such mighty rulers such as Trelegon have sat, is an event worthy of note. Remember well, though, Gwytherin ed Varbius, for all their might, neither Trelegon nor his predecessors could bring our people to heal, a task likely to be far more difficult in the midst of a losing war.
Jack's mouth fell open.
What is she trying to do? Gefnar hissed.
Start something, Allie snarled, her hand drifting automatically to her dagger.
I knew King Tilidwin had opted out of the One Blood Alliance, but this...
She'd be foolish to declare war on the spot,
Jack whispered back, hoping she hadn't misjudged Aelin here that much at least.
The people are afraid enough that they may call for her head by nightfall.
Gwytherin, meanwhile, merely inclined her head up to the Owlblood.
It's no intention of mine to be bringing anyone to heal, Your Highness. In truth, I was hoping you and the other incoming representatives of our allies would do me the honor of perhaps sharing with me some of the wisdom you've accumulated in your time as leaders. Such a wealth of knowledge should be.
Huntress, Lady McAllister, little sword priest,
a faint croaking voice sounded near Jack's shoulder.
With me, quickly. There is danger.
Jack spun, unsettled to find that a familiar Owlblood had shifted noiselessly up behind her. Though Ember merely regarded Ibishil with a soft grunt, the gentle admonishment in his eyes as they caught Jack's largely seeming born of concern that she'd lost her focus on her surroundings.
In my defense, there are some rather important things happening to distract me.
What danger? Allie demanded, her eyes darting to nearby alleyways through the bordering crowd. A few paces ahead now, hanging back with Gwytherin and Nolar's children, Atresar glanced between Jack and the others, frowning as she draped a protective arm about the children clustered atop Daisy. She merely nodded and half-turned back to the proceedings as Jack threw her an uncertain shake of the head. Gefnar looked about to protest the latest in a stream of titles Ibishil had granted him before thinking better of it. Despite the calm in the Owlblood's voice and bearing, there was no mistaking the urgency in his avian eyes.
Enough to draw him out of that room he hasn't left in weeks, Jack realized.
Perhaps he felt more able to blend in with the arrival of the Owlblood delegation? Ibishil's gaze lifted to the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, even as he took off at a quick jog, seemingly confident the others would follow. They did.
There is a trained killer among Queen Aelinhir's retinue. I fear he may have designs on the life of Lady Gwytherin, or on that of some other in attendance.
Fear tried to worm its way into Jack's heart, but her senses were too disciplined for that, immediately dissecting her surroundings.
Where?
She pressed curtly, already discarding the few dozen Owlbloods at the rear of the halted procession as possible culprits. They were all clearly too focused on their queen's actions to be acting concurrently. Jack's head spun back to where Aelinhir sat atop her horse, flanked by her mounted bodyguards.
One of the riders by the queen?
Ibishil shook his head, beginning to push through indignant onlookers towards the base of a stonework building.
No, he's separated from the others.
In a city that hates half-breeds? Allie grunted. He won't get far.
He's not going far,
Ibishil informed her, the wings at his back expanding as he launched himself skyward.
Follow!
He's going up, Jack growled, nimbly slinging herself over Ember's back.
Of course the killer would take to the rooftops. The Samanir and city guards wouldn't be accustomed to securing that level of the city beyond occasional patrols. The ancient wards across Falcon Crest were meant to alert the protectors to any magics used to traverse the city at that level. Magics someone with natural wings would have no need of.
Tanner,
Jack urged in her thoughts as Allie and Gefnar wordlessly leapt atop Ember behind her. The wolf's magical furry wings unfurled from nothingness, pounding against the air as he lunged after Ibishil.
There's a killer in the city. Alert Volkret and Duak. Gwytherin's in danger.
Chapter 9 The Blood of Varbius. Tanner felt his mouth go dry as Jack's words swept through his mind. He was frozen in indecision only for a heartbeat before blurting, "Understood. and darting back towards the looming form of the Samanir fortress through the fringes of the gathered crowd, drawing more than a few looks of disdain and alarm as he, a frantic, unmannerly foxkin, pushed through. He barely noticed.
"Not Gwytherin,"
he pleaded, with any Thakur who would listen in his thoughts.
"Please, not her. She didn't ask for this.
And, worst of all,
it's our fault. Our fault that she's even here."
"Ho there, fox boy,"
a familiar, slurring voice bellowed, and Tanner found himself stumbling face to face with Lord Winowed, the drunken noble's sneering features seeming more imminently punchable than ever.
"You were there, weren't you? That night the Blade Master and his general confessed to—"
Tanner bared his teeth in frustration, his fingers shimmering with muted fire as they barely brushed the hem of Winowed's plush-embroidered coat. "How about you shut it, my lord?" he growled.
"What?"
Lord Winowed bellowed.
"Are you aware what— Ah! I'm caught aflame! Somebody douse me, quick!"
Ducking aside, Tanner capitalized on the distraction Lord Winowed's caterwauling provided, distantly hoping the man would have this sense to shrug out of his coat before he actually had something to scream about. Failing that, dropping to flail in the rain-soaked street should be more than enough to smother the muted, pinky-sized flame Tanner had left him. Shoving the guilt aside, Tanner pushed on, not even sparing a thought for ruining such a nice coat. The crowd was growing thicker again, just as it came up on the steps of the fortress. Up ahead, past the mounted Samanir arrayed along the fringes of the square, Tanner could see Allie here and a pair of owl-blood guards astride their horses. And, just beyond that, the unmistakable features of an unassuming mother, farmer, and queen. "Move!" Tanner began to yell. "Out of the way!" As people reluctantly began to divide in front of him, some looking as though they wished for a choice assortment of rotten fruit to hurl Tanner's way, Tanner waved his arms overhead, catching the attention of the nearest Samanir. "You, tell the Blade Master, there's—" A sound Tanner pointlessly despised himself for recognizing reached his twitching ears. The snap of a loosed bowstring. The droning whistle of an arrow taking flight. The shrill note of pointed stone or metal carving through the air. Cold panic nearly caused Tanner to double over, the faces of those he and his friends had failed to save flashing through his mind.
"Not Gwytherin. Please, not—"
Allie's eyes locked onto the figure nestled at the lip of a roof over a crested bay window, the adrenaline pulsing through her system causing time to slow to a crawl. The Owlblood assassin, decked in drab, muted colors, turned fractionally over his shoulder at the thrumming of mighty wings behind him, his feathered fingers releasing the taut bowstring of a sleek dark wood weapon. As Jack, Allie, and Gefnar crested over the roof of the building to a chorus of shocked cries below, Ibishil had kept a few paces ahead of them, nimbly vaulting over the central tiled ridge, wings splayed to catch the air currents that spilled up and over the building. Even as Veladrock's agent lunged for the assassin, Allie saw that they'd arrived too late. A single deadly arrow already sliced downward for the city square below. Baring her teeth, Allie silently cursed herself for not channeling her own power to carry her skyward, instead of leaping up behind Jack onto Ember, like she had when rushing to rescue Swidona from Fetheg. She hadn't for 3 reasons. First, she was still learning the finer points of the ability, leaving her slower and more unstable than Ember in flight. Second, directing her power like that was exhausting, and she wanted to have more to bring to bear against their target than an ungraceful tackle. Third, the unbridled rush of magic her flying required was loud. Still, as she watched the assassin's arrow take flight, Allie couldn't help second-guessing her decision. Maybe she could have swept around. In the confined space atop Ember's back, Jack had her bow out and drawn, leveling a shot to skim past Ibishil's shoulder for their target. And Gefnar's sword was in his grasp, alight with the golden glow of Nomenkal's power. It was all pointless. Jack would almost certainly hit her mark, but the assassin's work was done. A trained killer never took their shot until a clean hit was near certain. Allie thought of Rigand, the Bearkin general who'd filled the Wolfkin Alpha, Gerulf, with arrows before the other half-breeds gathered could negotiate peace. And what was at stake here was potentially far more impactful. If a half-breed managed to kill the soon-to-be queen of the fractured continent, the people would demand blood. Not just from the half-breeds who actively supported Mevod and Lorsin, but from every half-breed who dared to show their face. Most of the people Allie had met would need little convincing anyway.
And we can't have that.
A cold, familiar voice rumbled in her thoughts, and Allie felt the distinct impression of someone cracking open a shrouded door at the end of a dark hallway. Tendrils of immense, intoxicating power swept through.
You know what you must do.
A snarling scream of disgust, fear, and frustration spilled from Allie's throat, and she turned her mind from the shrouded door, drawing only the power that had always been hers into reality. It would have to be enough. She thrust her hand outward in the same instant that Jack's arrow flew, a half-dozen crackling daggers of pure energy manifesting to keep pace in the arrow's short flight, then surpassing it with blinding ferocity. The arrow flew serenely toward its target, a debilitating strike in the shoulder. It would incapacitate without, but the Owlblood assassin abruptly flung himself backward, wings shooting out to twist in opposing directions as the assassin corkscrewed almost in place in the air. The resulting funnel of wind, churned up by the flurry of motion, combined with the assassin's impossibly fast shift in position, threw Jack's target out of her arrow's path, a slim, glinting blade in the assassin's hand before his feet touched down on the sun-warmed roof tiles once more. Allie had no room to feel shock at the maneuver. Her entire focus poured into directing the daggers she'd called into being toward their own target. The arrow, whose mottled fletching now dipped out of sight past the far end of the roof. It was with a stab of despair that Allie realized she was going to miss. Without her eyes locked onto the arrow's flight, she'd have no way of directing the course of her light daggers. Defiantly, she wheeled the projectiles down and out of sight after the arrow, teeth grinding each other down as she concentrated, refusing to let the arrow escape. She wouldn't lose. Not again. She had to be strong enough now to handle whatever might come her way.
Or all of our losing has been for nothing.
She gasped as renewed vigor filled her veins, and, where the daggers had disappeared, just out of sight, there came a flash of deepest purple, a faint shrieking whine. And smoldering shards of wood erupted in a muted plume of power. It was only then that she noted the second arrow that had flown from the assassin's bow. Allie's luck was gone. She knew even as embers swooped down on their target that there was no time to rip the second arrow from the air as well. Then, on the far end of the arrow's arc, there was a flurry of green fabric, a flash of movement like a thin, whirring dial. Allie heard Gwytherin yelp in alarm, but not in pain. The arrow had missed its mark. There was no time to consider what had just happened, as each of Ember's passengers were jostled when the wolf alighted on the rooftop, only to leap off once more to the right, wings fully extended as he banked around in a sweep that would bring them on top of the assassin. Jack was already notching another arrow, now left with a clear shot, but the assassin was moving too, lunging to meet the oncoming Ibishil in the air. The two Owlbloods collided, the barefoot Ibishil coiling up to slash at his opponent with taloned feet, simultaneously bringing a fist around to bludgeon the assassin. The other Owlblood moved far more quickly, with Allie nearly missing the flash of the assassin's blade mid-blink. Ibishil faltered, wings slumping as the assassin used Ibishil's own momentum to hurl him over the edge of the roof. Behind Allie, Gefnar inhaled sharply, the gnome leaping off of Ember's back to drop heavily onto the rooftop, as the wolf swept back in toward the assassin, Teeth bared, Allie drew more power into her grasp, unleashing a potent beam of crackling energy toward the assassin that scorched through wood and tile, as the Owlblood performed another dazzling feat of acrobatics, one that saw him draw Jack's fire through Allie's blast, leaving that arrow to be instantaneously reduced to ash. Jack was already wheeling away, deftly directing Ember to dive after the limp form of Ibishil, just as their Owlblood ally slipped from sight. Growling, Allie followed Gefnar's lead, throwing herself from Ember's back into a tuck and roll that saw her back on her feet, balanced along the ridge of the roof to match Gefnar a few paces away. The assassin coiled up between them. The scent of superheated shale filled Allie's nostrils from the patch of roof tiles that had been seared away between her and the assassin, and she began to mutter a more complex incantation, blinding power crackling to life in one hand while Biriak sprang into existence in her other. She shifted the dagger's familiar weight into a defensive grip, assessing the gleaming, dirk-sized blade the assassin stoically brandished. Her magic and Gefnar's sword would have to be enough offense. She'd seen only a fraction of a second of the assassin's fighting style, but that was enough to know that he struck quickly and precisely. Biriak would have to serve as her defense. His sword gripped in both hands, Gefnar shuffled unsteadily forward along the crest of the roof, shifting into a more guarded stance as well. The tight wariness in his eyes told Allie that the gnome was missing his usual full arsenal of weapons and armor.
"We're lucky he even brought the sword," Allie thought grimly, frantically sizing up their opponent in his precious seconds of inaction. "We only came out today to watch a parade." The assassin sprang into motion once more, wings coiling and uncoiling to add greater unpredictability to his dance. He moved on Gefnar first, battering against the gnome's defenses and throwing the smaller man quickly off balance on the unsteady terrain. Cursing, Allie closed the distance, releasing the power she clutched in a pulse of energy that swept back over herself, refracting the evening light around her. She would have preferred to try such a difficult and draining spell for the first time in action under less dire circumstances. Maybe while trying to avoid Swidona's notice after one of their more grueling days seeing to estate matters, but they needed something to throw their seemingly implacable opponent off balance, and quickly. "Besides,"
Allie snarled as her feet pounded against the roof tiles,
"I've been working on this trick since Nizame."
And, from the way the assassin's eyes widened as he craned his neck owl-like to see Allie's form shimmer and vanish from sight, it looked as though she'd certainly managed her goal. Cloaked completely from the assassin's view, Allie lashed out with a kick against the side of the birdkin's knee. She wasn't sure off the top of her head which way they articulated under his cloak, but nobody's legs bent sideways. The resulting crack of impact would have hobbled a bull, Allie was certain, but as she brought her dagger around to catch him in the belly as he staggered, the assassin simply contorted into a sidelong spiral, his flailing wings buffeting her back a shaky pace on the roof.
"Stupid,"
Allie hissed, seeing that she'd at least bought Gefnar enough time to recover his footing. She glared at the assassin as he alighted again, adroitly keeping his weight off his injured leg, as he glanced about for any sign of Allie.
"He gets his balance from his wings. That's your target."
Realization seemed to dawn on Gefnar as well, and the gnome swung his sword about in a feint the assassin was unable to identify until a fraction of a second too late, Gefnar's sword whipping about to slash up along the wing that swept in to knock him off balance. A sharp, muted hoot of pain spilled from the assassin's beak, causing Allie to scowl as the Owlblood simply danced around in place once more.
Why doesn't he just fly away?
His wing was damaged, but not crippled. With one opponent so close and unseen, the smart move would be to buy himself some space. From below, amid the screams of scattering civilians, Allie heard her answer.
"You heard her. If you see feathers, you shoot. The rest of you, close in on the rooftops."
Allie felt herself give an invisible, satisfied smirk. Jack hadn't been idle. Whatever Ibishil's fate, the Huntress had armed Tavik and the other protectors of Falcon Crest with invaluable knowledge. meaning they knew just where to look for the killer in their midst. If the assassin took flight, he'd be dropped in seconds.
Too bad you can't just hide yourself away for a few seconds, Allie snarled, drawing power from the depths of her blood into a crackling nexus of energy she cloaked from the assassin's sight with her own invisible body. The simultaneous draw of magic left her knees wobbly on unstable footing, but she refused to even hear whatever dark offer of added strength charade rumbled into her mind. As the assassin's offset eyes shot about for the source of the rising drone in Allie's grasp, barely deflecting another swipe of Gefnar's blade, the heavy thwum, thwum of Ember's wings echoed in Allie's ears. The assassin's gaze shifted past Allie's unseen form, and Allie took the resulting frown and trilling hiss to indicate exasperation. In the instant she felt the looming presence of Ember lunge toward the assassin from behind her, Allie capitalized on the distraction by unleashing the blinding torrent of power from her hands toward the Owlblood, as his wings unfurled in a defiant stance. Allie's blast connected, though not at center mass as she'd intended. Her searing lance of power carved a jagged gash through the thick of the assassin's left wing, as, even with almost no warning, the Owlblood once again was able to twist about, avoiding the worst of the attack. Good enough, though,
Allie snarled, swaying invisibly on her feet and dropping to a crouch as Jack and Ember swept past. In the precious half-second while the assassin was off balance, Jack could land an arrow through the eye, or Ember could. A rush of bewilderment filled Allie as she saw that neither Jack nor Ember went in for the kill, instead sharply altering course down and to the left. It was a fraction of a heartbeat later that she saw why. The assassin hadn't been posturing and throwing his wings wide. It had been a calculated maneuver that was now paying off. Seeing the assassin's attention drawn away, Gefnar had gone in for the kill, ready to skewer the assassin up through the small of the back, and had been swept off his feet by the Owlblood's wings, tumbling back toward the edge of the roof, sword flung from his grasp. Pained victory shone in the assassin's eyes as he watched Jack urge Ember after the madly scrambling gnome, her arm outstretched to catch Gefnar. The assassin had seen Jack compromise her advantage in the fight to help Ibishil, and he'd identified a weakness to exploit. Allie's eyes went wide with fear, matching Gefnar's, as, with a panicked gasp, the gnome's final scrape at the roof tiles to halt his fall left him with only frayed, bloodied fingertips, as his own velocity ripped him away from any handholds. Only a few inches from Jack's grasping hand and Ember's craning neck, Gefnar's tiny form slipped over the edge of the roof and out of sight.
Much like that other fellow, Crexus?
Allie ground her teeth in a snarl. She had to trust that Jack could save Gefnar. The assassin was still on the move, his good wing now sweeping around to batter his invisible enemy.
Good guess,
Allie begrudgingly commended, forced to hurl herself back a pace to keep her knees from being cleanly knocked from beneath her. Dagger in hand, she couldn't resist a parting slash at the wing, leaving her unprepared to sidestep the weighted rope that followed up the assassin's hand. The rope connected around her shins, cinching them awkwardly together to leave her falling, flailing, backward to the ridge of the roof. Arms to either side, she managed to balance her spine along the ridge, growling in focus as her head snapped back against the tile. Pinpricks of light danced over her eyes as pain seemed to cause her head to split open. Distantly, Allie felt her focus falter, and the magic shrouding her fell away like a discarded blanket. Only half recovered, she snarled up into the face of the wounded assassin as the Owlblood hobbled forward, his slender blade drawn back to pierce Allie's heart.
Reduce him to ash,
Charade's demand sounded almost frantic.
Take my power. Rip this pest into cuts of smoldering bone and meat.
Allie's knuckles whitened around Biriak.
No.
The assassin's eyes promised the cold void of death as he advanced.
At least if I die, you'll have lost more than anyone.
She tasted blood as she offered up a gurgling scream, and she realized she'd bitten deep into her own tongue when she'd fallen to her back. Braced to keep herself from slipping down the roof with one arm, she flung the other forward, the gleaming biriac shooting from her grasp. The assassin's step faltered only minutely, but it was enough. Deftly, the owlblood clipped the dagger from the air with its own short blade, but, in the same instant, the warble of an arrow in flight coincided with the dark fletching that blossomed in the assassin's shoulder. Staggering, the assassin whipped his head around, Allie doing the same through red-tinted vision. A figure on an adjacent, nearly flat roof, decked in guardsman armor, was already notching another arrow. Even at this distance, Allie thought she could see the surprise in Tavik's eyes at having hit his mark. He could have only just arrived through the open hatch behind him, taking a quick, desperate shot that had only connected thanks to Allie's repositioning of the target. Tavik looked haggard and out of breath, but he loosed another pair of arrows, both flung wide by the desperate flapping of the assassin's wings, as he shouted, "We got him! Bring him down!" A handful of other guardsmen and Samanir began spilling onto the surrounding rooftops on all sides, each of them lining up their shot. Despite the danger she was in by proximity, Allie sneered triumphantly up at the assassin.
"I don't really care at this point, just as long as you lose."
Worry flashed once more in her chest, however, as the assassin lunged past her, not even bothering with a quick slash down for Allie's throat before dropping his blade, determination in his avian eyes. Then Allie recalled the assassin's original perch, where he'd taken his first shot at Gwytherin with his bow, a bow that still leaned against the slant of the top east-facing window. Allie's hand had formed a fist once again before she even thought what she was doing, heaving herself precariously up to a seat on the ridge of the roof amid the hail of arrows that followed the assassin. With a thought, she summoned biriac back to her grasp as she brought her hand down for the rope that bound her legs, the magical blade cleanly slicing through whatever rope and flesh was in its path. Wincing at the shallow, self-inflicted slash, Allie hurled herself after the assassin, finding herself airborne as one of the incoming arrows sank into her side, another clipping her thigh. She flinched involuntarily at both impacts, somehow still snaking an arm around the assassin's throat as she raised biriac to plunge its blade into the owlblood's chest. She'd never be sure if she owed what happened next to the assassin's weakened state, or simply to his surprise at the ferocity of her maneuver, but no sooner had her small, lithe frame connected with the owlblood than they both were flung out into empty space. In the same instant, Allie realized that the assassin's bow was already in his hands, drawn and ready to fire. The bowstring snapped, and the arrow flew, soaring lazily above the chaotic square below for its target. And, Allie realized with powerless dread, it was going to hit. Blood pulsing with fury, Allie plunged her dagger home once, twice, deep into the assassin's chest, his breaths immediately turning ragged and faltering. But she could do nothing to stop the arrow that arced mockingly toward Gwytherin's back, even as Headmage Duwak and a band of Samanir hurried her through the swinging doors of Falcon Crest Fortress.
"I saved her,"
Allie thought morosely, recalling that first arrow that she must have managed to rip from the air after all.
"I did everything I could, and it wasn't enough."
2 more arrows flew from the assassin's bow before both he and Allie met the stony street below, darkness sweeping up over Allie's vision. Both were remarkably well shot for a falling man with a dagger in his chest. They may have even gotten close to their mark. Allie didn't have the chance to see. What she did note as her last conscious thought was that Headmage Duwak had spun about, planting her glowing staff against the stonework just inside the fortress, a shimmering dome of protection shielding Gwytherin in her final steps out of sight. Nothing would pass the headmage of the Samanir, not now that she was alerted. Then, for Allie, Sharad's mocking voice before... Chapter 10. Buds Nipped. Jack's eyes shot upward from where she knelt over Gefnar, channeling the light of the forest into his mangled leg. She'd only just managed to slow his fall from the roof, her hand catching his barely a few feet before impact. Only she'd overextended herself in the process, leaving her to be yanked from Ember's back as the wolf had pounded his wings against their descent. In the end, Gefnar had managed to land mostly upright, though his legs had crumpled beneath him, and a sharp pain now pulsed in Jack's shoulder from where she'd collided with the alley floor, having toppled in an awkward somersault from her saddle. All thoughts of discomfort fled her mind now, however, as she looked up to catch sight of where Tavik stood unsteadily atop a roof across the way.
"Oi, that's it! He's down!"
the guardsman bellowed, though he sounded more worried than triumphant.
"Everyone move in, and have healing magics at the ready."
"Allie!" Gefnar grunted, his eyes drawn with more fear than pain when Jack turned back to him. Jack nodded blankly, her stomach knotting in guilt. She'd felt the frenzied spike in Allie's emotions through their link before.
"And I wasn't there to catch her."
"Go!" Gefnar snapped, waving Jack away as he eased his twisted leg back into something resembling its normal bend. His eyes narrowed in focus as he assumed command of his own treatment, the vibrant glow of Nomenkal's blessing gleaming from both his hands and the temple pendant beneath his shirt. Clutching at the torn tendons in his leg, he added, "I'll catch up! Save her!" Nodding again, Jack heaved back to her feet, slipping back astride Ember as the wolf fell into step. Beneath Jack, as she easily pierced the scattered crowds, Ember also breathed heavily. Whatever power he drew from to shape his wings from nothingness, the effort seemed to exhaust in minutes the strength he might otherwise spend running for hours on foot.
"So you rest,"
Jack thought, patting Ember's neck as he carried her around the far side of the building, if the danger was truly past. Her heart stuttered as her destination swept into view. Allie lay sprawled out on the stonework, half draped over the equally still form of the Owlblood assassin. Blood spilled from Allie's mouth and from a number of wounds scattered over her body. Nearby, Ibishil still sat propped up against the building where Jack had left him after hastily patching up the birdkin's injuries.
"She lives,"
Ibishil rasped, jerking his beak toward Allie as Jack dropped from her saddle to stoop over her friend.
"The Samanir took the worst of the fall."
Jack frowned distractedly as guardsmen and Samanir closed in, the bulk of her focus directed into drawing the light of the forest into her hands, as she set about mending the battered Allie.
"Talonir?"
"Highly trained killers,"
another voice declared, drawing Jack's gaze briefly up to where Queen Aelinhir had trotted atop her horse to a few paces away. There was fear in the Owlblood's eyes, but she hid it well, beneath a regal veneer.
"His Majesty King Tilidwin believes their order disbanded. He is not behind this attack."
"Yeah?" Tavik spat breathlessly, the heavy plod of his feet coming to a halt behind Jack.
"And why does he think they're gone? You tell him that? You behind this?"
Jack had returned her attention to where the magic swimming from her hands knitted Allie's flesh together, but she could hear the indignant tilt of Aelinhir's head in the Queen's response.
"Were I to be so blatant in a strike against Falcon Crest, do you think I would present myself so openly and so close? The wards of your city permit no illusion or disguise. I am truly here before you and have made no attempts to flee."
Someone muttered something amid the encircling guardsmen, and Tavik gave a sharp grunt of agreement.
"He's right. None of us know what the real Queen looks like. You could easily be a decoy."
Sighing as Allie stirred, Jack lifted her gaze back to Aelinhir, who looked ready to order Tavik killed on the spot, regardless of consequence, for questioning her sovereignty.
"It's her,"
Jack declared, nodding reassurance to Tavik when he fixed her with an incredulous scowl. Turning to meet Aelinhir's features, now ruffled in surprise at having a human corroborate her story, she added,
"My friends and I recently spoke with Queen Aelinhir in Cadasson. Do you remember what we spoke of, Highness?"
Aelinhir nodded slowly.
"Yes. You questioned Sanlar the Ravenblood on the Wolfkin attack against his people. You said you wished to help."
Jack inclined her head.
"Our goal here is the same."
Her eyes drifted past Aelinhir and her handful of bodyguards to where a band of familiar figures had re-emerged from within the nearby fortress.
If you really had no part in this, you'd do well to share all you know with the Blade Master.
Aelinhir followed her gaze, and Jack thought she saw the Owlblood's neck feathers give a faint flutter at the stony look in Volkrit's nearing face.
The half-breeds come to destroy us from within.
A slurring voice Jack recognized as belonging to Lord Winowed sounded from somewhere within the re-amassing crowd, which was filled with frightened, curious faces as scattered shouts of Samanir victory rose to the air.
They must answer for their crimes.
Oh, shut up, you drunk, a panting tenor muttered, dropping to a knee across from Jack over Allie, relief washing over his features at the prone woman's steadied breathing.
How is? I've got her,
Jack assured him, lightly swooning as she wheeled more healing light into her grasp and gestured back over her shoulder with her chin.
See to Ibishil.
Nodding, Tanner complied. Jack had seen to the worst of the Owlblood's injuries, so Tanner's simpler healing magics would see Ibishil back on his feet. A Samanir mage swept forward, releasing a spell to hold the fallen assassin in place before seeing to what could be done to resuscitate him. Jack tamped down a stab of guilt. Neither Allie nor Ibishil were out of the woods yet. If not addressed quickly, some kinds of nerve damage could be crippling in the long term, even with continued magical healing. The lack of mobility in the left hand of Jack's eldest brother Jainaf from a nasty cougar attack when all alone was proof of that. Jack spared a glower toward the fallen assassin. He would live, but Jack would lose no sleep if her prioritizing those she cared for rendered the Owlblood's abilities hampered. Blade Master Volkrit's clear, commanding voice rose above all others before the cries for retribution, spurred on by Lord Winowed, could lead to action.
We'll not be reduced to savages, ripping each other apart in the streets.
Volkrit strode through parting ranks of guardsmen to stand next to Queen Aelinhir's horse. His impressive height meant the flustered Owlblood and her retinue looked down on him only slightly.
Your guilt will be determined in a court of law,
Volkrit announced, fixing Aelinhir with a look that allowed for no appeal or escape, as Aelinhir's guards fidgeted in their saddles around her. The resulting eruption from the crowd seemed divided between satisfaction and demands for a more immediate ruling. Amid the shouts, Allie's eyes fluttered open.
What? Easy,
Jack soothed, aiding the other woman up to a sitting position as Allie pushed determinedly off the blood-smeared ground.
You need to take a few minutes to recover.
Allie's face twisted in pain.
And a bath, a good night's sleep, and a full-body massage,
she groaned, gingerly wiping blood from her face with the back of her hand. Jack smiled.
Hardly a tall order for the Lady McAllister.
As Allie shot her a tired glare, another voice rose above the rest, this one aided by a small flash of magic from Dewak's approaching staff.
Her guilt's already been determined, Blade Master,
Gwytherin declared. That caused nearly everyone to quiet. Eyes flickering at Gwytherin's words, Volkrit soon remembered himself, bowing toward the woman from the waist as Gwytherin, Njoller, and a still frazzled-looking Atresar stepped forward beneath a shimmering dome that spilled from Dewak's staff.
The kids?
Allie grunted worriedly. Inside the fortress, Tanner assured her, a tired smirk on his face.
Gwytherin and Njoller refused to be taken to safety before they were.
While Allie heaved a victorious sigh, Volkrit hesitantly squared off with Gwytherin.
Sorry, Majesty, but who passes judgment so quickly, and with no examination of the evidence?
Gwytherin rolled her eyes, clearly pushed well beyond her limits of courtliness by the recent chaos.
We've all the evidence we need,
she informed the Blade Master, sweeping forward, only to be halted by a protective arm at her knee.
Goodness sake, Head Mage, will I not be permitted to walk in this city?
She waved a hand at the magical dome still encasing her.
And would you drop this thing already? It's clearly taxing you, and it's not like you can keep a magical umbrella over me for the rest of me days.
Duwak's brow furrowed in concentration as she not only sustained but shifted the impenetrable magic with Gwytherin's step, twitched sharply, her face thick with hesitation. Gwytherin gave an exasperated exhale, sweeping an arm over the gathered guardsmen and Samanir.
Surely this isn't the entire might of the city's protectors. How many squads or companies or whatever are scouring the city for any potential accomplices as we speak?
30, Tavik offered in the short silence that followed, with volunteer civilian squads being dispatched. His voice trailed off as Volkrit looked to him sharply. Even Jack flinched at the severity in the Blade Master's eyes. Clearly, it was not a humble guardsman's place to address the Queen directly, without having been singled out to do so by the Queen herself. Gwytherin, however, seemed not to mind a bit.
30, she repeated, looking down to Duwak. Seems like more than enough to handle finding any potential accomplices.
She flicked a wrist out toward the assassin, who was now bound and under constant magical suppression.
And the one assailant we know of is well in hand.
Duwak's eyes flickered over to Elenhir and her bodyguards.
All due respect, Majesty, but we could be standing next to a number of accomplices even now.
Finally losing patience, Gwytherin simply clamped a hand down over the head of Duwak's staff, forcing the headmage to dispel her dome with a muted yelp of alarm. Jack's eyes went wide, but she couldn't help a small snicker at Gwytherin's brashness. Gwytherin couldn't have known, but she may very well have lost her hand, or her mind, intercepting such a potent stream of magic. One hand still clamped over Duwak's staff, Gwytherin pointed back to Elenhir's bodyguards.
Each one of them will be known to their queen, and not one of them do something so assured to place their queen in danger. The evidence is rudimentarily obvious. Though armed, none of them took up the attack.
Jack's eyes slid over the faces of the Owlblood bodyguards, seeing surprise at the source of such vouching for their character, but, well beneath, the resolve and utter agreement with Gwytherin's assessment. Volkrit folded his arms, his gaze settling on Elenhir once more.
And this exonerates the Queen herself?
Tactfully, Noller reached up to take Gwytherin's hand in his, which seemed to calm her to a low simmer.
The fact is, Blade Master, me and me wife were staring straight into Her Highness's face at the precise moment the first arrow flew. We may be simple folk, your lordship, but few can hide their true intent from us in moments like that.
He looked up to meet Elenhir's even stare.
Your Highness wasn't just alarmed. You were afraid.
Noller's eyes now swept over her bodyguards.
You all were, if I'm any judge. You thought it was Queen Elenhir who was under attack.
A low murmur swept through the gathered citizens of Falcon Crest. Elenhir gave a sort of defensive chortle.
And would that be so hard to believe?
Her voice rose as she twisted in her saddle to look over the streets once again filled with people.
That a city so fearful of half-breeds would seek to weaken our people by taking my life?
The corner of Volkrit's mouth twitched downward, but he was otherwise unflinching.
The thought had certainly crossed me mind as well, Gwytherin agreed. As Queen and King, me husband and I hope to begin repairing relations between the infant races and the old.
Elenhir visibly rankled at the term infant races, and Gwytherin just as notably seemed to file the reaction away. Jack pushed up from the street, leaning into Ember for support.
If I may, Majesty, Majesty, Majesty,
she addressed the Queen and the King and Queen-to-be.
I hope I'm getting that right. I believe we have information that may go a long way to accomplishing that goal.
She turned to indicate behind her, where Tanner was helping a shaky Ibishil to his feet.
It is only with the warning of this Owlblood, Ibishil, that any of us were alerted in time to thwart the attempt on Gwytherin's life.
As all eyes turned to Ibishil and Tanner, two half-breeds made decidedly uneasy at all the attention. Gwytherin offered a gracious smile.
Then you have me gratitude, Ibishil.
She swept her gaze over everyone gathered.
as do all who've responded to this unfortunate crisis with such calm, focus, and speed. I welcome all of you to my table this evening."
Beside her, Njoller looked up to his wife, clasping her hand even more tightly. "And you have my gratitude as well," he declared, meeting Gwytherin's warm smile. His voice was thick with emotion as he added, "None would have felt the tragedy of the loss prevented here more than I." Gwytherin had raised a hand to cup his bearded face before she seemed to recall that they had an audience.
"Right then,"
she turned to Volkrit.
"Then our course of action is still clear. My husband and I do all we can to continue our preparations in taking on the leadership of Falcon Crest, and you, Blade Master, will continue to see to the security of its people. Your most immediate priority will be investigating this new breach. To that end, you'll question Ailyn here and her people." She gave the Owlblood Queen a small nod of respect. "Not as suspects, but as witnesses."
Her frown thick with continued surprise, Ailyn here returned the nod.
"You display wisdom and grace, Majesty. We will do all we can to aid in the Blade Master's investigation. This Samanir is known to us, though he has acted without any known direction, and he has managed to hide himself among our ranks in our journey here."
Njoller shifted aside, motioning for Ailyn here to follow. "Then perhaps we can convene inside and seek the root of this problem together." Ailyn here's nod was slow and measured, as though she were making up her mind about something. Then, much to the shock of her bodyguards, she slipped from her saddle, unaided, falling into step with Njoller and Gwytherin.
"That would be agreeable. Thank you."
Gwytherin looked back over her shoulder as Ailyn here's retinue quickly followed, catching up their queen's horse.
"I trust you can handle matters here, Blade Master?"
Then, to Jack, Allie, and Tanner,
"And family is always welcome to join us."
Worry settled on her brow.
"Gefnar, where's?"
The gnome's feet padded softly and irregularly up behind Jack, as Gefnar, who still stooped over to clutch his leg as Jack turned to him, looked up into Allie's mess of a face with a broad smile of relief.
You're okay," he breathed.
Allie smiled back through the blood crusting on her mouth.
"Will be, anyway," she said, grimacing as she worked her shoulders. "I'm not letting you out of your stupid moral obligations that easily."
Clearly contented with everyone's well-being when Jack looked their way again, Gwytherin and Njoller strode with Ailyn here back to the fortress, their hands still clasped together as Njoller plodded along between the two women. With a quick look over to Tanner, the foxkin didn't quite meet. Atrisar fell in behind. "Well," Volkrit announced slowly, both he and Dewach clearly baffled at the unexpected swing of events. Shaking himself, he turned to his troops. "You two escort this Samanir to the dungeons. The rest of you, who are not involved in banquet preparations, resume your posts."
"From a cell to the Queen's table,"
Jack smiled to Ibishil, bringing what little magic more she could spare to hand as she supported him under the arm not claimed by Tanner.
"An impressive rise."
"My thanks,"
Ibishil grunted, watching as the assassin was dragged away between two Samanir.
"But I'll not be in attendance. Please express my apologies to the new monarchs, but I'd not draw the ire of my mistress for bringing such attention to myself even further."
Tanner snorted. "If she's angry, it'd be a bit hypocritical. Heard about Dragon's Nest's greatest attraction lately?"
"Why did you help us, Ibishil?" asked Gefnar, motioning for Allie to take his hand as soothing golden light began to spill through his fingers. "It's not like saving Gwytherin helps Velidrock get what she wants." As Allie reluctantly accepted the further rejuvenation, Jack saw Ibishil's eyes narrow.
"The chaos caused by the death of such a prominent figure would have thrown the city's economy into further disarray, in turn complicating the construction of my mistress's wings."
"I see," said Jack, fighting back a smirk as she helped the Owlblood onto Ember's back, and motioned for Allie to join him. Clearly too exhausted to argue, Allie complied.
"And the fact that it was the right thing to do?"
Ibishil's beak gave a soft clack as he stared straight ahead astride Ember.
"Immaterial."
Jack smiled to herself,
tapping her thigh for Ember to follow as she led the way back to the McAllister estate through animated, dispersing crowds and the waning light of sunset. They all needed what rest they could find before the evening's festivities. It was amazing what people insisted was immaterial when they couldn't explain the drive to take action against villainy, even to themselves. Jack felt as though someone watched her cross the milling square, beyond the dozens of eyes that shot their way amid whispers of powerful strangers. But when she turned to meet the stare, Tavik had already turned to follow his own comrades about their duties. "Thank you," she thought warmly, sure in her recent decision to bring Tavik more fully into their group, as her mind began piecing together the intricate stream of events that had just unfolded. Tavik stopped, spinning to meet Jack's gaze, a slow smile spreading beneath his wispy beard. "Not that you needed my help, but you're welcome." His lips hadn't moved. He wasn't the only one who deserved their gratitude, Jack knew, as she turned back to follow Atrisar's receding form with her eyes. Even mid-dive, after the falling Ibishil, Jack had seen what became of the second arrow in the assassin's first volley. She couldn't spot it from this distance, but she knew there would be a small, fresh notch in Atrisar's slender staff. Before Dewak had had time to react, Atrisar had been there to shield the queen. No, not the queen. Her friend. Marveling at how far the former serving girl's skills had come, to be able to bat a hurtling arrow from the air, Jack felt a renewed swelling of pride for the people she was fortunate enough to call friends. "We may not be the heroes others think us to be, but I'd rather have any of them at my side than a dozen Elvenheim mages of legend."
Chapter 11. Words Long Delayed. Barely 2 hours later, Tanner nibbled disinterestedly on a piece of sweetbread, trying to tell himself that he was keeping his eyes down to avoid the scrutinizing looks of the Samanir, officials, and nobles, gathered in light-hearted conversations about the tables that filled the typically Spartan and vast entry chamber of Falcon Crest Fortress. He wished he was better at lying. The eyes he was trying to avoid were the ones directly across from him, and, from the way Atrisar's worry reverberated through their group link, Tanner was certain the rest of his friends were well aware of everything passing between them. Though he might have done everything possible thus far, short of turning completely away, to keep from looking directly at Atrisar, Tanner was pointedly aware of the fact that she'd changed out of her everyday clothes, which had been dusty with travel. Instead, she now wore what had probably been the most unassuming dress she'd been able to convince her hosts to provide her. One that fit her well-muscled frame almost perfectly. The dress also sported subtle golden embroideries that complemented her equally vibrant hair, which was now swept up and to the side in such a way that still concealed the pointed tips of her ears. She looked absolutely stunning. To their credit, Jack, Allie, and Gefnar made a good pretense of being oblivious, chatting with the new arrivals of the One Blood Alliance, chiefly King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods and his aide, Desikin. "Oh, Sanlar is well, I think," Shanadir was saying, thankfully not yet noting Tanner's subdued posture as he clasped hands with Allie. The Eagleblood King had warmly proclaimed his support for the Varbius line upon arriving, quarter bowing before Gwytherin and Noller as a peer before quickly making for his former guests in Catacon. "He's been established as the new king of the Ravenbloods, but he felt it best to further stabilize his people before reaching out to the major races at an event such as this. They've enough change to deal with already, with Sanlar announcing his intentions to wed Zael." Tanner could hear the grimace in Shanadir's voice. "A Phoenix Blood queen is quite unprecedented for them, for any race aside from the Phoenix Bloods." "Sounds familiar," Jack sighed. "It's hard to miss all the whispers of the new Underdweller King." Tanner hazarded a glance about the vaulted chamber.
past the broad desk of Chief Facilitator Firo, who actually sat nearby, tearing into a soup-soaked roll, and its network of tubes stretching up to the faraway ceiling, Gwytherin, Njoller, and their children were seated on the far side of an immaculately carved darkwood table atop a dais-like platform. Ibishil hadn't been the only one to decline the offer to join the royal table. Tanner and the others had felt that the people should see the new royal family alone, not propped up or dragged down by external figures, depending on the spectrum of viewpoints toward the Lady McAllister and her odd companions. Even Atresar had opted to sidestep the stage, instead dining with Tanner and the others across the chamber at their small private table. Tanner's eyes dropped again as Atresar looked his way from across the overwhelming spread of food between them. Jack was right. It had been easy to spot the scowls tilted toward the Varbius family, and Tanner's fox-like ears had picked up the words dwarf, underdweller, and mutant heirs more than once through the low din of 100 conversations. The sharp whispers from the table with Lord Winowed and his apparent allies were the most egregious, though still stopping well short of treason, of course. Not even a perpetually half-drunk nobleman would be that bold. Would he? Tanner had barely caught Lord Winowed's brief glare in his own direction. At least he still hasn't started anything over me setting his coat on fire. Meaning he's waiting for a better moment, or he's too drunk to realize what happened. Just as many attendees, however, had seemed to regard Gwytherin at least with respect, sharing their positive impressions of her, thus far, with each other. Tanner had even heard a high-ranking Samanir assert, "And that husband of hers seems to have some honor in him as well, for a dwarf." Just have to convince everyone else now, Tanner thought with a hopeful grimace. "You seem to have done well for yourself as well." Desikin's soft voice drew Tanner's attention back to the nearby conversation. He glanced over to see the slight-framed eagle-blood by Shanadir give a birdkin smile toward Allie. "Even we have heard of the returned Lady McAllister." "But more importantly," Shanadir cut in, clearly noting the muted squirm in Allie's stance, "you seem far more in tune with your innermost thoughts." He frowned. "Though there is also a small heart of powerful darkness." Allie nodded crisply, her voice dropping as she looked about to ensure no one was listening. No one appeared to be. There were far more interesting things going on now that the call had rung out that another half-breed delegation was nearing the city docks, the bearkin by their colors. Tanner shrank even further down in his seat. Despite King Lederog's surprising display of character following the violence committed in Cadison, Tanner still wasn't exactly eager to reacquaint himself with the Bearkin King, who seemed so interested in learning of Curtis's whereabouts. "I found the life I'd forgotten," Allie whispered pointedly to Shanadir. "Turns out I'm not quite what I thought I was." A low clack sounded from Shanadir's beak. "I see. But do not underestimate the place of such things, my friend. Even great darkness may work in the service of good in unforeseen ways." Something between irritation and fear flashed in Allie's eyes. "Maybe. I just like to know that the price is worth it." Tanner's teeth were bared almost before he knew why, his hands clenching into fists. Worth it? He thought, struck with the image of his sister, now bound to the body of Hattie's lost daughter, happily aiding the craftsman in his simpler work. How he'd last seen the two earlier that day. If Tanner and Okizi had stayed together, had continued to wield their combined might together, the price would have been both of their souls. Allie's condition was similar in many ways. There was a power inside of her that she could use to become as strong as any hero from before the age of birth one day, but with the danger of hurting herself and everyone around her. How could she even think of wielding something so potentially catastrophic? "Good. I am glad to hear that it has served you well. especially in this most recent unsavory business, Shanadir was saying to Jack when Tanner refocused. He must be talking about the saddle he made for her. Had I only been here sooner, Shanadir continued, guilt seeping into his tone, I may have been able to pierce the shroud of probabilities that pervade a place such as Falcon Crest. But at a distance, all I could determine was that the three of you, Tanner felt Shanadir look his way after taking in Jack and Allie, would be tested once again.
Could you tell that we'd succeed? Allie asked with a grunt.
The path any of us must walk is strewn with failure, Shanadir replied heavily. Then, a smile creeping back into his voice. But I believed that you would, yes. Not because of anything I'd seen in my meditations, but because of what my own eyes told me in our time together. And what's that? Jack pressed. Shanadir gave a hearty chortle. That you have all been forged into powerful beings of immense stubbornness in your time together.
Allie said with a shrug. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm pretty sure I started out that way.
There was enough good humor in the words to blunt any perceived arrogance, but even so, Tanner found himself uneasily recalling her casual weighing of the price of channeling any power Sharad might offer her. Abruptly, Shanadir was assuming the empty portion of bench next to Tanner, and Tanner found that he was looking into one of the Eagleblood King's sidelong, sympathetic eyes. You now carry both great sorrow and relief, and I sense the absence of your cousin and sister both, though only Jotagan is absent from future probabilities. The soft gasp from across the table compounded the guilt in Tanner's chest at falling silent on Atrisar in recent weeks. He pointedly avoided her gaze that he could feel boring into the side of his face. What was I supposed to say? He thought, unsure who he was really angry at. That I might be going insane? That I was planning to let myself die to give my sister another chance at life? Jotagan fell in battle with the Samanir, Tanner announced heavily, eyes fixed on his hands, folded over his lap. Shanadir nodded slowly. And you now feel that you betray him, eating among his killers. Tanner gave a bitter grunt, blinking back tears. They were just following orders. Jotagan even killed some of them for it. Sure, I might be able to find out who dealt the killing blow, but then what? I already know who's really responsible. His gaze slid across the chamber to the table offset from the royal platform, to where Volkrit and Dewach happily schmoozed with a handful of dignitaries. General Fethag may have been the loudest voice calling for the attack on the Glenadoc, but those two were complicit in her activities for years. A half-hearted apology doesn't exactly fix things. Realizing what he'd just given away, Tanner spun to Shanadir. The Eagleblood King merely raised a feathered hand, smoothing down his travel-wrinkled robe with the other. It's all right, Tanner. I don't pretend to know all of the shady dealings that have led the world to this new conflict, but I've determined enough to know that the leadership of Falcon Crest has long been compromised. Voice still hushed, he looked past Tanner toward the Varbius family, each of whom was clearly uneasy with having others watch them eat. Why do you think I'm so glad to have your friend there assuming the throne, despite how some may choose to wield the fact against the half-breed nations who've attempted to carve a life for themselves from lands long abandoned by the Falcon Seat? He looked over Tanner, Jack, and Allie. However inadvertent, you three have provided the steps for her to reach this destiny, and I believe the great change that comes in your wake will alter the future of our world for the better.
Tanner?
Atrisar spoke up from across the table, and, exhaling deeply, Tanner lifted his eyes to meet hers. There was sympathy in her face as well, but what stabbed Tanner right in the heart was the lack of recognition. Like she's looking at a stranger. Then, her voice bewildered and hurt, Atrisar added,
Your family? Cousin? Sister?
Tanner nodded minutely, realizing the conversation he'd hoped to put off indefinitely was here.
Okizi is, well, he said, turning briefly back to Shanadir. She's with a friend. I can tell you more later, but right now... We can fill him in, Gefnar interjected, stepping up to rest a hand on Tanner's arm. He hadn't had much time to recover before the banquet, but thanks to their group's combined magics and Swedona's maternal flair with bandages, his limp was nearly gone. Smiling his support, Gefnar motioned to Atrisar with his chin. It's time you two caught up. Attempting a grateful smile back, Tanner looked to Atrisar as he stood, gesturing off down one of the many corridors that led away from the entry chamber. The Samanir probably have every inch of the fortress monitored somehow, but it's better than being glared at outside. Or we can head back to Allie's home if you... I was given a room, Atrisar said crisply, shooting to her feet and striding off toward a different corridor. Tanner gulped, his legs shaky with more than just exhaustion as he fell in behind. Yeah, not wishing I'd actually died today even a little bit. Atrisar leaned forward in her padded chair, meeting Tanner's gaze. There was no sign of her belongings in the opulent bedroom that seemed to have one too many fancy drapes, save for the slender staff propped against the nearby desk. Even after departing Guard Captain Phylak's service, she'd been tidy and precise in everything she did. Tanner shifted in his own seat, fighting not to twitch. Atrisar had been silent for well over a minute. He'd done his best to count off the seconds by his pounding heartbeats since he'd finished telling her everything that had happened to him since they'd last seen each other. The shifting lamplight flickered over Atrisar's taut mouth and seemed to deepen her furrowed brow. Infuriatingly, the effect appeared to leave her even more heart-stoppingly beautiful than before. Why wouldn't you tell me any of this? She finally asked, her intensity seeming to waver between confusion and hurt. Well, it would have taken a lot to explain, and it would have meant relaying the message through Entothica and Gwitharin. So Entothica doesn't know either? No, she does. I mean, I told Curtis, and he passed it on even before we saw them again in the attack on the Glenadoc. Atrisar sighed, sinking back into her chair. The lamplight now danced along her neck and the contour of her chin. You didn't think I could handle it. Tanner's jaw went slack. What? You still see me as that helpless serving girl back of the Iron Ladle, said Atrisar, shaking her head. But that's not my life anymore, Tanner. Thanks to you and the others, I've moved on. I'm becoming something I can be proud of with my new family. Exactly, Tanner blurted, more forcefully than he'd intended. He winced, softening his voice. You've built a new life for yourself, and I'm part of the old one. Atrisar's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Tanner, just because I decided to stay in Varbius doesn't mean I never wanted to see or speak to you again. Tanner lowered his gaze. I know. I guess I just thought that I was the one who needed to grow now. And instead, I feel more broken than ever. I find my cousin, only to lose him again. And I know it was his choice to stand by me, but it still hurts. And I find out my sister might have a chance at life, but only if... He bit back the rest, slamming his eyes shut. Too late. The link between him and Atrisar was too strong. She inhaled sharply, eyes drawn as Tanner looked back up to her. Only if you gave up yours. You thought you were going to die today. Figured there was a good chance, Tanner grunted. Even thought I had died for a moment. Then Okizi and my friends brought me back. Atrisar had swept across the few steps between them before Tanner could react, dropping side saddle into his lap and wrapping her arms around him, her cheek pressed to his. You're not broken, Tanner, she breathed into his ear, almost harshly. You're the bravest, most selfless person I've ever met. She drew back, holding his face in her hands as she looked into his eyes. And you have grown. You're not just protecting your home anymore. I felt your panic when the assassin closed in. You weren't just afraid for Gwytherin. You're looking out for all of Kavorum now. For the world.
Tanner gulped, managing a weak grin. In fairness, the world is my home, in the grand scheme of things, so maybe I'm still as short-sighted as ever. At Atchasar's playful scowl, he sighed. I guess you're right. I mean, I still can't help but care about Dragon's Nest more than other places, but it'd be pretty stupid to ignore the fact that we're all connected. He shot Atchasar a self-deprecating grin, his breath nearly catching at her closeness. But don't worry, I still act before I think most days, and I miss a lot of important stuff between all the stupid things I say, so I haven't changed too much. He froze on the M in much, as Atchasar leaned in, gently touching her lips to his for a moment. It was possibly the most overwhelming moment of Tanner's life. His entire body seemed to fall unresponsive in a rush of warmth, and his vision went hazy even as he involuntarily carved the moment into memory. I'm sorry, Atchasar was saying by the time he recovered, her face contorted in uncertainty as she drew back. Maybe that was a mistake? I know you're going through a lot right now, and you're probably leaving the city soon. No, it's okay, Tanner stammered, reaching up to take her hand. He realized he was talking through a huge grin. I've wanted that to happen for a while, but... So my being stuck like this now doesn't bother you? His free hand gestured vaguely to his foxkin face, even as he weaved silky, illusory strands of magic into place. He knew the human-like face he now wore well, as would Atchasar. Though, having seen the illusion drape over him, it would be a simpler matter for her to see that it wasn't real. You don't miss this? Atchasar laughed softly. I mean, obviously, I'm more attracted to a biology similar to my own, so your human, well, elf form, I guess, is what I found most appealing. And I do want to have children someday, which, who knows if that's possible. Not that I'm saying we're necessarily going to be married, but these are things we should probably talk about before going any further. Her words trailed off as she caught what Tanner was sure to be a wide-eyed stare, even on his false face. Smiling, Atchasar squeezed his hand. What I'm saying is, it's still you under there. Before Tanner could summon a response, there came a sharp pounding on the door. Apologies, Miss Atchasar, a woman's voice sounded from the other side, but I've got to make a quick security inspection. We've detected shrouding magics from inside this room. Tanner grimaced. Right, casting spells in the fortress. Not a smart move. Giggling at Tanner's expression, Atchasar stood, offering him a hand up. Come on, I know it's embarrassing, but you'd better demonstrate your trick for our Samanir friend. And we should get back to the banquet. Right, Tanner groaned as he took her hand. And Atchasar? Yes? Thank you. I'm glad we talked. She smiled, catching him up in a tight hug. So am I. Now let's answer the door before our hosts decide to arrest you. As she pulled away and made for the door, she looked back over her shoulder. And I'm glad to hear your sister's all right. I can't wait to meet her. On impulse, Tanner reached out to Okizi, only to find the equivalent of a cavernous healing wound where she once lived. Well, if Jack can bring Tavik into our little mind pool, Tanner thought with a smirk, recalling that one more vial remained from the concoction Imidre had brewed to link their minds. Then I should sure as blazes get a say in who gets a claim on Imidre's final flask of thought gruel.
Chapter 12. Heads Bowed. Allie could hardly believe what she was seeing as she looked out over the sea of humans, gnomes, and half-breeds far below from her place well back from the built-in balcony of the Falcon's Head. Volkrit's belongings had been moved into Fitheg's old chambers, and a pair of dark wood thrones, one so ancient as to shine nearly obsidian black beneath its inset royal blue cushions, and seemingly built entirely of arcs and curves,
now took center stage atop a small, swiveling platform. The idea seemed to be that the dais could face into the fortress for more private exchanges with advisors and supplicants, while spinning outward to look over the city below when delivering an address.
Or when a new leader is about to be crowned, Allie thought, beaming with pride.
On the far side of the dais, just before the wide-open balcony, Head Mage Duach stood beside a small table. Atop a velvety pillow there sat 2 crowns, one with a far more aged sheen to the golden, swirling wings that crested at the front like a hammer-feathered wave, though both housed equally dazzling sapphires. All in all, even Hattie and Tanner had had to admit that the Samanir carpenters and blacksmiths, hired only 2 weeks earlier to approximate the ancient crown and falcon seat at Gwytherin's insistence, had done a remarkable job. The new throne and crown were, of course, for Njoller, who now stood by his wife's side, facing Duach before the dais and wearing a resplendent ceremonial robe to match Gwytherin's own, also an impressive rush job. Gwytherin had made it clear from the first night that she'd brook no favoritism for her over Njoller.
"We've lived as equals through 14 years of marriage," she'd declared to the hesitant Volkrit and Duach, "and I'll not have our children nor the people neither starting to think that he's suddenly become less than I, especially on account of his blood."
From beside Jack, Ember gave her a reassuring nudge, and Allie saw that the huntress was gripping the fur of the wolf's neck until her knuckles turned white, ready to leap onto his back and sweep her friends out of danger the second the floor fell away. Allie chuckled softly at the notion, though she still made a point of staying attuned to the shifts and eddies of air around them, ready to harness them in her magics to hold herself aloft. Ever since the falcon's head had dislodged from its usual home at the apex of the fortress to float down over the gathered people below via a glowing magical tether, they'd all silently distrusted the old magics. The fortress dated back to the early days of the Age of Birth.
"And how long has it been since a leader addressed the people like this?"
"We won't fall," Gefnar whispered good-naturedly from nearby, smiling to Allie when she shot him an insincere frown. "Not only is this no magic, it's stone. These enchantments will hold until Darnas itself crumbles."
"Lovely thought,"
Allie decided, noting the varied reactions of Jack, Tavik, Tanner, Atrasar, and Ibishil at Gefnar's words. Ibishil had, once again, attempted to decline Gwytherin and Njoller's offer for a place of recognition, but, having recovered from his brief skirmish with the Talanir assassin, he'd run out of applicable excuses, instead contenting himself with standing behind everyone else and slouching. Allie smirked at the sight of the uncomfortably shifting owl blood.
"I get the feeling, believe me. It does get a little easier, though, having other people insist on talking you up. Eventually."
Beside Tanner, clutching the foxkin's hand, Okizi's face barely reacted to the recent exchange, instead seemingly fixated on the city below. Allie followed the girl's gaze, deciding that she couldn't blame her. Much as she still despised everything Volkrit and Duach had done to leave Kavorim in the midst of a bloody war that was certain to start in earnest again mere hours after the winter truce ended, she had to admit that they'd timed Gwytherin and Njoller's coronation perfectly. The entire city was speckled in festive, multicolored lanterns that flickered softly in the overcast morning light. Allie didn't pretend to know how it had been done entirely, but Duach's best mages had draped threads of magic throughout the city that catalyzed copper wire housings within the lanterns, causing them to glow, flickering like candles, as an intermittent breeze swayed them in and out of the channel of magic. It was a far more impressive Bayat festival than the single lanterns that had hung on most porches for Allie's lone year's end in Dragon's Nest, and far more evenly spread than when the noble houses of Lorsen would elaborately festoon their estates in the interest of outdoing each other. Some of the pettier families had even commissioned special statues or reliefs of Rhys Landsfarer, first king of the humans, happily shaking hands with the elven, gnome, and giant leaders who'd come to the aid of Landsfarer's people, preventing them from being slaughtered by orcs. Posturing, propaganda. Allie didn't miss it, or relish returning to it on their quest for Veladrock. She did, however, miss the green-tinged shine of the copper-frame lanterns from Lorson's submerged mines. It also felt fitting to Allie to celebrate a momentous coming together of the races amidst half-breed delegations mingled with the major races, as they all witnessed a human and a dwarf be crowned the new leaders of Falcon Crest.
Gwytherin ed Varbius,
Dewach's commanding voice drew Allie's attention back to the proceedings. The head mage looked between the two robed individuals before her, beckoning a Samanir attendant from either side.
Noller nem Tilrikheld, do you both swear to serve and safeguard Falcon Crest, her people, and all lands that recognize your sovereignty to the best of your ability?
Gwytherin and Noller threw each other a reaffirming nod.
We do,
they declared in unison. Allie frowned. Both voices were firm in their conviction, but she couldn't ignore the flicker of worry in Noller's eyes. She supposed it counted as eavesdropping, but she'd been trailing the two well within earshot as she and the others had followed them out into the Falcon's Head.
"Malionus,"
Noller had blurted just before stepping through the crested door, snatching up his wife's hand and stopping them both short.
Perhaps we can still reconsider."
Gwytherin had scowled, but not harshly, stepping closer to her husband.
Is this about your dreams again, love?
Noller had snorted in self-derision, glancing uneasily to Allie and the others.
"I know it's nonsensical. I've not a drop of magic in me blood, so it's sure to be nothing but paranoia. But it doesn't change the fact that, if we do this, we'll have no end of dangers seeking out us and our family."
A long moment had passed before Gwytherin had squeezed Noller's hand.
And knowing the chaos that had come, can we rightly not do this? What do we always tell the children?
Defeat had cast a shadow over Noller's face, but he'd still managed a dejected, needling smile.
"Wash daily?"
Do your part,
Gwytherin had countered, smiling as she shook her head.
If we can bring some measure of peace and togetherness to thousands, just by claiming some fancy chairs, what sort of example are we setting if we choose not to, simply because it's not convenient?
The safety of our children isn't a matter of convenience. It's our greatest responsibility.
And it always will be,
Gwytherin had asserted, shrugging uncomfortably beneath her ceremonial garb.
No matter the clothes we wear.
Then,
Noller had sighed, half smiling up to Gwytherin.
Lead on, Malionus.
Gwytherin's response had been nearly identical to the one she now mouthed to the smirking Noller as the dwarf made an overly pompous face over his shoulder the second Dewach's back was turned. Her lips vaguely formed the words,
"You badger,"
even as she fought back a childlike snicker, one she'd thankfully repressed by the time Dewach turned back from one of her Samanir attendants, having retrieved the offered ceremonial sword with a blade so obviously dull that Allie couldn't help classifying it as a club.
"Having accepted the oath of rule,"
Dewach continued, nearly staggering beneath the weight of the gold-etched sword.
"Now take the falcon blade, symbolic of the might of all those before you."
As the head mage offered the feathered dark wood handle, Gwytherin extended her hand, grasping the hilt and setting the sword tip against the floor. This was one point where Volkrit and Dewach had managed to persuade Gwytherin to adhere to tradition. The new queen had initially demanded that new symbols of office be crafted for Noller as well, but Volkrit had countered that openly arming a dwarf was a bad idea, regardless of how many citizens had begun to take a liking to Noller. After much heated debate, Dewach had offered the compromise of handing the sword off to Gwytherin, while the second symbol of office, a blue shawl modeled after the one Rhys Landsfarer had draped over a woman who'd once wrongfully claimed the past king as her child's father, would be given to Noller, a symbol of pardon known as a near-universal sign of mercy for millennia, now a blatant attempt to lead people into associating their new dwarven king with peace. Allie couldn't help a muted snarl.
Or Volkrit and Duwak's underhanded way of subconsciously absolving Njoller of past dwarven atrocities in the minds of everyone watching.
Either way, it had all been agreed to, and Duwak now bestowed the shawl on Njoller, draping the folded cloth over his arm. At this, Volkrit swept up alongside Duwak, his own cape billowing softly behind him.
"Let your heirs step forward, that they might see you claim the throne now bound to their blood."
Rolling her eyes at all this ceremony, Allie half-turned as she'd been instructed, along with Jack, Tanner, Gefnar, Okizi, Ibishil, and the handful of nobles Volkrit had insisted be extended the honor of a position in the Falcon's Head. Though she'd eventually relented to the Blade Master's encouragement that she position herself with her fellow nobles to the right of the door, Allie had made a point also to stand as near to her friends as possible. As such, she had an unobstructed view as Gwytherin and Njoller's children filed in age order through the narrow corridor between attendees, from what had until recently served as Volkrit's outer office. Each of the children was decked in robes nearly as dazzling as those sported by their parents, and each displaying varied degrees of comfort in the near-uniform garb. The sight reminded Allie of her own billowing dress that Swidona had managed to tuck her into, and she fought the urge to shift the inbuilt bustier into a position that didn't pinch at her ribs. It wouldn't help. As it turned out, she and her new tailor appeared to have very different ideas about what qualified as ample breathing room, and there hadn't been time to alter the fit before the ceremony.
"My old tailor,"
Allie corrected herself, stifling a grimace behind a proud smile as the royal children filed in, fanning out to either side of the dais.
"There have got to be better options in a city this size."
She blinked as she half-turned back toward the dais with the others. She was beginning to think of Falcon Crest as her home.
"But I don't even really remember a time when that was true," she reminded herself. "Edith Joan McAllister might as well be another person."
And the person Allie was now would be leaving Falcon Crest soon. She and her friends were quickly running out of reasons to stay. In Riadoc's short time as steward of the estate, she had secured the last of the supplies Hattie would need to finish constructing Veladroc's new wings, all done far more quickly than Allie had thought possible, with barely any of the estate's remaining value being anything close to liquid, following Delagar's funneling of finances toward the war effort at General Fathag's request. Riadoc had tried to explain all the exclusivity agreements, mineral rights, and mutual outsourcing she'd finagled to make it all happen, but it had just made Allie's head hurt. All she knew was that the city's economy was poised to recover, and the work she and her friends had set out to accomplish would be finished, whether they remained or not. Allie shot an involuntary look over to Ibishil as Volkrit welcomed the royal children, the youngest of whom, Sajet, clutched the hand of the second eldest daughter, Fierd, wide-eyed and swaying on shaky feet. Ibishil had had no contact from his dragon mistress. Tanner hadn't even received any veiled second-hand remarks in his communications with Curtis. All of which, however, only served to leave Veladroc's stale reminder of how she'd revealed herself to the world on their behalf all the more pointed.
"But you couldn't possibly be delaying your return to Lorsin. That would simply be fearful and childish."
Allie inhaled as deeply as she could in her tight dress, clenching her fists at her sides as she whooshed the breath back out. She may have stopped responding to Sharad's voice long before, but it never kept her from feeling as though an immense being of dark powers sifted through her thoughts at will. And there was no keeping back her thoughts of Shala's final screams. A shudder decidedly not caused by the crisp bite of the last days of winter shook Allie. The final stab of it softened as she caught Gwytherin and Njoller's reassuring smiles to their children.
"And now, my lord, my lady,"
Volkrit declared, both arms lifted to indicate the thrones.
"Please assume the falcon seats."
Allie couldn't help a taut smirk at his obvious reluctance in speaking the plural, another battle gone to the new queen.
With might and mercy in your grasp, each balancing the other, Diwach added as Gwytherin and Njoller ascended the dais, you are ready to govern.
As the Samanir attendants presented the crowns to Volkrit and Diwach, Gwytherin and Njoller reached out to each other with their free hands, fingers tightly interlacing as they looked out over the gathered crowds below as a roaring cheer began to rise. Above all the other voices, however, a new, slurring one blared across the city.
Are we meant to let this mockery continue?
A communal gasp seemed to sweep over the square below. Frowning in recognition, Allie craned her neck to see around the dais as Diwach and Volkrit spun about, alert for any danger.
Protect your king and queen,
Volkrit hissed, one hand dropping to the hilt of his own sword. Allie shot a look over to Jack, Tanner, and Gefnar, seeing that her suggestion was already moot. Jack and Gefnar moved to place themselves in front of the royal children, and Tanner was whispering for Okizi to follow Ibishil out of sight. Even as Allie matched Jack and Gefnar to the other side of the dais, she couldn't help a stab of disbelief. Lord Winowed was a self-righteous drunk, but even he wouldn't lead an open revolt like this. Would he? By the time Allie had swept up to interpose herself between the disturbance below and any clear path to Gwytherin and Njoller's uneasy children, the gathered humans, gnomes, and half-breeds had pulled away from a small knot of individuals at the near center of the square beyond the fortress gate. And, sure enough, there stood Lord Winowed, a few dozen disgruntled figures in the garb of minor nobles gathered supportively around him as he glared up to the Falcon's head.
You go too far, Lord Winowed,
Volkrit bellowed down, striking a gallant pose as he planted an armored boot at the lip of the broad window before him. The repaired glass magically receded for the ceremony.
Your bigotry will find little footing here. The people know their new queen when they see her, and she has chosen her king. Ha!
Lord Winowed barked back.
You willingly fixate on a minor smudge when the whole blazing canvas lies defaced.
A decidedly conflicted sensation filled Allie as she realized what Lord Winowed was really up to. He'd chosen what he'd seen as an ideal time to expose all that Volkrit, Diwach, and Fetheg had done to instigate the war with Mevod. And, from the triumphant smirk on Volkrit's face, he wasn't about to let this golden opportunity to put away someone so potentially damaging to his reputation for good. With Lord Winowed only having attacked Gwytherin and Njoller to the minds of any onlookers, Volkrit could eliminate a threat without fear of reprisal. Any conspiracies Lord Winowed shouted from a dungeon would find it almost impossible to gain traction, now that he'd taken such a vitriolic stance against the new dynasty. And, if any opposition did arise, it'd be compromised by the lack of clarity inherent in a group with such divided motives as fear-induced regicide and governmental reform in the face of corruption. For all of his faults, Lord Winowed would be the lesser of those two evils, possibly even in the right. Allie knew she wouldn't lose any sleep if Volkrit and Diwach were thrown into a cell alongside General Fetheg. They all have to share the blame, after all.
Arrest him!
Volkrit shouted, leveling a gauntleted finger down at Lord Winowed.
Coward!
Lord Winowed snarled back.
But it's too late. I've already shared the truth, and our brotherhood will not rest until—
Would all of you kindly shut it?
Gwytherin's voice echoed ear-splittingly across the city, causing Allie to wince away from the sound, and the Samanir below, who rushed in to seize Lord Winowed and any of his posturing friends, to freeze in place and look uncertainly up to the Falcon's head. Even Lord Winowed fell silent, seemingly shocked into it by the somewhat aghast look on his face.
Thank ye,
Gwytherin continued, leaning out over the balcony of the Falcon's head, as though daring anyone else to speak up as Diwach continued to hold the head of her glowing staff up near Gwytherin's mouth.
Now, I understand I'm rather new to all of this,
But I take it this is all hardly how things are meant to go. Ye, sir, she nodded down to Lord Winowed. What's your name?
Lord Winowed squared his shoulders.
I am Periphaned Winowed, heir to my father's name, and proud servant of Falcon Crest.
Gwytherin tilted her head.
Charmed. And what's your grievance, then? Why have you seen fit to complicate an already quite stressful day?
Majesty, Volkert snapped. Then, at her sharp scowl,
Gwytherin, you cannot give him a voice in this. It will only foment unrest.
As she said, Noller cut in, shuffling down from the dais to stand beside his wife. It's already a rather unrestful day, and surely it's the duty of a king and queen to hear the voice of the people.
Better to address his concerns and lay them to bed if we can,
Gwytherin asserted, draping an arm over her husband's shoulders. The heavy look in both Gwytherin and Noller's eyes told Allie that they suspected what Lord Winowed would say. Meanwhile, the last vestiges of defiance faded to defeat in Volkert's eyes as he glanced quickly to Dewach, the head mage giving a heavy nod. Volkert and Dewach's reckoning had come, and Allie was more than a little frustrated that she couldn't make herself feel more excited as both leaders seemed to physically shrink beneath the sudden weight on their shoulders.
Very well,
Volkert sighed. The words sounded like they could very well be his last.
Go on then, your lordship,
Gwytherin hollered down to Lord Winowed.
What's your issue with our canvas?
She might have sounded flippant had there been even a trace of sarcasm. There was none. Allie shared a look with her friends as Tanner stepped up to join them by the dais.
Here we go,
Jack muttered softly. Chapter 13 Royal Vows.
And that's not even considering how they've hidden away General Fetheg without explanation,
Lord Winowed droned on, his magically bolstered voice grating against Tanner's foxen ears. He'd spoken for minutes, uninterrupted, exposing everything he knew of Volkert and Dewach's dealings with remarkable accuracy and little embellishment. Tanner might have admired Lord Winowed for speaking out if he hadn't seemed so conceited about it.
But it's all true,
a soft voice spoke up from behind, causing Tanner to spin around and see that Okizi had stepped back into the chamber to frown up at him with soft human eyes.
Why are you so upset with him for telling the truth?
Tanner sighed, dropping to a knee in front of Okizi and sharing a wary look with Hattie over the girl's braided hair. The craftsman had stayed nearby at Okizi's request, but he'd been more than happy to honor Volkert's wishes and remain in the outer chamber, out of sight for the ceremony. It had admittedly needled at Tanner's heart to have Okizi glancing back to catch sight of Hattie during the proceedings. But the way she'd gripped his hand in hers told him that he hadn't been replaced. He only had to share her now. In the weeks since he and Okizi's separation, it had been an ongoing adjustment, seeing her form a deep bond with Hattie, easily as strong as any father and daughter. And in almost no time at all. What helped soften the blow most had been seeing the way the two had brightened each other's lives. Hattie's every action seemed renewed with purpose at having someone to protect and lead in life, and Okizi had instantly taken to the craftsman's eccentricities, seeming to find in him a sort of kindred spirit, someone just as uneasy in the world at large as she was, still feeling so estranged with her own body. Of course, it had also helped to salve the gaping wound in Tanner's mind, where it sometimes felt as though Okizi had been ripped from him, to bring her into the group link set up for them by Imidre back in Dragon's Nest. Tanner's thoughts were still so in line with Okizi's that it almost felt like they still lived in the same mind. Resting a hand on his sister's shoulder, Tanner smiled. I thought I told you to hang back with Hattie. Okizi leaned to look around Tanner to the dais.
None of the other kids have to. Even Sajet gets to stay.
Tanner cleared his throat. True, but I'm not in charge of Gwytherin and Nolar's children.
You're also not answering my question.
Why am I so upset with Lord Winowed for telling the truth? Okizi nodded patiently. Life's complicated sometimes. He may be telling the truth, and he may even be doing it for the right reason, but by bringing all of this up right now, he could bring down the Samanir, maybe even Falcon Crest. Okizi's eyes narrowed.
But you don't care about that.
The downside of knowing each other's thoughts so well, Tanner thought, wincing. Not directly, he admitted.
These are the people who attacked your orc friends, who killed Jotogan.
A sharp pain lanced through Tanner's heart at the pain in her words.
They've done bad things, and they should pay for it.
You're right, Tanner sighed, peripherally seeing that even Hattie's physical response was far from contradictory. But we have to hope that things can be different now, with good people in charge.
Gwytherin and Nolar.
Tanner nodded, smiling.
I do like them. They're nice to each other and to their kids.
And to you, Tanner reminded her with an affectionate grin. He'd been hesitant at first to let the emotionally raw Okizi spend time with the royal children after Hattie had helped her separate from Tanner, but his fears had quickly dispersed at seeing his little sister's human eyes come alive when she chatted excitedly with the eldest, Deleste, roughhoused with the boys, Kedun and Gertrude, or took dolls on wild adventures around the royal living quarters or Hattie's workshop with the younger girls, Fierd, Mefeth, and Sajet. Tanner had still kept careful tabs on Okizi's mental state, taking her aside to talk her down if he sensed her emotions beginning to run hot. But it had filled him with immense fraternal pride to see her connecting with other children, playing, living her life. Okizi was nodding slowly in understanding.
You don't care about that man ruining the Samanir, but you don't want him to make life harder for Gwytherin and Nolar.
Tanner squeezed her arm, impressed, not for the first time, with how quickly Okizi was readjusting to a real life, and one so drastically different from the one she'd had before. Like you said, they're nice people, and I have to believe that they can change things for the better around here. Maybe even everywhere.
But it won't fix what's already happened,
Okizi countered, cocking her head.
Jotogan's still gone.
I know, Tanner soothed, swallowing at the rising wave of loss in his throat. And thousands of other families have suffered in this war. But if we help change things, we might be able to stop more pain in the future. Do you understand?
I understand,
said Okizi, not quite sounding indignant.
If we can help but don't, then we're the bad people. Is that why Gwytherin and Nolar always tell their children to do their part?
That's right, Tanner chuckled. And they're wise to do so, Hattie declared softly, smirking down to Okizi when she turned back to him. Seems I should be cracking out some of my old books on philosophy. I reckon you're ready for it. Her posture straightening at the vote of confidence, Okizi beamed, shifting to stand between Tanner and Hattie, holding the hand of either as they watched Lord Winowed in his lengthy testimony against Vulcret and Dewach. Both the Blade Master and the Head Mage now stood with their heads bowed at the stream of accusations. Neither offered up a defense as Lord Winowed's rant came to an end. At the lip of the window balcony of the Falcon's Head, Gwytherin and Nolar stood side by side, each clutching the other's hand as a heavy silence fell over the incongruously festive streets and buildings of Falcon Crest.
I'm afraid,
Gwytherin began, squaring her shoulders as she addressed the crowds below,
that, to my knowledge, Lord Winowed's account of the events is true.
A singular rippling gasp swept over the people of Falcon Crest, and the attending half-breed delegations descended into frenzied murmuring. Down amid the eagle-bloods, Tanner thought he saw King Shanadir's features tilt in the birdkin equivalent of a smile. Lord Winowed himself was stunned speechless, but not for very long.
Right, well, there you have it. General Fathag might have been the one imprisoned, but Head Mage Duach and Blade Master Volcrit are just as unfit to rule.
His eyes narrowed up at Gwytherin.
Unfit to appoint a new queen.
It's me lineage, not the haphazard will of your leaders, that sees me and me family here today,
Gwytherin shot back. Not hostile, but not submissive either.
Tell me, my lord, who do you think would have seized power had Volcrit and Duach stepped down directly upon realizing their mistake, upon seeing that they'd outmatched themselves in a deadly war?
At Lord Winowed's befuddled blabbering, a woman in noble's robes near him raised her chin defiantly.
The noble houses could have seized control.
Njoller's face contorted in incredulity.
All of you? And who'd have truly been in charge among you? The richest. Coin can only go so far in buying victory.
You'd have squabbled to no end, Gwytherin added. And at best you'd have been forced to submit to Mevod. At worst, the angered half-breeds who serve him without need of coin to push back against your pattern of prejudice might have slaughtered you.
More gasps of alarm rippled through the city dwellers, and even the attending half-breeds seemed taken aback at the bold-faced reminder of the intolerance already stretched to breaking between the major and infant races in such close proximity. Gwytherin's words were far from the typical motivational rallying cries people on either side were likely accustomed to hearing.
Then successors would have been named for Volcrit and Duach from within the Samanir,
Lord Winowed insisted.
A new general must still be named in Fathag's stead anyway.
Gwytherin's doubtful frown matched Tanner's own.
And you'd all just agreed as to who the new leader should be. I'm told the Samanir line of succession is indirect at the best of times.
And what faith would you all have had in finding someone who wasn't possibly complicit in their leader's plans anyway?
Njoller added. A heavy sigh seemed to deflate Gwytherin as Lord Winowed and his supporters fell silent. Tanner's face twisted in sympathy. She was probably hoping they'd have better arguments.
The truth is,
Gwytherin's voice rang out over the murmuring crowd,
me family and I would have been perfectly content to live out the rest of our days on our farm in obscurity. But me husband and I've some experience in leadership.
She turned affectionately to her clustered children.
Both as parents and, in recent days, as Lord and Lady of Varbius Keep.
If we're meant to be at all useful here, though, Njoller took up, we'll be needing advisors who know this city and her people, who understand the convergent trade, culture, and politics of this war.
He glanced between the subdued Volcrit and Duach.
Whatever conflicts they may have dragged you into, your head mage and blade master are still the most skilled and learned candidates for their positions. Still our best chance of surviving this war.
But not of bringing it to a peaceful conclusion,
one of Lord Winowed's supporters bellowed, his eyes glaring daggers up to Volcrit and Duach.
Mevod and his allies are sure to learn of what they did, and it will only galvanize them against us further.
Perhaps,
Gwytherin allowed.
Which is why my husband and I intend to show them that reason and cooperation can still reign.
She turned down to meet the eyes of Queen Eilinhir of the Owlbloods, who offered a deferring nod. Behind the Owlblood delegation, Kings Shanadir, Physix, and Lederog also bowed minutely up to Gwytherin from the heads of their respective columns.
Half of the One Blood Alliance showing their support,
Tanner mused, hoping that King Sanlar, Matriarch Velikani, and High Silverback Dunfana would have been as supportive had they been in attendance. Although, for someone whose husband had declined Shanadir's offer of joining the alliance, Queen Eilinhir was being shockingly collaborative. so maybe it's best not to push our luck. Gwytherin pointed back to the dais behind her.
Even if me husband and I should sit on these fancy chairs, we'll not be king and queen of Covorum. Not really.
A chattering ripple of confusion swept over the gathered city-dwellers below, before Gwytherin added,
That title now exists only in history. Look around ye. Even if you refuse to share your cities with them, the fact is that half-breeds do share your world. And it's no use pretending it's any skin off your noses that they do. How many thousands upon thousands perished in the Dragon War? Vast swaths of land once bustling with activity were abandoned. And though the losses were tragic, we're better off for it. The Owlbloods have claimed the Crystal Shore as their home for centuries.
Then, pointing to and past Shanadir,
the Eaglebloods the western stretch of Twestedin Forest, the Phoenix Bloods far reach, and beyond our borders the Berkin have tamed the harsh lands of Jomeric far longer now than we humans ever have. Elephantkin roam our shores in search of new homes since being cast out by the Lionkin of Muntacom. Ravenbloods preside over the Didactyl Wastes, and Wolfkin lands stretch the length of Covorum's northeastern shore and well into the Eithelveer Forest.
Tanner saw Jack stiffen at that last mention, though he couldn't decide if it was at the mention of the antagonistic Wolfkin who walked the far end of her forest home, or in the reluctant kinship she seemed to feel with them, given her choice of traveling companion.
The proud Apekin make their home all across Lasmak, Gwytherin was finishing. Warring Dogkin packs walk the Herolic Flats. Tigerkin travel all of Asilirin alone or in small family groups. And you all must know of the crocs, lizards, and snakes who've come together under the self-proclaimed warlord Garich in recent days.
A tide of uncomfortable shifting below was all the affirming answer Gwytherin needed. Tanner, meanwhile, was still trying to decide if he was relieved or rankling at Gwytherin's omission of the scattered foxkin of Vikusu. Ultimately, he decided against blaming anyone for not knowing his people's history. He'd only learned the barest hint of it himself from Jotagon months earlier.
And you haven't exactly been sharing it around to keep their story alive.
Grimacing at the reminder of all he'd lost, Tanner resolved to ask Chief Facilitator Firo about updating the fortress's records before setting out for Lorsen as Gwytherin continued her address.
Members of every one of these peoples can be found bolstering Mevod's ranks, I'm told, each of them driven by centuries of anger, division, and fear. Mevod profits from generations of bad blood, his army now well outsizing ours. But imagine the message we can send to so many people blinded by rage into serving a monster, if we can show that we can come together with folks of different bloods to share our strengths and shore up each other's weaknesses.
A weighted pause followed her words before,
How alone do you imagine Mevod will find himself once his half-breed allies understand the shifted cost of the war? Or potentially drawing steel against their brothers and sisters? This is our path to peace.
Her gaze swept back over the half-breed delegations.
This is our path to building a better world, and it will require a greater understanding of us all. It'll require honor, respect, and loads of both.
Tanner found that he was holding his breath. It was beyond sporting for the half-breed leaders to agree to be leveraged in such a way, to convince the major races to work with them in the interest of spiting the clear enemy. But at least Tanner knew that Gwytherin wasn't exactly springing this on Eilenhir, Shanadir, Physix, or even Letterog for the first time, indirectly in a speech. In the past few weeks, Tanner and his friends had been privy to a handful of conversations between Gwytherin, Njolar, and the half-breed leaders discussing how best to endorse the idea of the One Blood Alliance, working in tandem with the new dynasty of uncertain future over Falcon Crest. It had actually been Letterog who first put forward the most pragmatic option of using the people's deep-seated prejudices against them.
It'll leave us as little more than mercenaries in their eyes.
The large bearkin had visibly rankled at his own words, while hunching forward in his seat among the ring of chairs.
But that'll be for the best for now. We can worry about things so banal as friendship once the war is won, with a mutual victory to celebrate. At the very least, it may help them see the error in running any expatriates of our peoples from their cities, once they see that we can be of use.
He'd given an ill-humored grunt as he'd looked about his peers.
I'll not march to war for the major races, but I've no objection to voicing support for a rightful heir and a good woman. Not when she promises to rattle a few gilded cages. If any of my kin find themselves itching to join the fight, they'll be directed to your ranks.
Slumping back in his seat, Letterog had added darkly,
Mevod can burn for all I care. He offers nothing but empty promises of equality and a return to the oppression of his grandfather's reign. We're beasts to him. Nothing more.
From beside Letterog, King Phasix had nodded.
We hear much the same in Far Reach. Mevod's pledge to allow half-breeds to serve as officers in his army have come to nothing since the war began. Some of our misguided young ones who flocked to his side have even returned to us in deep remorse for their part in his cause, after seeing his iron grip tighten on the people of Lorsin.
The Phoenix Blood's large, glinting eyes had turned to Gwytherin.
We may have done all we can to separate ourselves from the major races, but even the most callous among us is not blind to the suffering of other sentient beings.
Tanner shuddered in the Falcon's head as he recalled all the stories he'd begun to hear about Mevod since arriving in Falcon Crest. Lorsin had always been a center of excess and indulgence, but from his seat of power in the restored Gresdith estate, Mevod was said to take the extravagance to new heights and lows. Captured enemy officers were executed for entertainment, and money and resources were taxed without thought of stability for either individual families or the economy as a whole, in order to finance Mevod's lifestyle more than the war effort. And nobles whose money ran dry were not only publicly disgraced, but imprisoned, when they could no longer keep up with Mevod's non-stop carousing, since Mevod couldn't have them using what influence they had left to turn people against him. Two, it was said, had even been hanged when Mevod had heard a rumor that they were attempting to gather support from behind bars. The blatant self-destruction at play might have helped Tanner feel better about things, except for the uncomfortable truth staring them all in the face. Mevod's rule wouldn't crumble soon enough to keep him and his frenzied followers from destroying Falcon Crest, the last power standing against him. Even if Mevod was brought down afterward, it would be too late to salvage anything resembling the unified kingdom of ages past. Anything left would be broken and scattered. Kavorum may never recover. For the major races, anyway, Tanner reminded himself, looking out over the half-breed delegations below. Sure, Jack's people would adjust just fine to the new level of lawlessness, but it would be the infant races who would inherit what was left. Not that Tanner could feel even remotely good about that, and not just because his people weren't around to take part in the rebuilding. Such a drastic shift and at such an awful cost was truly sickening to consider. Which was why Tanner's mouth fell open in shock as, astride her horse decked in ceremonial barding below, Queen Aelinhir flared her wings out to their full span behind her, raising a fist overhead in salute.
We of our blood stand with you, Lord and Lady Varbius. Let the spring thaw herald a new age between our peoples. Your enemies will be our enemies, and your triumph will bring glory to us both.
Tanner's mind had sifted through a handful of possible motives for the sudden turnaround in the seconds that Gwytherin utilized to blink in surprise. Regretting that Tilladwin backed out of the One Blood Alliance? Fear of Gerulf's General Sunblade reigniting her push to avenge her alpha's death? Professional payment for Gwytherin and Noller speaking up for her? An abrupt stab of altruism, nostalgia, or hope for the future? Noller looked ready to stammer his gratitude into the shocked silence, but then King Phasix similarly spread his wings, his red-gold plumage shimmering with magic.
I cannot order my people to war as we face our own struggles, but I swear to have our scouts ready to burn Mevod's flight west, should you drive him from Lorsin.
Still more than anyone should have the right to expect, Tanner thought, recalling the troubles Phasix was having in just keeping the Phoenix Bloods from scattering.
And he'll find no home in the sea,
Letterog declared with a snarling smile.
Our fleets will rip him apart should he take to the Straits of Kanakuk.
Leaving him trapped in the Aethelvir forest or forced within the Infinity Grove, Shanadir took up, his own wings performing a sort of arcing flourish as he tilted an upraised hand in support toward the falcon's head. For he'll not pass anywhere near Cadasson. Lord Winowed and his supporters looked about sheepishly at the emphatic nods and hopeful smiles spreading through the people of Falcon Crest. Winowed himself looked ready to argue one final point before Headmage Dewach planted her staff back down before her. And when the day comes that Mevod is defeated and peace has returned to Kavorim, Blade Master Volcrit and I will step down. She turned to Volcrit, who gave a somber nod, circuiting Gwytherin and Noller to come up alongside Dewach.
We have betrayed your trust, and we will accept whatever judgment our new leaders deem to be fitting. Until then, we humbly ask that you allow us the opportunity to right the wrongs we have inadvertently visited on us all.
The naming of General Fethag's successor has been put off at me and my husband's request, Gwytherin added. We hoped for you, the people, to have a voice in putting forth someone in whom you'd be confident to champion your best interest. They'd report on Dewach and Volcrit's commands to me husband and I, and we'd present all we could to you without compromising the war effort.
After a weighted pause, someone Tanner couldn't identify from among the major races called out,
Perhaps Lord Winowed would like to join the front lines.
Lord Winowed predictably blanched at the nomination, stammering a flood of objections to much laughter from the surrounding crowd. Smiling good-naturedly, Gwytherin raised a hand for silence, and was obeyed. Tanner couldn't help a smile. The day was already won.
First things first, Gwytherin chuckled before sobering. Noller and I have no authority for anything before the crowns have been placed on our heads. We understand you're all worried about what's to come, but if you'll allow it, we'll do what we can to alter the course of this war, and to restore your trust in your leaders.
Scattered conversation struck up once more, as no one seemed quite sure how to proceed. Then, seeming to grasp the abruptly shifting tide, Lord Winowed almost sulkily raised his hand in salute.
House Winowed is yours, my queen.
Tanner saw Gefnar nudge Allie nearby.
See? The gnome whispered. Now is when you were supposed to say that.
Allie snickered.
Then I just say it again.
More loudly, she declared,
House McAllister is yours, my queen.
As before, the chorus of houses calling out their support for Gwytherin rippled across the city below, but it seemed to Tanner that the only voice that mattered came from beside her, as Noller turned up to her in adoration and added,
And House Varbius is decidedly yours, my queen.
Gwytherin glanced back to her children, seeing pride for both their parents in the eyes of any old enough to grasp what was happening. Swaying on her feet as emotion contorted her features, Gwytherin gripped Noller's muscled hand, the two striding back for the dais together and claiming their seats once more. As Dewach resumed the ceremony, Tanner thought his chest might burst. Who knew what the coming days would bring? Right then, it didn't matter. Jotagon hadn't died for nothing. The battle against the Glenadok had not only irrevocably changed the Orc tribe, it had helped to bring in a new era for Falcon Crest and beyond. All they had to do now was win a war. Anger and fear swept through Tanner's mind for only an instant before he registered that the feelings were not his own. His eyes darted from Okizi at his side to Jack, Allie, and Gefnar in quick succession, finally swiveling to Tavik at the rear of the Falcon's head when he saw only mirrored confusion on each other face that shared their mental link. A deep scowl furrowed Tavik's face as he exchanged animated words with a Samanir decked in ceremonial armor. Behind him, the tube linked to the fortress-wide messaging system lay open and active. Not even going to pretend to know how that works with us detached and floating outside. How many? Tavik hissed, barely perceptible even to Tanner's fox-like ears. At least 5, the Samanir growled back, looking past Tavik to where Volkrit stood, watching Dewach finish placing a crown atop Njolar's head.
"We must notify the Blade Master."
Even as Tavik interposed himself between the Samanir and Volkrit, Tanner swept in alongside his companions.
"What is it?"
Jack demanded.
"The Talanir assassin has broken out of his cell,"
Tavik informed them all in a forcibly hushed tone.
"Maybe half a dozen Samanir down already." "And the Blade Master must be told,"
the Samanir snapped, motioning for one of his fellows to rush past the blockade of Tavik and the others.
"Stop!"
Allie bit out, halting the second Samanir in his tracks with a raised, crackling hand.
"We can't interrupt the coronation any further,"
Tanner agreed, spinning to Jack.
"Ember?" "On his way,"
Jack assured him with a nod.
"Allie?"
The other woman was already causing the air around her to billow with energy.
"I'm fine. He can carry you three."
Tanner could see that expending so much power was already taxing Allie, but they all knew what was at stake. A high-profile escape like this on the day that Gwytherin and Njolar took their thrones could shake a fickle public's faith.
"The four of you mean to stop him?"
the first Samanir hissed.
"We've done it before,"
Allie snarled.
"What can I do?"
Atrisar whispered from Tanner's side, and he swiveled to meet her determined gaze.
"Gef,"
Allie interjected, gripping the gnome's arm.
"You're with me. I need you to muffle my louder magics anyway."
She nodded to Atrisar.
"You get a free spot on the wolf."
A wide-eyed Gefnar gulped, then nodded his understanding along with Atrisar, clutching his pendant of devotion to Nomenkal as he began whispering the incantation he'd learned at Varbius Keep, the one that allowed him to draw on surrounding silence to cloak his surroundings.
"Hattie!"
Tanner barked softly, turning to find the craftsman already standing protectively over the nearby wary-eyed Okizi.
"A watcher, boy. Go."
"You're suspended over a sea of people,"
the second Samanir cut in, joining the frantic huddle.
"Everyone will see you." "No, they won't,"
Allie countered through clenched teeth, sweat beading on her brow as she brought more power to bear. The heavy thrum of Ember's wings could be heard as they all bustled toward the back of the Falcon's head, throwing the doors open to stare into the yawning gateway of the fortress. But there was no giant wolf in sight. Only when the pounding of the wings could be seen swirling the dust motes in the air right before them could Tanner make out the subtle eddies rippling over the vague form of a winged ember.
"Back up,"
a heavily breathing Allie ordered.
"Let him in."
The familiar sound of Ember's soft paws alighting on the stone floor met Tanner's ears, and he found that there was a big, stupid grin on his face.
"I'll stay as close to you all as I can,"
Allie grunted, a layer of wind slowly lifting her feet from the floor, as Jack, Tanner, and Atrisar scrambled onto the invisible Ember's back.
"The more area I have to cover, the harder it is."
Then, with a motion like a witch stirring a vast cauldron, Tanner watched as his own physical form, as well as those of his friends, flickered and vanished from sight.
"Go,"
Allie pressed.
"I can't hold it for long."
Tanner felt Jack nudge Ember back through the doorway, plunging downward through the towering gateway of the fortress, even as he registered the sensor lights flaring at the chamber that Tavik hurriedly ordered the Samanir to cloak from view. It wouldn't be long before Volkrit and Dewach took note of all the alarms they had in place to detect the casting of magics. But, with any luck, the Varbius dynasty would be successfully installed by then. As wind rushed through his invisible fur and Ember's powerful wings warped to plunge them into the relative darkness of the fortress interior, Tanner found that he'd reached back to grip Atrisar's hand.
"All right, Mr. Talanir, I think you've caused enough trouble for one lifetime."
Chapter 14. Just Beyond Sight. Jack was somehow certain she would have lost track of Allie's invisible form as they all dived through the fortress gate, if not for the subtle twitches and corrections she received from Ember. Even as they sped through the fortress corridors and down toward the dungeon, she spared a thought to wonder at the way her own senses seemed to be complemented by the wolf's. For an instant, it even seemed that she could trace Allie's scent in her own nostrils.
"Jack!"
Tavik's voice sounded in her thoughts.
Do you remember the way?
We do,
she assured him, feeling like a disembodied spirit sailing past the magic-lit sconces lining the hall and then stairwell that led down to the dungeon. She could only imagine Tanner and Atrisar's discomfort at not only being invisible, but at shooting through the air with no grasp of control atop an equally invisible mount. Aloud, Jack answered Tavik,
"What sort of reinforcements can we expect?"
The hesitation before the guardsman's reply told her what she already suspected.
"To be honest, Jack, more of our troops have already returned to the front than we've seen fit to let the public catch on, what with the truce ending soon."
Jack sighed, her hair whipping behind her as Ember carried them down to the lower levels.
"And most of what's left are involved in this ceremony."
"Well, yeah. If we can't make a scene, it's just you lot and the prison guards on duty."
A grunt of exertion sounded from just ahead, and, in a wave of magic peeling back like a cloak, Allie's form returned, held aloft in a near-silent current of air. Dangling in front of her was Gefnar, his armored hands gripping hers securely.
"Sorry,"
Allie gasped, glancing back to Jack and the others.
"I'm still getting used to that kind of magic. I couldn't hold it any longer over so many of us."
Somehow feeling more tangible now that she could see her own hands and Ember's furry head before her, Jack waved the apology aside, nudging Ember to land in her thoughts.
"It's all right. We're well out of sight now, and we should all save some fight for our Talanir friend."
As instructed, Ember retracted his wings, the ride atop him only growing slightly more jostled as he practically glided down the last few steps and into a corridor that led to the fortress dungeon. Despite her obvious fatigue, Allie managed to keep pace, her clothes, as well as the dangling Gefnar, billowing in the power-crackling air that ferried her along. A sharp clanging from beyond the dungeon's outer security door ahead jarred Jack from any amusement at the sight.
"What now?"
Tanner hissed from behind her.
"No one's here to open the door. How are we supposed to help the guards inside?"
"Can't we just wait?"
Atrisar asked.
"If we're stuck on this side, isn't he stuck on that side?" "If all the guards went in to stop him,"
Jack reminded her,
"he'll have a key by now, and it's better to face him where we can surround and overwhelm."
"And maybe save whoever's left," Tanner muttered.
"I've got one more trick,"
Allie announced, depositing an unsteady Gefnar on the floor as they came upon the barrier. Alighting, Allie summoned Biryak to her grasp, jamming it into the door lock as power erupted from the blade.
"They can repair it later," she said with a grunt.
"Remember,"
Jack said, breathing heavily as Tanner and Atrisar dismounted behind her,
"we need to push him back together. If he gets past us and this door, it's nearly a clean shot to freedom."
Nodding, Gefnar threw his shoulder into the door. The heavy barrier swung inward, nearly colliding with a figure on the other side. It was the Talanir. Leaping back from the swinging door, the Talanir flung a heavy chain in his grasp to ensnare Gefnar. The gnome raised his sword to deflect, but was still tripped up in the flailing links, dropping ungracefully to the floor. With a snarl, Allie loosed another blast of power that the Talanir flattened himself beneath to avoid, diving sideways and kicking the door back shut to throw Allie off balance as she charged in to plunge her gleaming dagger into his chest. At Jack's mental command, Ember forced his way through the opening, Jack cleanly drawing Hellfade to her hand even as she lay almost completely back in her saddle to keep from clipping her head at the top of the stony door jamb. A wild arcing strike toward where she'd last seen the Talanir, and just over Gefnar's head should he have regained his feet, bought Jack enough time to take in the bloody scene. Perhaps 10 or so bloodied Samanir guards lay strewn along the hall leading away from the cell at the far end. None of them moved. Her stomach clenching, Jack spun Ember around to face the Talanir head-on, seeing that Tanner and Atrisar now stood in the doorway. Allie had quickly recovered her footing, and, unable to quickly free himself of the chain constricting him, Gefnar rolled further into the dungeon hall, still kicking at a link that stubbornly clung to a seam in his metal boot. and the Talonir had not been idle. As silent as he'd been the last time Jack had fought him, the Owlblood feinted toward Atrisar, the weight of the procured Samanir blade in his grasp clearly unfamiliar. As Atrisar whipped her staff about to deflect, potent fire roared to life in Tanner's hands. Even as Jack and Ember leapt into the fray, a warning cry for the foxkin died in her throat.
Too late.
Eager to end the fight quickly, Tanner thrust his gathered hands toward the Talonir's midsection, ready to burn a charred hole in the Owlblood's belly. But at the last second, the Talonir abandoned his strike against Atrisar, bringing his sword down to slash Tanner's arms at the elbows. It was the Talonir's unfamiliarity with such a large weapon that kept him from amputating Tanner's arms. The weighted blade didn't respond so quickly as he was used to, leaving Tanner just enough time to fling his limbs out of its path. Mostly. Scarlet droplets sprayed from Tanner's forearms, carving into the geometric fire patterns there, and the foxkin gave a sharp yelp as he threw himself back from the Talonir. But then Ember was on top of the Owlblood, his powerful jaws clamping onto the Talonir's wing. A sickening crunch sounded at the impact, and Ember dragged his prey down to the stony floor, his head thrashing back and forth for further tearing damage. The Talonir wasn't so easily brought down, however, deflecting a pair of staff strikes from Atrisar at his head and bringing his sword awkwardly around to plunge into Ember's neck. Jack lunged out with her own blade, knocking the weapon off course, but the Talonir twisted about to readjust, his next blow promising to come from under Ember's jaw, where Jack couldn't hope to block it.
Ember, drop!
Jack shouted, furthering the command through their mental bond. Ember did as instructed, hurling the Talonir from his mouth with a final sweeping arc of his head. Allie snarled in satisfaction as her target listed through the air, loosing a crackling blast up toward the Talonir. The blast scored along the Talonir's body, thrown off center mass as the Owlblood contorted midair as far as possible with a crippled wing. Still recovering from the slash across his arms, Tanner didn't join his fire in the target practice, instead staunching the blood flow from his injuries with fire-like magic as he almost comically folded his arms, appearing more scorned than injured.
Press him back,
Jack called, spinning Ember about beneath her and charging in on the Talonir. A quick glance showed her that Gefnar still dragged along the Talonir's shackled chain, the links seeming fully jammed into the seams of his armor. He'd be slowed to a crawl if he tried to run, but he could still stand guard.
Gefnar,
Jack added,
you have the door.
Something between guilt and relief filled the gnome's reply of, Got it! With Allie, Atrisar, and a recovered Tanner fanning out to either side of the charging Ember, Jack led the continued assault on the Talonir, who now picked himself up from the floor, his damaged wing hanging uselessly behind him. For the first time, Jack saw potent emotion in the Owlblood's eyes. He was cornered, and he was furious. But he was also heavily wounded. He bore cuts and slashes from his skirmish with the Samanir, and Jack and her friends had now effectively grounded him and battered him down. The fight was almost over. Diving aside from Allie's next blast of energy, this one drawing an exhausted gasp from the reluctant Lady McAllister, the Talonir was caught up in a brief cyclone of crackling power that spun him about and knocked him off his feet once more, a macabre rainfall of smoldering feathers left to flutter down over his body. With a groan, the Talonir staggered upright just in time to slash a wide arc that would have carved through Ember's muzzle had the wolf not nimbly leapt aside. Leaning as far as she could from her saddle, Jack slashed after, forcing the unsteady Talonir to bring his blade up to guard, which was when Atrisar struck. The former serving girl arrived in a blinding flurry of movement, her staff catching the Talonir in the ribs, neck, and under the chin so quickly that Jack could barely register the movement. As the final blow landed with a sharp clack, the Talonir fell limply backward to the floor, a fragment of his lower beak clattering on the tile. His head lolled on the floor for a moment, as though he was fighting for consciousness, and then he lay still. "Yes!" Tanner snarled in triumph, coming up alongside Atrisar. "You got him! Nice going."
A team effort,
Atresar deflected, breathing only slightly heavier than normal as she nodded her gratitude to Jack, Allie, and Tanner. Then, looking about the fallen Samanir,
"Is there any saving them?"
Before Jack could assess if there was, a heavy groan drew her gaze back to the door, where Gefnar lay clutching at a gash in his side with a glowing hand, blood pooling on the floor beneath him.
"Gefnar!"
Jack shouted, urging Ember back into motion and back at the gnome's side in seconds.
"What happened?"
Gefnar waved her off, spitting more blood to the floor.
"I'll be fine,"
he said through quivering red-smeared lips. He gestured sharply back out the door.
"Just get after her."
"Who?" Allie growled, looking about for someone to disintegrate as she reached Jack's side.
"Fethag,"
Gefnar blurted.
"She got the drop on me."
Atresar's eyes went even wider, and Tanner threw up his arms as the two of them closed in.
"Of blazing course. This was all just some damned distraction."
Jack thought she wouldn't have been surprised to feel her teeth crack with how fiercely she clenched her jaw.
"There are at least 3 ways back up to the surface level, and Fethag might know of even more."
"She won't come to the surface,"
Tavik's voice sounded in Jack's thoughts. A strange sort of embarrassment swept over her. She still hadn't gotten used to that.
"Even with most of us distracted, it's too risky," Tavik continued. "And even if she left something as an escape plan up in her office, we've got guards there awaiting the return of the Falcon's Head."
"Which she'd know if she's planned her escape this well,"
Jack muttered in agreement, turning to face the others. Stooped over Gefnar to aid in patching up his wound despite his protests, Allie went rigid.
"The tetherport,"
she whispered, sounding like she hoped she was being foolish. The cold second of silence that followed was broken only by Tavik's distant voice.
"Blazes, she must have known where it was."
"Then we get there first," Allie snarled, heaving back to her feet, her hands now slick with Gefnar's blood. Even at a glance to the gnome, however, Jack could see that he'd easily climbed his way out of danger. A few minutes of focused healing would see him upright again. As Allie took off, she stumbled in the doorway, catching herself against the frame.
"You're spent,"
Jack scolded her, nodding for Tanner and Atresar to resume their place behind her atop Ember.
"The 3 of us will have to be enough."
"Fine," Allie spat, watching almost accusingly as Tanner and Atresar scrambled back on the wolf.
"Just promise me you'll make that bitch pay."
Jack felt a tight smirk emerge on her face.
"Promise."
Allie watched for only a few seconds as the others sped away atop Ember down the wide hall to the soft light of the magical sconces. Then, shakily pushing off of the door, she turned back to Gefnar.
"You all right?"
"Yeah,"
the gnome grunted, extending one hand while the other still poured Nomenkal's light into his wound. Allie took the hand, hauling Gefnar back to his feet.
"You shouldn't be standing."
He shrugged, beginning to shuffle toward the still bodies of the Samanir.
"No, but I'll live. They won't, unless I do something."
Allie grunted, snatching his hand up in hers again to help him across the distance.
"Then that's what we do."
She shot a tight smile down to Gefnar as he looked up to meet her gaze, the awestruck wonder he'd once had for Allie and her fellow heroes of Dragon's Nest, now tempered with friendship.
"We may be out of the fight, but we're sure as blazes not going to be useless."
"And helping these pathetic creatures will help you to banish the doubts in your mind, will it not? Clearly your own power alone is all you've ever needed, isn't it?"
Allie forcibly thrust the thought of tearing that arrow from the sky from over her waking sight. The helplessness she'd felt had nearly pushed her to call on Sharad's power, but she hadn't needed to. She'd saved Gwytherin. Alone. Gefnar's hand, squeezing hers, drew her back to the present, and she found that the gnome was smiling weakly up at her.
"You'd never be useless, Allie. I don't think you know how."
He sobered, nodding to the fallen Samanir.
Now, come on. Pretty sure they're not our enemies anymore, so let's save who we can.
It was with a nameless relief that Allie withdrew her hand from Gefnar's and got to work looking over the dead and wounded. Little things like mortality were somehow easier to face than feelings. Chapter 15. No Escape. Tanner reached a hand back for Atresar's as Ember's unwavering legs devoured the distance to their destination. "We're almost there," he hissed back to her through the wind whipping about their faces. Jack's long dark braids cuffed him about the ears like a teacher overeager to discipline a distracted student, and Tanner hunkered back down to his usual safe spot behind the huntress. "If we start making a habit of this, I may just have to seriously consider clipping those things at the root." "Ahead," Jack indicated stonily, slamming Tanner heavily back down into the seriousness of the moment. At the end of the hall that had opened up before them at Ember's latest turn, a sparkling light shone from within the large chamber that housed the larger of Hattie's 2 tetherports. "She's powering it up," Tanner growled, drawing fire to his grasp as Ember's broad strides carried them swiftly through the doorway. Fetheg stood before the pulsing tetherport, glancing over her shoulder almost casually as Tanner and Atresar nimbly dropped from Ember's back to fan out on either side of the wolf as they moved in. "You're quick, Fetheg," Jack said coldly, eyes twitching about for any sign of a trap as she nudged Ember forward. "But you're not nearly as quick as Ember. How did you get here so quickly?" The disgraced general offered a puckering sneer, lifting a small, glowing object in one hand. "As you may have guessed, I still have friends among the Order, one of whom I entrusted with this for safekeeping until I'd have need of it." It was a memory stone, Tanner realized, recalling how the realization would have left him weak-kneed with fear just months earlier. And not just any stone, he realized as, on a hunch, he softly uttered a few words in the tongue of the Thekur that helped him focus his consciousness toward the empathic mineral. This piece of memory stone had been specifically enchanted to etch the world around it into its own minute veins, should it detect strong emotions. "The missing stone from Delagar's office," Tanner gasped, glancing to Jack in time to see the huntress's eyes narrow with righteous fury. "The piece of evidence that would doubtlessly implicate you in the death of Swedona's son," Jack identified icily, shaking her head in disgust at Fetheg. The older woman chuckled bitterly, her gray-flecked hair, mussed from her time in prison, casting a spider's web of shadows over her strong features in the shifting light from the powering tetherport. "More useful for those of us unable to weave our own magics, such things can be manipulated to provide quick bursts of superhuman speed, strength, or alacrity." "Well, don't look so smug," Atresar spat, slowly spinning her staff around her body in defensive arcs. "Gefnar's back on his feet by now. He's stronger than you anticipated." Fetheg cocked a faintly wrinkled brow. "I don't know who you are, nor do I have any interest in learning. And it makes no difference to me if the boy lives or dies, girl. He merely stood in my way." Tanner bared his teeth, letting fire play up along his arms. "Just stand down, Fetheg. Even if you get away, all we have to do is wait for you to come back." He motioned to the tetherport's yawning portal. "This thing only deals in round trips." Offering a familiar sneer, Fetheg coiled for action. "Only if I travel with an anchor, and if the teleport is still active to receive me." The recklessness of it actually froze Tanner in his tracks. "You can't. Without an anchor, you could be scattered to dust." "This will keep my body intact," Fetheg retorted, holding her memory stone aloft as the rising whine of the tetherport reached a crescendo in time with the gateway being filled with a storm of bluish-white light. "Farewell, you poisoners of Falcon Crest," the fallen general bellowed. "Pray to whatever vile Thekur you serve that we do not meet." Everyone had sprung into motion as Fetheg moved to step backward through the gateway, with Jack barely able to rein in Ember before he plunged them both into the veil of light after. But as Fetheg's form began to dissolve in the gateway, her eyes shot wide with horror, her body convulsing in something beyond physical torment as she was abruptly ripped from sight. Before Tanner could process what he'd just witnessed, the panel to the side of the gateway erupted in a torrent of sparks that lanced simultaneously in all directions, catching up himself, Jack, Ember, and, worst of all, Atrisar. Tanner crumpled in a fit of involuntary spasms, feeling every joint in his body seize up in a furious stillness. Before, with a gasp, he came back to himself, realizing that his sister's voice raked at his thoughts.
"Tanner!"
Okizi was screaming.
"Speak to me!"
"I'm all right,"
Tanner forced out through his trembling lips, heaving himself up from the cold floor to look worriedly over where he'd last seen Atrisar. She was recovering as well, though far more slowly, it seemed, and Tanner wondered if the magic innate in his, Jack's, and even Ember's blood had shielded them from some of the blast. The huntress was already back on her feet as well, shuffling over to kneel at Atrisar's side, while Ember gave a sharp sneeze, as though trying to shake off a furious itching in his nose. Tanner realized he shared the feeling, swiping distractedly at his own nostrils as he hobbled up opposite Jack, taking Atrisar's hand as she offered a pained smile up to him.
"Forgot how exciting things get with you all around,"
Atrisar stammered, breathing more easily as Jack and Tanner both focused healing magics through her body. "I'm sure we'll have some boring times," Tanner chuckled tiredly as he brushed her frizzy hair from her face. "Don't worry."
"What about Fetheg?"
Tavik's urgent voice cut through the link.
"Did she get away?"
Tanner caught Jack's eyes over the prone Atrisar before the huntress turned over her shoulder to regard the smoking husk of the Samanir tetherport.
"If she did," Jack replied heavily, "I'm fairly certain that not all of her will have made it."
A distant rumbling roar sounded through the stone overhead, and, for a moment, Tanner thought that a great storm had broken outside. Then his foxen ears began to parse out the different elements of the roar, a chorus of voices rising in support for their new queen and king. The coronation was over. The Varbius dynasty had begun. Long may they reign. Jack stood at the lacquered doorway to the impressive collection of volumes that made up the well-curated McAllister Library, finding that she didn't mind that Tavik had decided to take up position so close to her side. With Ember curled up on the floor of the mansion's main living area, it somehow felt natural that Tavik should be the one beside her. Nearby, in the short hall that led to the library, the slight form of Okizi clutched Tanner around his middle as the foxkin patted her shoulder. It was clear from the worry creasing Hattie's face from behind Tanner that he stuck by his assertion that it would have been better for Okizi to remain away from any potential danger. But the girl had insisted that she was unready to let Tanner out of her sight again so soon, and she'd quickly shut down any talk of Tanner staying at the fortress with her.
"You may have important things to do,"
she'd told Tanner when she'd caught him up in her arms after the expedition to the underground halls of the fortress had returned.
"But I want to come along wherever I can."
In the end, Head Mage Dewach's assurance that the presence she felt awaiting them in the library was too broken to be considered a real threat had decided for them all that anyone who wished to pursue their quarry should be allowed to. Even as Jack recalled the head mage weaving the magics to locate her target, Dewach herself stepped out from the library, nodding up to the most immediate face of Allie.
"Physically present as I'd sensed, but there's very little left of her otherwise."
Arms folded, Allie offered a sharp grunt.
"Still more than enough, in my opinion. Can we at least see her before you take her away?"
Dewach inclined her head, looking about to everyone clustered in the abbreviated entry.
"Anyone who wishes to, certainly. There's no danger."
Her gaze settled on Hattie.
"Perhaps you could help me, actually, Hedai Fasir."
She held up a familiar piece of memory stone that sparked a deep anger in Jack's chest.
At last we can avail ourselves of the defining evidence in Delagar's murder.
She pointedly dropped another memory stone fragment into her palm, catching the eye of Jack and her companions.
And lay to rest the mystery of what became of the office stone's twin.
Hattie nodded.
Certainly. Quickest way would be to return it to its housing.
The rest of the process was lost on Jack as she filed into the library after Allie, Tanner, and Okizi, sensing Tavik and Gefnar enter behind her. It didn't matter now that Dewach had clearly pieced together who had tucked away the recording stone from Delagar's quarters, in hopes of exonerating a falsely accused Allie. There'd been no malice in the head mage's eyes at the technical obstruction of her investigation. The guilty party was already known, and it seemed punished by her own hand. A trembling, cowed Fetheg crouched against the wall beneath a very specific painting, now knocked askew. The painting that had hidden the recording stone from Delagar's chambers, the stone that had served as Fetheg's anchor in the absence of anything to tether her to the contraption beneath the fortress. Jack didn't pretend to understand the complexities of the science and magic behind it all, but, as both Dewach and Hattie had attempted to explain, it seemed that Hattie had been all too correct about his tetherport, and reality itself, needing to be tricked into believing that anyone traveling via the machine had remained where they began. Without the proper magics prepared to receive someone instantaneously transporting themselves to another location, the traveler would technically exist in two places at once. Impossible for both the fabric of reality and a sentient mind to accept. "Damn," Tavik muttered into Jack's ear as they all took in the sorry sight of Fetheg for a moment. "Almost feel bad for her." Despite all of the pain Jack knew the broken woman before her to have caused, she couldn't help a mute nod of agreement.
"Guess that makes you a better person than I am," Allie growled, stepping forward to stoop before the vacant-eyed Fetheg. The former general's lips were moving, but Jack couldn't quite make out the words. Allie's eyes narrowed after a moment. "You stood in my way," she repeated, the disgust contorting her features, nearly causing Jack to believe that Allie was about to kick Fetheg's face in. Then a new figure entered the room, the faintly stooped form of Swidona shuffling to Allie's side and resting a hand on the younger woman's shoulder. "She can't hurt anyone else, my dear," Swidona said softly, squeezing the base of Allie's arm. "Now we've got to let go of our hatred, or else she's won." Allie wiped tears from her eyes with her hand in frustration, rising to her feet as she kept her glare on the mumbling Fetheg, her next words chillingly cold. "How did you do it, Swidona? You forgave her. This monster who took your son from you." Swidona sighed, taking Allie up in a half-hug. "I'm forgiving her, Allie, and it may take me the rest of my days to truly get there." She followed Allie's gaze to Fetheg, and Jack thought she saw the tiniest glimmer of loathing, though it was far overshadowed by pity. "She acted out of fear and selfishness, which only breed more of the same. Now it's up to us to determine that such things have run their course and move on with our lives." Allie scowled and twitched, as though shrinking away from the words she didn't wish to hear, and Jack was oddly struck that she didn't think the offending words had come from Swidona. "With your permission, Lady McAllister," a softly growling voice sounded from near the library doorway, and Jack turned in unison with her friends to see that Hirdeleg, Allie's new bearkin's steward, had entered the room. Clearing her throat as she clasped her hands deferentially before her, Hirdeleg added, "Perhaps we can work something out with the fortress that sees them continuing to be responsible for Fetheg's incarceration, but the estate claiming financial responsibility for the care she is likely to need, as she is now." Swidona met Allie's questioning gaze. "If that's what you want," the reluctant Lady McAllister prompted. "I think it is," Swidona said with a nod, her eyes falling to Fetheg once more. I hope you're able to find some kind of peace, she whispered sadly.
Still astounded by Swidona's capacity for empathy and forgiveness, Jack fell in with the others out of the room, as Dewach sent in a pair of Samanir to carry Fathaig away. Minutes later, Jack and her companions were gathered in the confines of the office Allie, and now Hirdeleg, had inherited from Delegar, watching as Hattie made the final adjustments on the memory stone housing on the globe by the desk.
"That should do it,"
the craftsman muttered, looking about the faces gathered and ending with a concerned look toward Swidona.
It's my son's final moments,
the woman answered his unspoken question, blinking rapidly as her eyes upturned in sorrow.
I need to see.
To Jack's surprise, Allie tentatively reached out from beside Swidona to take the older woman's hand firmly in hers.
Do it,
Allie ordered heavily. Hattie nodded, glancing to the nearby Dewach.
"A touch of magic, if you would, head mage."
Dewach dipped her staff toward the stone's housing, a soft pulse of light emanating from its head to momentarily douse the entire room in the blue-white glow of the memory stone's energies. Soon, the swirling lights had coalesced to drape like a glinting haze over the contents of the room that matched the moment being displayed, and shift uncertainly around the objects and people that were not as they recalled. The image of Delegar, healthy, whole, and dour-faced, apparated in the desk chair, clearly deep in concentration as he studied the documents that had lain before him.
He'd been trying to find a way to reverse Fathaig's refuting of Allie's claim to her estate,
Jack recalled, her eyes shifting over to where Allie stood watching the scene unfold with pain and regret in her eyes. Abruptly, another figure of light was in the room, materializing right next to the fidgeting Gefnar.
"We need to speak,"
Fathaig's ghost declared, striding up to stand before Delegar's desk. His eyes initially going wide in shock at the sudden visitor, Delegar then gave a slow nod.
"Hattie's finished his new machine, then, has he?"
A few feet away, Hattie shifted at the sound of his own name, his eyes falling to stare at his own feet. Fathaig ignored the question.
"You failed to intercept your guest's attempt to disrupt the order of things,"
she informed Delegar, folding her arms. Delegar sighed, wiping a hand over his tired features as he leaned over his desk.
"I didn't try to stop her, General. Truth is, I'll never know if I could have stopped her."
"Then you won't even attempt to safeguard the estate you and your father worked so hard to build?"
Fathaig shot back with a disgusted tisk.
"You won't stand with me?"
"I never stood with you," Delegar spat, somehow conveying more contempt for himself than for Fathaig.
"Not fully. Not all of us are strong enough to stand alone."
He looked up to meet Fathaig's condescending gaze.
"But I'd sure as blazes rather stand with Edith, with Allie, than keep cowering at your feet, lying to myself that you won't lead us to ruin."
Fathaig inclined her head, hands falling to her hips.
"If that is truly your position—"
Her hand became a blur of motion. Jack doubted she would have registered the blade slicing cleanly across Delegar's throat, even had the image not shuddered as the memory stone involuntarily recoiled in horror at the murder.
"Then you stand in my way,"
Fathaig finished as Delegar collapsed to the desk, weakly clutching at the wound in his neck. Jack turned to see that, despite her insistence on watching the scene, Swidona had shut her eyes against the death blow, gripping Allie's shoulder with her free hand. Allie, however, watched it all, staring cold hatred at the image of Fathaig as the memory dissolved, the light receding back into the memory stone housing of the globe. No one spoke for a moment. Tanner, Jack saw, hadn't even bothered to try covering Okizi's eyes. She'd already seen far worse.
"I guess that's it then,"
Tanner sighed, squeezing his sister's hand before turning to lead her from the room.
"Fathaig brought justice on herself, which means Delegar's killer won't be hurting anyone else. Story's over."
Atrisar followed, unspeaking as she draped an arm over Tanner's shoulder. The words sounded far more defeated than Jack would have liked, and it was only when her face began to ache that she realized she'd been scowling deeply for likely a few minutes straight. No, the ending to this story wasn't satisfying, but then her father had always told her that vengeance never truly was. After all she'd witnessed in her journeys beyond the Aethelvir forest, Jack found herself inclined to agree. Jack? Tavik's hesitant voice drew her back to the moment, and she turned to look into his drawn face.
Yes?
Well, I suppose it isn't really the time for this, but that is, you lot are leaving tomorrow, aren't you?
Jack nodded, surprised at how sad she felt at hearing Tavik voice the plans she'd had with Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar for weeks.
We've settled things here as much as we can. We have to complete what we set out to do.
She supposed there was no danger in breathing Veladrok's name, now that the dragon had revealed herself to the world, but it still felt wrong somehow, proclaiming that she worked in the uneasy employ of a beast synonymous with the near destruction of Dernas in centuries past. Tavik reluctantly bobbed his head in understanding.
Right, and with Bayat and the solstice wrapping up, spring'll be here soon, and you lot can't afford to be trapped in Falcon Crest when the winter truce ends.
No,
Jack said slowly, uncomfortable at how much the sadness creasing Tavik's features stabbed at her insides.
Well, Bayat's not over yet,
Swidona cut in, a strained smile coming over her face as she herded Jack and the others toward the door after Tanner.
You have a few hours of sunlight left, and the festival will go on until midnight. You may have all convinced me you were too busy to take part in the first few days, but I'll be damned if I let you young people miss out on something as magical as Bayat in Falcon Crest. Go!
Chapter 16 Bayat. Allie couldn't shake the image of Swidona's grief-stricken face from her thoughts as the shouts, applause, and laughter drenching the streets of Falcon Crest, its hundreds of faces aglow with lanterns to pale the light of the moons overhead, washed over her in dull waves. The jugglers, vignette performers, and parcelers, who'd all paid her extra attention since she and her friends had returned to the heart of the city to join in the festivities, were all obviously rankling at her lack of attention towards their antics. But each seemed to recover quickly enough as they pranced on to the next passer-by who looked ripe with coin. Not that Allie much cared. She didn't really feel like celebrating.
Kith Nectar? A voice from approximately waist height sounded from beside her, and she turned to see that Gefnar smiled warily up at her. In his upraised hand was a wooden mug, a reddish-orange concoction swishing about within. Allie had tasted Kith Nectar before, of course. It seemed every person's mother had their own special take on the drink, first brewed by King Rhys Lancefarer for his allies to celebrate their victory over orc invaders, and the drinks never flowed more freely than on the festival commemorating the dawn of the Age of Birth. Usually it seemed that most people's secret ingredient was just a lot more alcohol, though enough still valued flavor over intoxication that Allie had usually been able to keep her pickpocketing wits about her back in Lorsen. No better time for relieving someone of excess money, after all. Coin also flowed more freely through the week of Bayat, no matter where you were. Allie considered declining the offered drink, but finally sighed, taking the mug and nursing a few sips. Even in her sour mood, she had to admit that it was at least good Kith Nectar. Her lips twitched upward in gratitude toward Gefnar before her brow furrowed.
Do you think we're doing the right thing, Gefnar? Leaving, I mean?
Blinking at the question as he chewed on his lip, Gefnar took a brief swig of his own mug before motioning to Allie that they should claim a nearby bench, tucked away from the bulk of the incessant bustle and chatter surrounding them. Allie complied, following the gnome over to the bench and taking a seat next to him. They'd seen Tanner, Atrisar, and Okizi fairly recently. Hattie had bowed out of joining, claiming unconvincingly that he had work to see to in his workshop. But Jack and Tavik had strolled off by themselves through the chaos, leaving Allie alone with Gefnar for the better part of the evening. Not that she minded. She enjoyed Gefnar's company. "I mean," Gefnar finally piped up once he'd hoisted himself onto the bench, "it's a bit late to be having second thoughts, isn't it?" Allie grunted, waiting for a chorus of delighted shouts in the adjacent street at some display or another to die down before muttering, "We're way past second thoughts." Gefnar nodded slowly. "What brought this on?" "Everything, I guess. It's all changed. Jack and Tanner both have people they'll have to leave behind here. Gwytherin and Nola are sure as blazes going to shake things up. And I'm...
The Lady McAllister?
More of a threat to life on this world than ever before.
Yes, I guess I just need someone to tell me why it still has to be us marching across the continent at the whim of a dragon. She's shown herself to the world now. People are even gossiping about the great temple dragon all the way out here." She turned to face Gefnar head on. "And we've done our part, haven't we?" Gefnar worked his jaw, as though he couldn't decide which point to tackle first. "I think what you've done is prove that you're still the best people for the job. Everything you've been through has just made you stronger. Stronger than almost anyone I've ever met, including Antothica and Duach. As for Veladrock, I wouldn't want to push a dragon's patience too far. Sure, you could hire someone else to go and finish the job for you, but even if Veladrock doesn't take it as a personal insult, you're still setting up the very real possibility that your hypothetical mercenaries will fail, allowing someone to catch on to what Veladrock's motives are and do everything they can to stop it." Allie offered a farcically indifferent shrug, recalling the truly astonishing degree of skullduggery her new steward, Hirdeleg, had brought to the effort of keeping Hattie's construction of the wings in question a secret. "And would that really be the worst thing?" "She's not bluffing," Gefnar said with a whooshing exhale. "Helping us defend the Glenadoc was a show of good faith, but if her demands aren't met, I think we'll be sure to find out just how much damage a dragon can do, even without her wings." A growl of frustration rose in Allie's throat. "And what makes you so sure that we won't fail and expose Veladrock's plans?" The familiar look of utter faith well at home on Gefnar's face whenever he spoke to Allie emerged. "Because I doubt there's anything the three of you can't do." "And if Veladrock turns on us once we finish the job?" "Do you think she will?" Allie couldn't decide to be happy or infuriated with the answer that instantly solidified in her mind. "No. Even with her wings back, she's still just one dragon. She wouldn't risk that." An involuntary grunt of amusement slid from her throat. "Just a dragon. If I could have heard myself saying that a year ago." The faintest of tugs at Allie's belt prompted her to spin about, her hand cinching around the retreating wrist of a wide-eyed girl about 8 years old. "That was a good hit," Allie greeted the girl, smiling with just a hint of a threat. "You used the perfect window of surrounding distraction. I'm guessing your spotter is the boy in gray at the corner, and the girl in the red dress shouting happily at the juggler is your draw, right?" The girl instinctively pulled against Allie's grip, though she clearly knew better than to cry out. Her round, grubby features were contorted in panic, her frantic glances toward the other two children all the confirmation Allie needed that they were the girl's accomplices. Neither seemed incredibly loyal, scrambling out of sight as they realized their pickpocket had been made. "Want me to go after?" Gefnar asked, but Allie shook her head, never taking her eyes off the girl she'd grabbed. "No, this one's the brains of the operation." The girls started blinking rapidly, clearly about to descend into sobs until Allie gave a soft chuckle. "Relax, kid. I'm impressed, really. Tell you what." She looked pointedly to the coin purse still clutched in the girl's hand, which was quickly dropped into her waiting free palm. "I'll give you a chance to earn all of that money in 1 minute. 2 at most." The girl's mouth fell open before her entire face scrunched up in a scowl. How?
Knowing that she had the girl trapped by curiosity now, Allie released her grip, smiling as the would-be thief yanked back her hand, rubbing at her wrist. Allie nodded to the spot beside her. "Take a seat." Hesitantly, the girl did so.
Did you want me to embarrass another noble? I've heard some of the older kids get hired to do that sort of thing.
Allie snickered.
Happens in Lorson, too. I dropped an awning on a passing lady for 2 silver once. Course, I swiped a whole pouch of coins off the man who hired me when I reported back, too.
The girl stared at Allie in disbelief.
You grew up on the streets?
Well into my teens, Allie confirmed.
How do you think I saw you coming? Your draw glanced past me a couple times, and your spotter relies too much on thinking no one will notice him studying everything. I've told them to be more subtle,
the girl sighed, folding her arms.
Do you not want them on your job with me?
Calm down, said Allie, raising a hand. It's not a job. I just have a few questions.
All right. Do the temples not feed you?
Allie knew that many houses devoted to the Thakur were supposed to take care of the needy among them, but that had never really been the case in Lorson.
Sometimes,
the girl shrugged.
Doesn't really help when we need to eat every day, though.
Allie nodded soberly. She remembered all too well the nights of clutching at her stomach, fighting back tears at the gnawing hunger there. She smiled to the girl.
Got a name? Vana.
It could easily be a deception.
Allie didn't care.
I've been trying to get some things back in order, Vana, but I also have duties elsewhere for a while. A friend of mine, Hirdaleg, a big old bearkin, is going to be taking care of things while I'm gone, and she's figured out a way to free up some housing so that people like you can have a place to sleep and eat.
Allie had actually wanted to hug Hirdaleg when her steward had given her the news a few days earlier. Helping others who had nothing, just like Allie when she was younger. That was the sort of power she could handle. Vana, however, was screwing up her face in an angry pout.
An orphanage?
Sort of, Allie admitted. But anyone who needs help could come and stay for as long as they needed.
And leave whenever we want?
Yes, Allie promised. No one will force you to stay, but there will be people to help you learn things too.
I already know things,
Vana declared. Allie smirked.
I know you do. But have you ever thought about traveling? Or making things? Or creating art?
Vana cocked a wary brow.
Sounds a lot like school.
Is that so bad?
If only Lethold could see me now trying to recruit people into studying instead of trying to escape his books.
Her feet swinging beneath the bench, Vana chewed on the offer for a moment. Then,
have I earned my money yet?
Snorting in amusement, Allie tossed the girl her coin purse. There weren't more than a few plumers inside, but they'd make all the difference to someone like Vana.
Share the money and what we talked about with your partners, kid.
She arched a heavy eyebrow, letting dark power crackle in her palm as she stared Vana down.
If you don't, I'll know.
The faint tug of a smile at the end of the threat would, she hoped, soften whatever implications might be running through the girl's mind. Vana just nodded quickly, scurrying off as Allie added,
And look out for my friend. She should be telling people about these new homes soon.
When Allie turned back to Gefnar, the gnome was grinning broadly up at her.
What?
Allie demanded.
Nothing. You can just be incredibly sweet when you're not blasting people apart or filling them with daggers.
Allie snorted, giving Gefnar a playful shove.
Don't worry, I'll still be leaving all the love and mercy of Nomen Cal to you.
Gefnar clearly tried to smile, but the reminder of the divide between them, with Gefnar a noble servant of the brightest Thakur, and Allie an unwilling host to the darkest, had clearly soured the moment for him.
Probably gonna have to have that out soon, but not tonight.
Stifling a sigh, Allie quietly got back to her feet, motioning with a jerk of her head out toward the ongoing festivities. "Come on, we should find the others. We've got an early morning." Tanner smiled as he watched Atrazar successfully ricochet a ball into a basket hidden from her view, leaving the curator of the attraction they were visiting open-mouthed in astonishment. She hadn't made it on her first try, but for such a clearly lopsided challenge, even succeeding in only 5 was an impressive feat. If only beating a festival game could put her in the running for the new Samanir general, Tanner mused. He had faith that Gwytherin and Njoller would do all they could to make an informed, judicious choice on the appointment, since, at least until the war was hopefully won, it would be the thing most people remembered them for. It still didn't keep Tanner from having unrealistic ideas about who he'd like to see keeping Volkrit and Dewach in line. Curtis would take a lot of persuading on both sides, though.
"Do you like her because she is skilled?"
A small voice sounded from beside Tanner, and he turned to where Okizi still watched the proudly smiling Atrazar. Tanner squeezed his sister's hand, grinning back at Atrazar as she claimed her prize, a finely crafted jewelry box, before she forked over another coin to try the task again. "I like her because she doesn't care if she's skilled," Tanner answered Okizi. "Whether she was a quick learner or not, she would still devote herself to whatever it was she was doing. I like her because she's humble. She doesn't think she's better or worse than anyone else because of what she can or can't do. I like her because she's kind. I've watched her thank the man who held her back in servitude for years for giving her a home. She knows who people are, but she doesn't hate them for it." He swallowed, shocked at how easily it was all pouring out. "I like her. I love her because she's selfless, brave, and just so full of life. I'd do anything to make her happy." Okizi gave something between a whisper and a grunt. "Except stay." Tanner's mouth fell open as he looked back to his sister, seeing that her eyes shimmered with tears as they stared at her feet. He glanced about. They'd already made a point of staying well out of the thick of the crowds, but he knew Okizi was still raw with emotion from their separating and adjusting to her new body. Allie's story about accidentally obliterating a city block kept Tanner awake at night with worry. He didn't know if Okizi was capable of anything like that, but he thought it best not to tempt fate. "Hey," he soothed, draping an arm over Okizi's shoulder and guiding her to a secluded alcove outside a nearby shop. "I want to stay. You know I do." Okizi nodded reluctantly, lifting her big eyes to meet his. Tanner nearly doubled over physically at the hurt bleeding back to him through their link. At that moment, he couldn't imagine actually saying goodbye to his sister.
"Is that why you never asked Jotagan to join the link?"
Okizi asked sharply. A pained gasp slid from Tanner's lips, and he shook away the sudden rush of memory that played out his cousin's final moments. Fighting, protecting, falling. "You're asking if I didn't want Jotagan in my thoughts because I thought I might end up leaving him behind," he replied heavily. Again, Okizi nodded. "I don't know," Tanner admitted, finding that he'd sunk to his knees before his sister. "I've wondered about it. Wished I'd done things differently. On so many things. But I think the reason I didn't bring Jotagan into the link was that I thought he'd leave me. Leave us." He shook his head, hands hanging limply at his sides and shoulders drooped beneath the guilt of it all. I should have known better. He could have tried to go on hunting down anyone even remotely responsible for killing our family. But he stayed with us, was devoted to us. We were all he had left, and he dutifully helped with whatever we needed, not even pressing for details. It was enough that he was fighting for blood. But I was afraid, I think, that he'd leave us alone like the rest of our kind. And I guess he did. Maybe if he'd been with us in the link, it might have given him an edge. Tanner was cut short, the pain pounding in his chest slowly salved away by the tiny arms cinched around him, Okizi's head resting on his shoulder.
I wanted to stop hurting, Tanner,
she cried softly, her words muffled into his coat.
But I don't want to make you hurt anymore. I'm sorry.
She pulled away, letting Tanner wipe a tear from her cheek.
I miss him. Miss all of them so much. And now, with this other girl's memories, I miss her mother too.
It felt like 1,000 of Allie's light daggers had plunged into Tanner's heart. He gripped her hand, trying to smile encouragement back at her. It will fade, little one. Not fast, and it'll never be completely gone. But that loss we feel, I think it keeps them alive somehow, the people that are gone. Hattie's lost his family too, you know. I think the two of you will be good for each other. You like him, don't you? Another nod.
He's not father, not quite to me, but he makes me feel safe.
Good. Tanner sighed in relief. I'm glad you'll have each other while I'm gone.
You'll write, though, won't you?
Okizi pressed. Tanner smiled. Every day. He patted the shoulder bag Okizi carried, knowing that the scroll he'd had Dewach magically bind to the one he carried to speak with Curtis all the way back in Dragon's Nest lay nestled inside among the many trinkets Okizi had begun to pick up from around Hattie's workshop and the fortress. Curtis is a part of your family now too, so even when you can't hear me anymore, he tapped his temple, we'll never be too far to keep in touch. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
Okizi said softly, tilting her head to look past Tanner. Glancing over his shoulder, Tanner saw that Atrisar had moved to rejoin them, smiling affectionately at the scene before her. Everything all right? She asked. She looked so pretty in that green dress. Yep, Tanner replied cheerily. He stood, taking Okizi's hand as he draped the other arm over Atrisar. Come on, we've got time for at least one more game before we turn in. Leaning to look past Tanner as they strode back toward the thick of the festivities, Atrisar offered a warm smile down to Okizi. What do you think? Should we try something Tanner has a chance of winning this time? Like card guessing? As Okizi giggled, Tanner adopted the most bombastic look of indignance he could muster. My lady, are you implying that I'm a dishonorable tavern shark? Atrisar winked playfully, giving Tanner a quick peck on the cheek. I'm saying that you may have learned a few things from hanging about with Drogal all those years. But don't worry, you're also quite good at burning things. Drogal, Tanner mused distractedly. He hoped his half-orc friend was doing well in the wake of the attack on the Glenadoc. Well, come on then, Tanner declared, forcing himself to enjoy the moment around him. Who knew when he'd have another one like it? Let's go and see if we can find something to swindle and or burn. Yes, it does matter, Hanwer insisted, foisting the sealed envelope she held into Tavik's hand. Pride and regret held a shifting war on her features, but she held her chin high. Gwytherin and Noller have proven themselves to be nothing but gracious and honorable, and I let my husband catch me up in his paranoia and scheming. Tavik reluctantly took the letter, glancing uneasily to Jack before answering, You had every right to be doubtful of our leadership after what Fathag put you through, Hanwer. Leastways, it's not like you joined the estimable Lord Winowed in calling out your new royalty. Hanwer's lips puckered self-consciously. I didn't try to stop them, either. Standing awkwardly at Tavik's shoulder, Jack supposed she could understand Hanwer's guilt. Yes, she'd put her faith in her half-brother when Tavik had shown up at her door asking that she hide Jack and her friends when they'd been fugitives of the Samanir, taking in the strange party of guests without treachery, if not without dissent. But she'd stood by and let her drunkard of a husband nearly topple Falcon Crest into a dangerous wartime chaos, refusing to hear Tavik's side of it when the guardsmen had attempted to reach out and explain their plan to repair things. Still, Jack had to admire the strength of Hanwer's character that she could now admit her error and do more than simply apologize.
Time I started using my status for some good, I think, Hanwer continued, gesturing to the letter in Tavik's hand. Someone like you deserves to rise through the ranks of the Samanir, Tavik. I only hope my recommendation will help with things in some small way.
Tavik gave an uneasy chuckle.
Not even technically a Samanir yet, really. Just a guardsman with a few special assignments. Well, they could name you the new general as far as I'm concerned, Hanwer declared with an affirming nod. You've had ample opportunity to gloat or retaliate and done neither. And if what Jack says about you is true, you have the bravery of a true warrior.
Stunned, Tavik fell silent, staring at his half-sister.
It's all true, Jack volunteered. And Tavik thinks very highly of you as well.
Genuine relief flashed in Hanwer's eyes.
That's good to hear, though I'm not sure what I've done to deserve it.
Finally, Tavik gave a faint grin.
Reluctantly doing the right thing still counts, lucky for all of us.
He turned his smile on Jack.
I've been told a great deal about being a better person recently.
Jack's neck grew hot, and she averted her gaze, wishing Ember were there to hide behind.
Well, I'll leave you two to enjoy what's left of Bayat, Hanwer said quickly, giving a graceful curtsy. I hope you'll stop by soon, Tavik.
Tavik squinted warily.
Pretty sure my loving brother-in-law wouldn't be too pleased.
Hanwer shrugged dismissively.
He'll simply have to get used to it. Your family, after all.
As Tavik returned her smile, she added to Jack,
Safe journeys to you, Jack. I hope to see you again sometime. Likewise,
Jack replied with a faint dip at the knees of her own. All the bowing and curtsying wasn't how her people conducted themselves, but she'd seen enough of it since arriving in Falcon Crest to be reasonably confident in the execution. As Hanwer glided away, Tavik gave a whooshing sigh.
Blazing insanity.
He tapped the letter Hanwer had given him in the palm of his empty hand as he beamed at Jack.
Who'd have thought, eh?
Jack smiled, glancing about to see that more of the half-breed delegations were caught up in the festivities of Bayat than any previous night. A ludicrous sight even just a few weeks earlier, but a most welcome one.
Who indeed?
Things were winding down, however. It had to be well past midnight now, and a few strings of lanterns had even begun to be snuffed further out in the city, subtly herding anyone still clinging to the dwindling party toward Falcon Crest Fortress. The more tenacious among them would press on until the morning light, when the duty of welcoming in spring and the dawn of a new year would now fall to Queen Gwytherin, the monarch of Varbius blood. Jack and the others planned to be gone by then.
Tavik,
she found herself saying as she turned to the guardsman, finding that she'd interrupted him.
Jack, Oh, go ahead.
She laughed uneasily.
I just wanted to say that I've enjoyed our time together here.
Tavik's face brightened, then fell as he seemed to grasp the past tense of Jack's words.
So have I, he replied warily. The thing is, we'll be making our way through the Aethelvir forest on our way to Lorsin.
Your home.
Exactly. I've learned a great deal in my time beyond the clan grounds, but I wonder if it might be time for me to go back and gain some perspective. There are things I need time to consider, between Ember's changes, the supposed prophecy of a huntress, and, well...
She'd reached for Tavik's hand before she could properly judge if it would be a mistake. He allowed it, but it didn't seem to change his subdued bearing. Jack was also shocked to find that she was saying these things at all. She hadn't yet voiced her thoughts of returning home even to her fellow travelers, but she found it so easy to open up with Tavik. Tavik nodded slowly, shifting his shoulders as though wishing that he was decked in his bulky armor rather than simple clothing and a coat.
You're saying you're not coming back? I don't know, Jack sighed. Maybe clarity will come on its own, but I think it's past time I tried to seek it out. Besides, I'm certain Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar will find it far easier to enter Lorsin without having to explain an enormous wolf.
I'd imagine it might be a giveaway as to who you all are, Tavik allowed with a grunt. Jack appreciated that it never seemed to enter his consideration to leave Ember behind somewhere. He knew firsthand, after all, how difficult it was to persuade her of that. "So, that's it then?" Tavik pressed, swaying on his feet as though he wanted to step closer. But the fear in his eyes kept him from following through. "You lot just prance on out of your trees, change a few lives, and nip on back."
"Usually, yes,"
Jack admitted with a forced chuckle. Tavik considered for a moment.
"How does the clan feel about visitors?"
"Tavik, I'm serious."
He did step closer now, his features twisting with vulnerability.
"I've never met anyone like you, Jack, and I don't suspect I ever will again. You throw yourself into fights that aren't yours just because it's right." "Because I can help,"
Jack corrected, her breath nearly catching as she looked up into Tavik's face. She'd never stood this close to him before.
"There are plenty of right things that I don't do. I'm not built to handle every problem, and I don't expect to."
Tavik smirked. "But you do your part." An appreciative smile spread over Jack's face, and her heightened heartbeat softened a fraction.
"You've been talking to Gefnar and Noller."
"As is my duty," Tavik defended with a curt laugh. Then, with a playful scrunching of his face,
"Some of the lads and lasses in the barracks could stand to follow their first rule a bit more often, I can tell you that."
Jack matched his good humor.
"Maybe city folk simply see personal hygiene as frivolous."
"Then Mevor deserves to win the war," Tavik said with an apologetic shrug. Putting a hand to her snickering mouth, Jack glanced around to see that a handful of passers-by glowered in Tavik's direction. Trying unsuccessfully to downturn her features, Jack offered a series of placating nods.
"It's all right, he doesn't mean it."
His face reddened, Tavik nodded.
"That's right, city guard business. Just, conducting an ordinary loyalty test on passing citizens."
Responses ranged from skepticism to indifference, but everyone seemed to have somewhere better to be just then.
"You're going to get yourself imprisoned for treason,"
Jack warned, giggling as she turned back to Tavik. She sobered as she met Tavik's intense gaze.
"Tavik?"
"I like you, Jack," Tavik blurted. "And maybe not as much, but I think you like me too. You're kind, caring, fearless, and blazes, you're beautiful."
Jack's voice had abandoned her, she discovered as she opened her mouth to speak in the ensuing seconds a handful of times, never quite able to form words.
"Look, I'm not asking you to change your plans or anything about yourself,"
Tavik added, his courage clearly waning at Jack's silence.
"And please don't lie to spare my feelings. I just want to know, is there any chance for us?"
Her thoughts a mad jumble, Jack fought to formulate a reply. Certainly there were stories of clan members who'd brought suitors encountered in the world beyond the Aethelvir forest back home, even of some who'd decided to remain with someone they'd found, returning only to bid farewell to their family. But Jack had never thought that it might happen to her. The Aethelvir forest was her home. She valued her family above almost anything, and, though she hadn't made any sort of romantic connection in the other families or clans, she'd always just assumed that she'd marry someone whose life matched her own. Tavik's very livelihood was rooted in the preservation of a world antithesis to the way Jack had been raised. A world of ranks, leaders, and industry. Beyond that, the answer to the most important question here eluded Jack still.
"What do I feel for him?"
she wondered, swallowing as she held Tavik's expectant gaze.
"I'm not fearless,"
she said at last, taking Tavik's other hand.
"I'm terrified of how different the life I might lead could differ from how I'd imagined it, and of how little say I might have in the matter. I care for the downtrodden, though I act far too impulsively in response. I'm kind to those I respect, but dismiss the capacity for good in anyone who dares to show self-interest without thought of nuance. I do what I think is right, but fail to consider the repercussions.
She smiled tightly up to Tavik.
And as for beauty, I won't presume to tell you what you see, but my own reflection seems drab and mundane to my own eyes.
Tavik's eyes clearly protested, but he remained silent as Jack drew in a long breath.
I do like you, Tavik. You're more than a friend. But I think we're simply on different paths.
Then I can change mine, Tavik insisted, but Jack shook her head, pressing the letter he held deeper into his palm with her thumb.
Your path is clear to everyone, including you. You want to make a difference in the way you've been trained, and you have the courage and stubbornness to back it up.
She eased up on her toes, lightly kissing Tavik's cheek.
Falcon Crest needs you as much as it ever needed me. Gwytherin, Noller, and whoever they appoint as general will need people they can trust to help them make something better from whatever's left after the war.
As she drew back, she saw a tear spill down Tavik's cheek into his short but wild beard.
Right,
he sighed, eyes glistening in the shifting lantern light overhead as he smiled down at Jack.
I will see you again one day, though, Miss Jacqueline Ed Owen.
Jack laughed softly, taking Tavik in a firm hug and closing her eyes to savor the moment as he held her in return.
I'll hold you to that, Tavik Ed Eirik.
Then, with a playful squeeze,
and you'd better be a Samanir by then.
Chapter 17 Lulls Between.
Road seemed to stretch endlessly to the horizon, the point where the dreary sky met the line of dirt and rock, serving as a focal point for Allie's vacant gaze as the gentle rocking of the saddle beneath her lulled her into a state of near thoughtlessness, considering nothing and most things all at once. Roughly 5 weeks of travel had carried them hundreds of miles and nearly to the middle of spring, meaning that the thoroughly bland temperature that hung dully over the lush, flower-speckled landscape left Allie just warm enough in her traveling clothes to feel comfortably draped with blankets in a cozy nook. She'd lost track of how many times she'd nodded off in the saddle in the past few days.
You know, I almost wish we'd spot some of Mevod's forces,
Gefnar groaned, drawing the gaze of his companions where he rode on his smaller horse in the middle of the group. He'd flopped back in his saddle to lay against his mount's lower back, appearing to have passed the last few hours trying to spot shifting shapes in the formless, rainless cloud cover. Catching Jack's scowl of disapproval at his statement, he quickly amended,
I mean, far enough away that we're not in any real danger, obviously, but at least it would help break the monotony of—
he gestured vaguely in all directions.
All of this.
Allie almost found herself inclined to agree. The most exciting thing to happen on their trip so far was to have a great body of water bordering the road they walked to the northeast, which Allie had first thought to be the Thalassan Sea proper, not just Falcon Crest Bay that met the great city they'd departed. Of course, Tanner had promptly chimed in that the body of water in question would be the much smaller Axodon Sea. The next oversized lake they'd come across hadn't been the Thalassan either, Tanner had informed them, this one being the Mepios Sea, he'd thought.
Thrilling,
Allie grunted inwardly as they continued their march. For its part, the only purpose the Mepios seemed to serve was to add to their travel time by forcing the road beneath them to split west and east around the body of water. Allie and her companions had opted to take the west road, as it kept them close to first the Twesiden and now the southern fringes of the Eithilvir forests. Jack had asserted that the benefits offered by her knowledge of such terrain would offset the downside of the west road, the Silicos Marsh, likely soon to flood with the spring rains. They'd been lucky on 3 accounts so far. First, the rains had only been moderate in the past few weeks, it seemed, leaving the roads still more than passable. Second, the Samanir forces they'd encountered sporadically, occasionally even receiving a night of warmth and food among the regiments with commanders more in awe of their feats in Falcon Crest, had all seemed to opt for the east road between the Mepiosi and Dankum Bay, likely to minimize the chance of ambush from the forest and to avoid the potential mire of the Silicos Marsh. Third, there'd been no sign of any croc-bloods, snake-bloods, or lizardkin anywhere, which, while obviously a relief, meant that the journey to Lorsin continued to be an unbearably boring plod northwest, which in turn meant that they all had way too much time to think about whatever was troubling them. Tanner's perpetual sad, faraway look, which had only heightened a day or two into their journey when he'd seemingly fully passed beyond the reaches of their link with Atchissar and Okizi back in Falcon Crest, had long since served to fuel Allie's annoyance whenever she looked the Foxkin's way, and Jack seemed constantly lost in thought, a focused scowl on her face as she might absent-mindedly stroke Ember's neck. Gefnar, meanwhile, seemed to be studying Allie whenever she looked his direction, which was always followed by increasingly poor attempts at nonchalance. As Allie thought back, that part had been getting worse since setting out, which made her guess that it had something to do with their meditations together whenever the group made camp.
"You're really not afraid, are you?"
Gefnar had asked a few nights before over a glowing campfire. At Allie's quizzical look, he'd added,
"You have a connection to the most powerful force of darkness possibly ever in existence, and you're just sure that you can keep him at bay."
Allie had given a bitter guffaw.
"Hardly. I mean, I don't know. It seems like generations before me have done it already, but that doesn't mean I'll succeed."
She'd smiled darkly to Gefnar.
"Besides, if I'm taken over by some arrogant Thakur, you all can just kill me, right?"
She'd regretted the jab instantly, as Gefnar's face had contorted in guilt and fear. Her frustration at the gnome's initial resignation of Allie's service to Sharad had faded, and they'd managed to recapture something like the friendship they'd had before they'd learned what was bound to her heritage, mostly by not talking about things. And she'd just broken that unspoken rule.
"Allie,"
Gefnar had replied, shifting uneasily as Tanner had awkwardly climbed to his feet, where he'd read nearby and muttered that he was going for a walk.
"I'm trying to help you with Antothika's exercises so we never have to find out if I even can."
Allie had briefly wanted to snap that he could always just stab her in her sleep if he was scared of fighting her full power, but she'd understood what Gefnar had really meant instantly. If the time came, he might not even be able to bring himself to try to defeat her.
How touching.
Allie shrugged away the memory and the thought of how Gefnar had quietly retreated to bed afterward. She'd wanted to say something to recover their lighter moments together, but she somehow hadn't been able to force the words out. The next night, however, Gefnar had joined in her meditations again, as though nothing had happened, running through word association with Allie over their time in Falcon Crest, as Antothika might have done, while Allie had conjured up thoughts of Delegar, General Fetheg, and the nameless Talanir assassin on command. Gefnar wasn't quite as adept as Antothika had been in aiding the flow of consciousness, but it was all still somehow easier with him than it had ever been with the High Priestess.
"Probably because she and I were never quite friends,"
Allie reminded herself as she glanced over to where Gefnar still lay back in his saddle, staring up at the sky.
And yet he has not the stomach to kill you. How very inconsiderate.
They traveled in silence after Gefnar's comment for perhaps another half hour before Tanner piped up. "You know, the more I stare at those trees, the more I think maybe it wouldn't have been so bad to deal with all of the dangers of just using Hattie's tetherport to get us to Lorsin." Allie wasn't sure if Tanner was merely talking about the monotony of the horizon, or the fact that they were all keenly aware of how at home many potential enemies were in the forest as well, but it was a pretty petulant thing to say either way. Surprisingly, Jack pushed back against the wishful thinking first, despite having turned even more introspective than usual in the weeks since Falcon Crest.
"You do recall what those dangers were, don't you?"
the huntress pressed. Tanner turned up his face as he sighed. "Yeah." Jack began to count off on her fingers as Ember plodded along beneath her.
1. Possible dismemberment as the transportation magics collided with any wards around the city, or even around Mevod's encampments. 2, likely detection, even if we did arrive whole and a ways from the city. Impossible time constraints on any trip that would likely cause us to slip up in haste. 4, potential loss of cohesion should we have needed to make multiple trips. Have I forgotten anything?
Gefnar slowly raised a hand, shrugging apologetically at Tanner's insincere glower of betrayal.
Let's not forget that Hattie still isn't entirely sure someone traveling via Tetherport isn't going to end up halfway through a tree or something.
That's why we make sure to overshoot the forest, Tanner muttered dejectedly, but he clearly didn't feel like offering up any real counter-arguments.
At least we'll be reaching the Aethelver forest by nightfall,
Allie announced, fighting not to fidget in her saddle as her eyes briefly met Gefnar's.
Assuming the road isn't washed out between us and the tree line anyway.
She motioned ahead with her chin.
You'll be happy to be home, right, Jack? Oh, yes,
said Jack, the strange weight to her words drawing Allie's gaze. Jack looked ahead as she rode, but not with eagerness, Allie noted. If anything, she seemed reluctant to keep moving, leaning back as though to divert Ember's course at a moment's notice. Allie frowned. Whenever Jack had spoken of her family and the many places within the vast Aethelver forest they'd traveled to throughout the year, she'd always worn a faraway smile of wistful affection, like she couldn't wait to get back to her family and share all of her crazy experiences. Now that they'd come so close, however, it looked as though Jack would prefer to turn about and gallop back to Falcon Crest.
Guess I'm not the only one with a complicated relationship with where I grew up,
Allie mused, catching Tanner's confused head tilt toward Jack as well. She was about to ask Jack if everything was all right when Jack turned to face them all, frowning as she inhaled to speak. Then, simply smiling at them, she instead nodded mostly to herself, it seemed, before turning back to the road. Not wanting to intrude on her thoughts, Allie merely shared a confused shrug with Tanner, and the group moved on in silence. Allie raised a hand, wiggling her fingers about in the air as she summoned a subdued blast of power that scattered a cloud of bugs waiting in her path. The silence didn't indicate that none of the travelers had anything to talk about, she knew. It was just that none of them were ready to say anything about what was filling their minds yet. Of all of them, Allie supposed that she could probably respect that the most. Tanner scratched furiously away at the scroll before him with his quill in the light of the fresh campfire. Allie had been right. They'd made it nearly a mile well into the thick of the lush trees that made up the immense Aethelver forest, and each one of those trees seemed intent on filling the forest air with its particular brand of pollen. A hearty sneeze shook Tanner's body, and he protectively covered the scroll in his lap with his arms as he turned aside. The beauty of the forest in the waning light of evening had been admittedly dazzling, with thousands of blooms, both in the trees and along the vines and undergrowth, stretching out for the few shifting beams of sunlight that had finally broken through the clouds. But there had also been the dense, billowing pollen that had almost made Tanner feel as though he was underwater, watching the beams of light catch waves of the airborne particles. Some trees had even dropped fresh clouds of pollen onto the winding forest road around or on top of the travelers, as vibrantly plumed birds had fled their perches overhead. Tanner had never been one to succumb to allergies easily, but even his body was beginning to feel sluggish and foggy after so many breaths full of pollen. So he could only imagine how Gefnar was feeling. The gnome was glaring at Tanner when the foxkin looked his way across the fire. At least, Tanner thought Gefnar was glaring. It might have just been the way his face was all puffy and scrunched up after only a few hours of being within the Aethelver forest. "You okay, Gef?" Tanner asked warily, sniffling after his powerful sneeze.
"I'll be fine,"
Gefnar assured him, gesturing to his own face.
"A bit of historic magic after summer, and I should be able to sleep like normal."
Tanner had to bite his own tongue to keep any trace of humor from showing on his face. Aside from being unable to pronounce certain letters, Gefnar was also momentarily possessed of an incongruously deep voice. But Tanner knew it would be cruel to mock something out of Gefnar's control. Allie, it seemed, wasn't so encumbered, however. From where she sat, cutting the orange peach-like things she'd picked off a nearby tree, she actually dropped the traveling knife she was using into the bowl in front of her as she raised a hand to her face, snickering loudly.
I'm sorry, Gef,
she finally managed, clearly apologetic but unable to hide her amusement.
That just really surprised me, is all.
Thankfully, Gefnar didn't seem too insulted. If anything, it looked to Tanner like Allie's laughter had released some subtle tension in his posture. Like the unusual outburst on the part of the typically dour Lady McAllister made him feel relieved. Noting Gefnar's good humor, Tanner joined in the last of Allie's snickering with a chuckle of his own.
You do sound a bit weird, Gef, and with the way you soldier on, I'm guessing you feel even worse than you look.
Please. Gefnar cut off any attempt at apology, gesturing to his own puffy face. You think I don't know? Tanner offered a sympathetic shrug.
All I'm saying is, I know you were probably taught at the temple not to use your magic frivolously, but could it hurt to treat your reactions before it might interfere with you being rested for the mission?
Gefnar nodded slowly.
Fine. But if any of you tell Edotica...
He left the threat unfinished with a playful scowl. Then, closing his eyes as his fingers brushed his pendant of Nomencal, the gnome let the purest of the Thakur's light glow to life in his palm, pushing the vibrant power down into his own ribcage. Almost instantly, the puffiness in his face began to subside, and his features soon returned to their normal dimensions. Inhaling a long, deep breath before twitching his nose, Gefnar opened his eyes again, smiling to Tanner and Allie.
Yeah, that definitely feels better.
His voice was back to its usual pitch, too.
Well, you're such a rebel, Allie declared teasingly. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd throw off all the masochistic shackles of your priesthood.
Again, Tanner thought that Allie might have overstepped, insulting the values of Nomencal's temple like that. But even this Gefnar seemed to take in jest, firing back with,
What about you? How's your hardened, street-tough image supposed to survive when you go around helping orphans and saving monarchs?
Allie shrugged, restraining her smile only slightly.
I guess we all need to be able to surprise ourselves sometimes.
And each other, Gefnar added with a smirk. It took Tanner a moment to realize he was frowning at the scene before him. No, it wasn't that Gefnar and Allie had never bantered before. This just felt different somehow. Layered. Like Tanner was only catching half of what was being said.
Maybe their connection through the link has gotten stronger since they've been meditating together, he mused.
It was difficult to say, having not taken part in things since he and Okizi. Well, there just didn't seem to be much point in it any longer. After having to keep tabs on two souls, reigning in his own temper alone seemed a lot easier these days. And it didn't take any sort of deep soul-searching to determine what was constantly simmering inside. Okizi's extraction may have gone better than he'd had any right to expect, but Tanner still felt incomplete, as if some emotions or vague memories were always just out of reach. Tanner found that his eyes had fallen to the scroll before him again, and when he looked back up to Gefnar and Allie, they both seemed to have remembered something important, sad, or both, each falling back into their own work. Gefnar tending the fire and Allie redundantly arranging her bedroll. They seemed to be avoiding eye contact with each other. Weird, Tanner thought. They hardly talk to each other for days, then share a laugh, only to go back to silence. He shook his head. Whatever was going on between them, he hoped they'd sort it out soon. Tanner didn't consider himself a busybody, eager to know every detail of other people's relationships, but if it was on display right in front of him, it could be more than a little distracting, and none of them would need more distraction where they were going. The almost imperceptible patter of large paws on the forest floor betrayed the return of Jack and Ember from their brief hunt. Jack sweeping into the light of the campfire atop her wolf, and dropping lightly out of her saddle to deposit a scruffy-looking badger beside the fire. Tanner cocked an eyebrow. That's it? I mean, not to sound ungrateful, but springtime in a forest and that's all you managed to find? Jack's eyes narrowed fractionally toward Tanner, though not, he noted gratefully, out of anger.
Yes, that's it. The area's already been well hunted, it seems.
Allie looked up from her bedroll.
What are you saying? Did a pack of vermin, of half-breeds, come through recently?
Jack merely dipped her head, as though some unspoken question had been answered for her, her gaze slowly swiveling about.
Then you haven't noticed. They are adept at hiding themselves, I suppose, to those unfamiliar with the area.
Who? Gefnar pressed, eyes going wide.
I'm uncertain, Jack admitted, but I don't think they mean us harm. They've had you surrounded for at least a half hour, and they made no move to advance when I passed their perimeter.
A low chuckle rumbled from the trees behind Tanner, causing him to shoot to his feet, fire blazing in one hand as he fumbled for his morning star with the other.
Nah. Away with your weapons and magic.
A warm, drawling voice filtered into the campsite as a figure stepped out from behind a tree not 5 paces from where Tanner had sat. The man was tall and slim of build, with roughly shorn shoulder-length hair that glistened a walnut brown in the firelight, and a thin beard unshaped by a razor that creased in the studious smile that swept over the group.
Your friend speaks truly. We've not intended you harm.
As though to emphasize the point, the man drew his hand away from the dull leather-bound hilt of the longsword slung at his side.
Yeah?
Tanner shot back, quickly scanning the man's farcically ragged cloak up and down. And what do you intend? You don't look like one of Jack's people.
He's not,
Jack affirmed.
None of them are. They're skilled at blending into their surroundings, but their cautious footing gives them away. They're strangers here.
The tall man chuckled softly, even that sound reminding Tanner of the few Thalassan sailors who'd made their way through Dragon's Nest over the years.
Seems we're not to sneak anything by you, Huntress.
His pronunciation of "th," Tanner realized, was incongruously soft on a tongue otherwise practically clacking away with sailor speak. Tanner couldn't quite place it.
You're Lorsinian,
Allie declared, a sharp scowl in her eyes when Tanner glanced her way. Her dagger was unsurprisingly in her hand where she stood subtly braced for action, but she kept the dark power inside of her from crackling in her gaze. Tanner instinctively took a deep inhale of the pollen-laden air in an attempt to better assess Allie's mental state. Sure, there was technically a war between Falcon Crest and Lorsan at the moment, but it was easy to grasp that the accusation in Allie's words was far more personal as she added,
Highborn, am I right?
With an impressed pucker, the man inclined his head.
You have a good ear. I've not lived in Lorsan for quite some time, though the etiquette's not fled me fully.
He dipped low from the waist, dropping 1 foot back a pace and offering a deferential flourish with one hand that Tanner didn't recognize from his time in Falcon Crest.
Lord Thradlos Edgrasdith, at your service.
It took Tanner a second longer to grasp why the name sounded familiar than it did Allie, if her sharp inhale was any indication. Gresdith, the estate burned to a husk over 2 decades ago, and from which Mevod now ruled over Lorsan in his reign of fear.
All right, Tanner said slowly, scrutinizing the supposed Lord Gresdith. I'll take the bait, since it's clear you want someone to ask so badly. What's the heir to a fallen estate doing in a forest surrounding a group of travelers with a bunch of sneaky troops? Thradlos grinned broadly without showing his teeth.
I'm glad you asked, my lad.
Tanner's frown deepened. Whoever this man was, he couldn't be more than a handful of years older than any of them. Before Tanner could point out the fact, however, Thradlos left him decidedly speechless as he continued,
You're all looking at the new general of the Samanir and all the forces of Falcon Crest.
Chapter 18 The Forging of Leaders. Jack blinked, her fingers tightening in the thick fur of Ember's neck, the wolf issuing a low growl across the fire as he perceived Jack's flash of emotion. Allowing Thradlos only a few seconds of smirking into the stunned silence, Jack cleared her throat.
I'm sorry?
Thradlos winked over at her.
You have not yet done anything that warrants an apology, Huntress.
A demand, then? Jack shot back, setting her jaw.
You've made quite the claim. Explain it.
Damn right, Tanner snarled, jabbing a clawed finger at their visitor. You expect us to believe that Gwytherin and Noller just handed over the army that stands between Kavorum and Mevod's tyranny to a man who thinks he's a military genius just because he's figured out how to slink around some trees? Thradlos cocked a needling brow at the foxkin, glancing back over to Jack.
Ya seem to be handy at apologizing. Care to take a stab at explaining your friend here?
What's to explain? Jack replied with a pointedly fake smile.
He raises a good question. If you claim appointment by the new king and queen of Falcon Crest, it would be careless of us not to request some kind of proof.
After a moment of meeting Jack's stare, Thradlos shrugged.
True enough, I suppose.
And with that, he flung aside the ragged cloak draped over his body to reveal a suit of armor beneath, with precious metal inlays that glinted vibrantly in the firelight, and that bore the unmistakable emblazoned crest of a falcon. Jack looked sharply to Tanner, who was already tracing his glowing fingertips through the air. For someone so well versed in illusory magics, it should be easy for him to tell. But no, he glanced back to Jack and the others with a shocked shake of his head. The armor and everything about it was real.
My orders and letter of appointment,
Thradlos declared, withdrawing a pair of small scrolls from a satchel at his side.
Well, any orders y'ave the clearance to read, leastways.
Tanner strode forward to snatch up the proffered papers, retreating back to the light of the campfire to read through them. Allie and Gefnar peered over the foxkin's shoulders as he stooped near the fire, each of them now having some familiarity with official documents as well. But Jack already knew what they were going to find. The scrolls were as genuine as Thradlos's armor. Or at least all of it was equally impossible to refute. The indomitable smugness in Thradlos's dark eyes told her that much at least.
Why you?
Jack pressed as she studied the man before her, trying not quite successfully to keep the edge out of her voice.
Gwytherin and Noller are good people who value compassion and understanding, not political maneuvering.
Thradlos adopted a mockingly hurt expression.
You have known me for all of 2 minutes, and already you think me incapable of caring for another living thing.
No, Jack allowed.
I just wonder what in your reputation might have inspired such blind faith on the part of my friends back in Falcon Crest.
If Thradlos was surprised to hear that Jack and the others knew the monarchs of Falcon Crest personally, he didn't show it.
Further evidence to support the unspoken claims that he knows who we are.
With a smirk and a faint swirling motion with his fingers, Thradlos strolled forward to ease down by the fire. All around, just out of sight of the shifting firelight, Jack caught the faintest of movements that signified the 24 or so figures who'd enclosed the campsite with Thradlos, receding into the night. Ember easily picked up on the change as well, his ears twitching back and forth, though his smoldering eyes never left their one visible guest. Depositing his cloak on the ground beside him, Thradlos casually warmed his hands before the fire, smiling as he motioned for Jack to sit nearby. She complied, motioning for Ember to stay alert. To Thradlos's other side, Gefnar seemed to feel that the stranger had positioned himself too closely, leaving the gnome to awkwardly shift Tanner and Allie around the far side of the fire as they finished studying the scrolls before them.
Ya worry about my ethical credentials, is that it, my lass?
Thradlos finally answered Jack after stretching out his arms. Jack inclined her head.
I do, though clearly you have no obligation to quiet my fears, if you truly possess the status you claim to.
Thradlos smirked.
I suppose not. But a nice man would still want to, correct? Not if his only motivation for doing so was to gain our help,
Jack replied pleasantly.
And what makes you think I'm wanting your help?
Jack leveled an impatient frown on him.
You clearly know who we are, and you've sought us out. You claim you're not here to harm us, which means that you want something.
Or perhaps I'm simply curious to meet the crew who shifted the course of the war without taking part in a single battle,
Thradlos countered with a chuckle.
Perhaps,
Jack allowed.
But that would also make you incompetent.
She paused only for Thradlos's guffaw of amusement before adding,
The bulk of your army is at least 50 miles from here, at a guess. It's hard to hide a force of that size, and we haven't seen any sign of even smaller bands in quite some time. We're well west of the reported front, which means you've sought us out specially.
Thradlos was smiling broadly now.
And it's too much to ask that you think me entirely irresponsible.
It is, Jack asserted, finding the man's smile infectious despite herself.
Then Gwytherin and Nola really wouldn't have appointed you.
A hearty laugh spilled from Thradlos, surprisingly deep, Jack thought, for someone so lean of build.
I must say,
the man declared good-naturedly as his laughter subsided,
for a Wilderlin, born and raised, you certainly seem to have a keen grasp on the workings of the outside world.
The clans don't have cutthroat politics,
Jack replied, trying not to sound too defensive.
But we still must learn how people operate. Even if it's a good one, an action is always driven by some motivation.
Thradlos briefly chewed on the point.
Suppose there are some universal truths, whether on land or sea. But we've duelled long enough, methinks. Ya wish to know how a humble man from a broken house comes to lead the armies of those meant to be his enemies at present.
Jack nodded.
If it's not too much trouble.
It isn't,
Thradlos assured her, stroking his chin as he playfully narrowed his eyes at her.
Truncating things considerably, I've built myself a reputation in recent years of managing people well.
Gefnar looked slowly up from reading over Tanner's shoulder. And expanding things just a bit more than that? Thradlos laughed again, but Jack caught the touch of sadness in his eyes.
I've learned since my rather transient childhood that the Grasdith estate was near broke for years well before the fire that ruined us. One of my clearest memories before leaving Lorsin is the joy on my mother's face in the light of our home ablaze. The estate was insured, she whispered to me. We could start anew.
He trailed off as he stared into the campfire, and Jack wondered if he was seeing that moment again in his faraway gaze. The abrupt silence caused the others to look up from the scrolls Thradlos had presented, the resignation on Tanner and Gefnar's faces clear at the validity before them. Both men turned to Thradlos expectantly, as though determining that they should at least learn more about the man they were stuck with as the new head of Falcon Crest's forces. But Allie folded her arms over her chest, distrust in her eyes as she sharply prompted,
But your home burned, and you were left with nothing.
Thradlos nodded, recovering some of his good humor as he met Allie's gaze.
Less than nothing. With the estate so publicly brought low, debt collectors scrambled to claim what was owed them before the money ran dry. They soon all realized that it already had, long since. Father was publicly humiliated and imprisoned for fraud, while Mother fought to secure suitable employment for my siblings and I when it was ordered that we work off the debt. She sent us out in pairs to look after each other. My eldest sister Adware and I were booked as cabin youngsters aboard a ship.
This ship have a name?
Allie interjected, unapologetic as Thradlos glanced her way.
The Blighted Tariants,
Thradlos said flatly, followed by a half-hearted wink.
Not the most popular vessel in the Marred Trading Empire's fleet, you might imagine.
Allie shrugged, as though the name given for the ship might have just been quick thinking. It wasn't likely they could disprove the claim, after all.
And the part that actually qualifies you to lead an army? I assume you're getting there?
Thradlos chuckled again, but even Jack was beginning to question why Allie seemed so intent on undercutting the man's story. Was there something about his claimed background as being from a noble family from Lorsin that flew in the face of Allie's one-time street urchin sensibilities?
Aye, I'm getting there, Thradlos continued, managing not to show a trace of offense in his ruddy features. Ya see, from the humble station of cabin boy, I worked my way up in the crew of the Terrients, employing simple time-savers in whatever station I was in at the moment. More than that, I took it upon myself to complete every menial task that saw the ship operating at peak efficiency. There wasn't a job I didn't perform at least once, and not a station I didn't learn to the fullest.
His face darkened.
Meaning, I experienced every blow and cutting remark of unearned superiority from those who felt their place was above the work my hands had found.
Jack would have believed the claim even without the faded scars that peppered Thradlos's features. The truth of the memory was etched far more deeply into his face than any physical wound.
When the boatswain of my youth, a vile man, the name of Chodak, got his neck broke in a bar fight, the Terrients' crew surprised both Captain Inafa and myself by petitioning to have me assume the vacant post. Fearing a mutiny, I think, should he refuse, and unable to change crews until returning to Lorsin, Inafa relented, and, to my knowledge, I became the youngest boatswain ever appointed in the Marid trading fleet at the age of 26.
Even attentive as she was for it, Jack detected no arrogance at the statement, merely a profound sense of accomplishment at Thradlos's years of hard work having paid off for him.
"Whoa,"
Tanner muttered, his eyes wide as he leaned forward for the rest of the story. All wariness seemed to have fled his gaze, replaced with fascination. You were running a ship at Jack's age? Jack turned to the foxkin, her brow furrowing.
How did you know how old I was?
Tanner had to physically shake himself from the spell Thradlos's story had cast over him. What? Oh, well, you just have always seemed a bit older than the rest of us, I guess, but, not like you were in your 30s yet. Wait, I guessed right?
Only just,
Jack allowed with a chuckle.
I set out from the Western Ethelvir just over a year ago, on my 25th birthday.
The implication hit Gefnar first, with Allie still scrutinizing a bemused Thradlos. Hold on, we just passed your birthday?
The 4th of Potra,
Jack affirmed with an apologetic smile. Only a few days after we left Falcon Crest? Tanner chided. We could have celebrated with everyone there.
We did,
Jack pointed out, beginning to regret bringing it up at all, if for no other reason than to have so thoroughly derailed Thradlos's story. To her confusion, however, no one seemed more invested in the conversation's altered course than the smirking general, who now sat with his arms folded as he studied the interactions on display. Nuh-uh, Tanner was objecting with an upraised finger. We celebrated Bayat. We didn't know we had something else to be celebrating. Wait, Gefnar chimed in, frowning as he glanced about the group. It's almost the end of Darafet, meaning we've all been together for over a year. We should all have had birthdays. Including you, Tanner agreed, glowering insincerely over at the gnome. Gefnar cleared his throat sheepishly. Mine's actually next week. Tanner performed an exaggerated throwing up of his arms. Blazes, you think you know a guy. Why didn't you tell us last year? Honestly, I was still feeling like the odd person out in the group, Gefnar admitted, glancing self-consciously over to Thradlos and his broad smirk. And we were busy hauling Dynaxis off to the Glenadoc. It just didn't really feel like the right time to bring up something like that. Well, we'll just have to make up for it this year, Tanner said with a chuckle, giving Gefnar's shoulder a playful shove. Then, sobering. Honestly, Okizi and I just don't remember when our birthdays were, but I at least took you and Jotugan out for a drink on the anniversary of Curtis finding me, in that village we passed outside Falcon Crest. Jack frowned. She remembered that night.
Allie and I would have come along if we'd known the occasion.
Tanner's face contorted as he realized how passive-aggressive he might have sounded. Oh, no, you're fine. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and you were keeping an eye on Tiraki. Jack's nod was reluctant.
I hope you're safe, Tiraki,
she thought, her hand brushing the bracelet the Crockblood had given her for the purposes of helping Tiraki to locate her, no matter the distance. Worry welled up in Jack's belly. She hadn't seen or heard from Tiraki since the night Tanner had mentioned. You never asked Jotugan when your birthday was? Gefnar was asking Tanner when Jack regained her focus. Tanner gave a sad smile. Never came up. We had a lot of other catching up to do. He managed a curt laugh. Pretty sure he wouldn't have remembered something like that, though. His hunt for Iramis and his people wouldn't have left a whole lot of mental capacity for anything else. Yeah, said Gefnar, looking as though he was bracing to step into a wall of fire as he turned to Allie. Do you know when your birthday is? The sound of Gefnar's voice seemed to jar Allie from her heavy stare toward Thradlos, some lightheartedness returning as she met Gefnar's gaze. 29th of Etok. Had to sign that on enough documents recently.
Yes, said Thradlos with a deep bow of his head. I hear congratulations are in order for ya in securing your place as head of the McAllister estate.
Allie made no attempt at making her smile sincere.
Would have preferred not to have paid what it cost to get there, thanks. Is that what you're hoping for in all of this? Returning in glory to Lorsan as the restored Lord Gresdith?
Once again, Thradlos merely offered a diffusing smile in response to Allie's sharp words.
I think my motives will be made clear if you'll permit me to finish my story.
Oh, so there was a purpose to that story,
Allie said flatly. Tanner grimaced as he handed the scrolls back to Thradlos. Sorry if we're not exactly making you feel welcome, but we haven't had the best luck with generals. He turned to Allie, bracing for the woman to jump in at any point if he overstepped. And the last one really stomped on Allie's toes.
If that's what you want to call murder and trying to hurl an innocent woman out of a window.
Allie shrugged, her eyes not leaving Thradlos. Although Jack admired that this was the most important point of contention for Allie, she knew that Fitheg's hold over the McAllister estate had also troubled Allie greatly. And Tanner was right. Their memories of the Bearkin General Brigand weren't much better. Thradlos, meanwhile, nodded somberly.
Aye, I've heard of my predecessor's dealings before accepting the post. All I can do is assure ya that I've no intention of doing anything so despicable.
Good, Allie stated, unblinking. Then where were we? You were made bosun of the Blighted Terrients?
That I was,
said Thradlos, his smile returning.
And I served as such for over 2 years before the ship was decommissioned. Hadn't fallen apart, mind ya. I'd not have allowed it. The Mored trading empire is just large enough that they build new vessels to replace old ones on a predetermined schedule, auctioning off the old ones for scraps. As luck would have it, Captain Inafa took the opportunity to retire, and when the crew was brought aboard their new ship, I was put forth as his successor. Inafa even put in a good word for me, saying I was the secret to the best-run ship in the fleet.
Thradlos chuckled.
I don't think we were yet, but we'd built enough of a reputation that the Mored Commodores saw fit to pass over First Mate Wajili and make me captain of the new ship, the Vibrant Crescent. I was a captain at 28. I offered for Wajili to stay on, but she felt betrayed by me, Inafa, and the crew. So she struck out for Gerikat, eventually captaining a war galleon in the defense fleet.
Jack glanced pointedly to Tanner. Gerikat's a cluster of islands in the northeastern Thalassan Sea, who pulled their resources to form a joint defense fleet about 300 years ago, when the Bearkin and the last really bad person in the Falcon seat before Trelligon.
Queen Ryfel,
Gefnar offered helpfully. Tanner nodded. Right. When she and the Bearkin up in Jomerk started pincering the northern islands in their war.
No glory days to long for in Gerikat, Thradlos affirmed. Not like in the Hellishith Isles. The people of Gerikat have only ever known a harder life.
Fascinating, Allie said with a grunt. So, you were a captain now?
Thradlos smirked as he obliged her prompt.
That I was, meaning I was able to work off my sentence far earlier than expected, earning my freedom in 20 years flat, rather than the proposed 43. Familiar as I was with every working of the ship, I kept the Crescent and her crew efficient and on schedule, earning recognition among the Commodores by the time I left.
A glint of satisfaction finally shone in his eyes, Jack noted.
They even wanted to make me one of them.
So, why didn't you stay? Jack inquired.
I had plans of my own, Thradlos answered with a wink. I'd secretly saved enough money to have bought a small ship at a steal of a price.
Jack smiled slowly.
The Blighted Terrients.
Thradlos grinned. The very same. A hard-on many I'd worked with over the years, those who'd truly taken pride in their work.
Including your sister? Gefnar asked. It was easy for Jack to catch the stunned stutter in Thradlos's posture, but it quickly vanished behind the man's returned smile.
No, she'd left the life long before I had, but aboard the Blighted Terrience once more.
Didn't bother to change the name? Allie interjected, monitoring Thradlos's features. The man's smile only widened.
No, I thought it best to recognize in some small way that a home can be found in the troubles we once hoped to leave behind.
Then, with Allie seemingly appeased,
so we set out to build our own trading empire, to make a fortune on the high seas, to blazes with the notion that it's a dream of ages past. Good thing we soon fell into troubles at Garakat, else we might have made it.
Tanner blinked. What? Thradlos's grin turned needling. He'd drawn at least some of his listeners fully into his tale, and he intended to milk it.
Troubles at Garakat overtook us on our first voyage there, ultimately seeing us outmatched by a war galleon with orders to repel all approaching vessels.
Jack's eyes narrowed. Thradlos's story was sounding more fantastical by the minute.
Let me guess, under one Captain Wegili.
The very same, Thradlos chuckled.
We were damaged and the wind was with Wegili. We couldn't hope to outrun her, and I knew Wegili had marked the ship. She'd run us down if it damned all of Garakat. So we came about, setting into a natural harbour that forced Wegili to pursue us on land. I quickly saw the path Wegili would have to take, and that it was just in range of the Terrience's single ballista, should we manage to fire over a rocky rise. We'd no magic wielders, and numbered fewer than 36 to their 80 or so. At least 2 of them casters we'd marked in our sea skirmish.
What'd you do? Gefnar blurted, eyes wide as he leaned forward on his knees. Jack smiled, but despite herself she found she was also getting caught up in the story. Across the campfire, even Allie seemed to have lost some of her focus on Thradlos himself, her attention now firmly on the man's words. Thradlos settled fully into the at-ease posture of someone deigning to allow others to hear him speak. Again, he skirted just short of arrogance in Jack's estimation, enough of his own joy at telling the story seeping into his smile. As Wegili and her forces neared, we carefully lined up our ballista on a brittle rock formation. Just as they passed it, we fired, cutting off their retreat as great stones spilled across their path. While they were discombobulated, we skirted their position, making for their ship, overwhelming the skeleton crew left behind without bloodshed. Manning their superior weaponry, we announced ourselves to Wegili and her army when they finally returned, having scoured the forest for hours. Our shots lined up on Wegili's casters in case she forced a fight. We awaited her surrender. Thradlos paused here, of course, for dramatic effect. Finally, after shouting out some choice words, Wegili made the wise choice, and she and her crew laid down their weapons. We dined together that evening, and most nights thereafter. My crew and I had grown fond of the islands in our short time there, so we decided to stay, joining the Garakat defense fleet with a begrudging good word from Wegili. In 2 years I'd expanded Garakat's efforts, organizing their exports across the Thalassan Sea, and drawn the attention of both the Morid trading empire and Berken privateers. A single decisive victory against Morid ships was all it took to see my old employers refocusing their efforts into serving the newly proclaimed King Mevod, doubtless hoping to secure the madman's aid against us after the war. But Letterog's bully boys proved harder to shake. Thradlos pointedly shifted his eyes about the faces lit by the campfire. Imagine our surprise, then, when the attacks abruptly ceased. Word reached us that old Heart-of-Stone Letterog had turned over a new leaf, ordering his people to stand down their raids across the Thalassan. Then, only weeks ago, his ships were seen moving to patrol the Griswold channels near Kanakuk, exclusively targeting any stragglers flying Mevod's colours. His smirk turned playful. Then I heard some band of magic-wielding youngsters had helped install a new queen of the Varbius line in Falcon Crest, and that she was in the market for a new general. So you thought you'd throw your hat in the ring? Allie asked dryly.
So to speak, Thradlos allowed, motioning to his uncapped head.
Wajili says I don't look good in hats, and our little ones seem to agree with her.
Jack couldn't help a soft laugh.
Of course he married her.
And your reputation alone was enough to get you the job? Tanner was saying.
Thradlos guffawed. Hardly, my lad. I'm given to understand there were dozens of candidates, and I spent more than a few evenings chatting into a stone basin with your new queen.
Well, you sure got here fast, if the hiring process took a while, said Gefnar, only now seeming to unwind from the tension of Thradlos' story. There was another boyish wink from Thradlos.
I set out for the mainland as soon as I heard of the job.
Of course you did,
Allie chided with a grunt.
I don't suppose Gwytherin mentioned what it was exactly that got you the position?
Thradlos shrugged.
Nah. I did, however, get the distinct impression that she admired the way I valued my crew.
Was that them?
Said Jack, gesturing about the trees.
Your light-footed friends from before?
Some of them,
Thradlos nodded.
I don't make a point of putting those close to me ahead of others just as worthy, though, if that's what you're asking.
Fine, good,
Allie snapped.
But what does any of this have to do with us? We're not fighting in this war. We have our own mission to complete.
So I've been told,
Thradlos replied.
Then, at Allie's sharp glare, and told nothing else. Thing is, I've received strange reports the moment my feet touched dry land on Kavorum.
His gaze turned heavily to Jack.
Reports of Wilderlin activity.
Jack's heart stuttered.
And you think I'm involved? There are dozens of clans traversing the Etelvir forest, and, as I said earlier, I've not returned in over a year.
Thradlos inclined his head.
Which is how I know you're not involved. You and your friends have been far too busy making legends of yourselves across Kavorum. You've proven yourselves competent mediators, even where whispers of a great dragon are involved, and I'm here to call on you for such a task again. Word is, Mevad's half-breed allies are being courted to abandon his cause by two different factions. The One Blood Alliance and the Vermin Throng, under the command of a fearsome crockblood, Garich.
Jack stiffened, feeling all eyes turn her way. A scarred, snarling face flashed across her vision as she recalled the way Garich had faded from sight upon their last meeting, his poisoned blade having claimed the life of Aglek, the crockblood seer who'd first told Jack of the Huntress prophecy.
The rumors were true then, said Thradlos, easily marking the anger Jack could feel burning in her eyes. You've met.
We have,
Jack affirmed coldly, feeling her nails dig into her palms as she clenched her fists at her sides.
But if you're attempting to goad me into confronting him...
Thradlos raised a hand to cut her off.
Far from it, Huntress. As I said, I wish to secure your services as mediators, not battle champions. You see, this is where the Wilderlins come in. It seems that the talks between the factions are being harried by Wilderlin assassins and hit-and-run strikes.
Jack physically recoiled.
What do you mean? My people don't... We live peacefully, only striking in self-defense.
So says your reputation, Thradlos agreed with a nod. You'll understand my confusion, then, when I learned these attacks weren't even the actions of idealist youngsters. A clan leader is said to be at the head of the effort.
His eyes twitched apologetically, and Jack somehow knew what he was about to say before the words left his mouth.
Your father, Owen at Ethelvir.
A dozen thoughts flooded Jack's mind all at once, ranging from,
"He's lying,"
to,
"How does he know who my father is?"
When the shock cleared, however, and Jack let herself accept the truth in Thradlos' gaze, only one thought mattered. Taking a long, calming breath, she stared deep into the general's face.
Where is he?
Chapter 19. Among something resembling friends.
Such a dreadful thing to learn of the indiscretions of one's progenitors.
Allie swallowed, flicking the reins of her horse as she looked ahead to where Jack rode atop Ember and alongside General Thradlos. Birdsong laced the pollen-filled golden light of morning, granting Allie something more than the shift and bustle of horses around her to help shrug aside the dark thoughts filtering through her mind. Still, despite Jack's hurry to set out at daybreak, Allie would have liked the chance to go through her morning meditations before pushing deeper into the forest, while surrounded by dozens of strangers clad in Samanir armor. Her conscious mind may have known that Kavorim's greatest defenders would fight at her side now, but her subconscious couldn't help feeling trapped as she recalled that bloody night among the Glenadoc. "You guys think he's telling us the whole truth?" Tanner muttered from Allie's side, and she turned to see that both he and Gefnar studied the muted conversations between Jack and Thradlos as well.
"That's not his job," Allie growled. "He's been brought in to help win a war, which means that we're just weapons in his arsenal."
"I don't know that I believe that," Gefnar countered, cautiously glancing Allie's way. "Any of the Samanir I've talked to seem to have nothing but respect for him, even the ones who only met him a few weeks ago. You don't get that kind of reputation by treating people like pieces on a game board."
"So he's charismatic," Allie hissed, her eyes narrowing as she looked about the faces of the Samanir who rode behind and beside them. "He knows how to make people feel special long enough to get whatever he needs out of them."
Said Tanner with an exaggerated nod as he stroked the lighter fur of his chin. "Or, and here's a ridiculous theory, maybe not everyone we meet who is in a position of power is actually the worst villain we've ever met." Allie grunted, eyes forward again.
"People are good until proven bad. Is that it?"
Tanner shrugged in her peripheral vision. "If you want to boil it down to that, yeah, I think so." Allie slowly craned her neck to fix him with a painfully synthetic smile.
"It must be so nice to see such good in people."
Her eyes found Gefnar's over Tanner's saddle as the gnome turned her way.
"Sometimes people just need to be given the chance to prove what's inside of them."
Allie's sneer nearly buckled as his full meaning overtook her, but she instead refocused it on Thradlos's back, near the head of their column. General Thradlos, she reminded herself. They'd heard back from Gwytherin via their magic scroll network. Thradlos was who he said he was. The Lady Varbius had apologized for not thinking to notify them of the development, but she hadn't anticipated that their paths would cross. Which meant that Thradlos hadn't cleared his plan to recruit them with her. Allie at least found some small satisfaction in knowing that he'd have to answer for that. A newly appointed general traveling 3 days out from the bulk of his forces while the promise of battle loomed. Gwytherin might even toss him back where he came from.
"Excuse me?"
A timid voice sounded from Allie's elbow, and she looked down to see that a young woman in Samanir armor had come up alongside her horse, looking up to Allie expectantly. Allie cocked an eyebrow.
"Yes?"
The woman self-consciously pushed a few strands of auburn hair back behind her ear, her other hand fidgeting on the sword hilt at her side.
"Oh, it's just that I've been tasked with seeing if any of you are, well, if you need anything."
Confused at the abnormal lack of confidence in someone sporting the regal, falcon-etched armor of the Samanir, Allie glanced back to Tanner and Gefnar, both of whom awkwardly craned their necks about to catch sight of the woman speaking with Allie over the horse between them. Like what?" Tanner asked the woman. "Saddle pillows?" The woman visibly stuttered.
"Oh, just anything to make your journey more comfortable, I suppose."
Tanner sneezed, gesturing to Gefnar. "Don't suppose you have any wards to keep my friend here from breathing in all of this pollen, do you?" Allie couldn't help a faint smile at the request. At the other's behest, Gefnar had begun regularly cleansing his body of adverse reactions to the pollen with the light of Nomenkal. But he still began to puff up again every few hours. Her gaze shifting to Gefnar, the woman stammered,
"Oh, I'm sorry, no. That would require very specific enchanting, I think."
Allie wasn't sure what the twitch about the woman's eyes was for, but she grasped enough to know that Tanner had misread entirely as the foxkin straightened in his saddle. "Hey, don't worry, miss—"
"Oh, Naoni."
Again, Allie's brow furrowed.
"Awfully informal.
No family name or even Ed Samanir, as Allie had heard some of the Order declare themselves. Naoni, Tanner continued with a toothy smile. I used to feel a bit strange being surrounded by magic and memory stone too, but it takes a lot for things to get as bad as they did in the Infinity Grove. Most enchanters really know what they're doing.
Of course,
Naoni agreed with a deflecting smile. It was then that Allie caught the other woman's fleeting glance up ahead to where Jack rode alongside Thradlos. Allie motioned with her chin in that direction.
So, what are your first impressions?
Naoni blinked, seeming almost horrified for a split second.
What do you mean?
She blurted. Allie dipped her head sidelong more pointedly toward Thradlos.
Does he seem fit to lead Falcon Crest to victory?
Confusion, then relief, washed over Naoni's features.
Oh, you mean...
She cleared her throat, laughing nervously.
General Thradlos has a sound enough mind for strategy, but his true strength lies in delegation and in uniting those under him toward a common goal.
Right, said Allie, exchanging worried looks with Tanner and Gefnar. Naoni couldn't have sounded more like she was reciting a mantra if she'd been reading it off a page in front of her. But what do you think of him personally? Gefnar pressed. Naoni tilted about awkwardly on her tiptoes in an attempt to meet Gefnar's gaze before trotting ahead a few paces to let the others overtake her again, as she was now positioned between Tanner and Gefnar.
Personally? Well, he puts appointing the right people to the right jobs ahead of anyone's feelings, which I respect, and he's perfectly willing to do anything he'll ask a subordinate to do.
Allie chewed on her cheek as she listened.
And how does he get along with Volkrit and Dewach? Well enough, I suppose,
Naoni said with a shrug.
Though word has it that the Blade Master isn't entirely comfortable with answering to someone younger, and someone who's meant to be below him in the chain of command.
Hold on, Tanner raised a hand to interject. Volkrit's really answering to Thradlos? Naoni nodded, worry creasing her face, as though she feared she'd said too much, which didn't keep her from adding,
Dewach as well. Not officially, of course, but it's a poorly kept secret. Everyone's heard that Gwytherin and Noller have wanted someone they can trust to keep Volkrit and Dewach in check.
Allie frowned. Not Blade Master Volkrit and Head Mage Dewach? Not Queen Gwytherin and King Noller? Again, Naoni spoke with such jarring informality for a Samanir.
Exactly how long have you been a Samanir?
Allie asked pointedly. The other woman's eyes widened, and she smiled sheepishly as she looked down to her feet. In that posture, Allie began to grasp that Naoni was probably younger than any of them.
I suppose you could say I haven't yet been officially inducted. War comes with its fair share of battlefield promotions.
She looked up, a spark of pride in her eyes.
But I'm an accomplished tracker and swordswoman. Thradlos wouldn't have brought me along if he wasn't confident in my abilities.
Hooves clopped heavily on the dirt path up from behind, and Allie twisted around in her saddle to see that another Samanir had quickened her horse's pace.
That'll be enough of troubling our friends here, novice,
the sharply featured older woman scolded. Back into formation.
Yes, ma'am,
Naoni shot back as she spun about, saluting crisply. The other Samanir scowled.
Have you misplaced your helmet again, novice?
Naoni's face reddened.
Yes, it would seem so, ma'am.
Recover it quickly, the elder Samanir ordered with a sigh, and use the opportunity to assure that our trail is imperceptible to passers-by.
Weird lady, Tanner muttered as Naoni scurried off to do as she was told. Was it something on my face, or, my actual face? Allie shook her head, staring after Naoni's fleeing back.
If anything, it seems like it's her boss there who's more bothered by the fact that there's a half-breed around.
Tanner's eyes went wide with insincere shock. There is? Where?
I'm serious,
Allie growled, rolling her eyes even as she twitched her chin toward the Samanir officer, who'd ordered Naoni to reclaim her headgear.
Madame Hardcase is really giving you the side-eye, and she isn't the only one.
Surreptitiously, Tanner glanced back toward the Samanir woman, seeing that Allie wasn't lying as he awkwardly caught the woman's eye. "Good morning," he greeted with a forced smile. The woman dipped her head respectfully enough in return, but Allie knew that she wasn't the only one to catch the calculation there. "Sheesh," Tanner grunted, turning his eyes forward again. "Hasn't she heard? Half-breeds aren't second-tier sentients anymore." Gefnar sighed. "Well, a lot of people back in Falcon Crest may be feeling better about sharing the world with the infant races, but try to remember that these Samanir are the people who've been on the front lines, protecting their home from half-breeds." "And not a foxkin among them," Tanner pointed out sulkily. "Doesn't matter," Gefnar declared with a shake of his head. "When people are conditioned to see a group of people a certain way, in this case as a matter of survival, it's not easy to convince them that their views need fine-tuning." Tanner grunted again. "How very sagely of you." Then, wincing at the sharpness of his own words, "I'm sorry, Gef. You're probably right. I'm just sick of people being so stuck in thinking that any of our external differences really matter. We've all met gnomes and humans we shouldn't trust as far as we can throw them, and half-breeds we trust with our lives." "Yeah," Allie said slowly, "but the opposite is also true." She sighed at Tanner's begrudging nod of assent. "Look, I get that it's infuriating to have people instantly judge you based on how you look, but you can't change everyone's preconceived notions or overwrite past experiences overnight. People have to be shown a different truth to accept, and they'll fight accepting it for as long as they can, in my experience." After riding in silence for a moment, Tanner gave a soft chuckle. Also sagely. Jaded, but sagely. Allie managed a smirk. "Thanks. Even I couldn't ignore Lethold's teachings all of the time." "Give yourself some credit, Allie," said Gefnar, smiling softly to Allie when she looked his way. "You're a good learner. You just need to see the value in something first." Allie opened her mouth to thank him, not quite sure how to form the words. Accepting compliments was something rather new to her still.
"And a student who only learns when it suits them is hardly a pupil worth commending."
She closed her eyes, taking a steadying breath. She'd held to her conviction not to give Sharad the satisfaction of replying, but at times like this, when her routine was so thoroughly upended by the strangeness between her and Gefnar, and the unannounced arrival of General Thradlos, she was unable to keep her emotions from spiking in response to the vile Thakur's jabs. And there was no way Sharad wasn't able to sense it. "Well, whatever happens with Mevod's half-breed allies will go a long way in pushing things backward or forward," Tanner was saying. "What do you think Jack is planning?" Something like a tired sigh echoed in Allie's mind.
"I'll let you know my plan," Jack's voice followed, "when I feel as though I have one."
Ahead, the huntress turned over her shoulder to regard her friends, her mouth moving faintly as she added,
"Until then, I'm simply trying to learn everything that I can about the situation. All right?"
"Yep, fine," Tanner replied, clearly trying to decipher if Jack had heard him through their link, or if he'd just slipped up and spoken too loudly. It would have made more sense, Allie supposed, to have Thradlos fill them in all at once about what lay ahead of them, rather than speaking only to Jack first. Still, Allie had no problem respecting the other woman's request that she be told everything in relative privacy. Jack's family was involved, and as broken as their own families were, Allie and the others could definitely respect that. "It does make for a boring ride, though," Gefnar admitted.
"There are worse things than boredom,"
Allie said crisply, studying the sliver of Thradlos' profile she could see. The man's face was drawn and severe, as he continued speaking softly to Jack.
"If things are as bad as I'm guessing, pretty soon we'll be wishing things were boring again."
Chapter 20. Adjusted Directives. Tanner found himself suitably impressed as he looked out over the expanded natural clearing that sheltered the Samanir encampment days later. The scene before him was a prime example of structured chaos, with humans and gnomes in various stages of battle readiness bustling about to some task or another, and it was immediately clear to Tanner that the dozens of pavilions dotted across the camp each served a unique purpose in the intricate flow of life here. "How in blazes are we losing the war?" he wondered, feeling as though thousands of soldiers existed just out of sight beneath the thousands that already bustled about in plain view. Tanner hadn't seen so many people in one place, even in the thickest parts of Falcon Crest. Does Mevad really have this outnumbered?
You've never seen a nation's full strength amassed, have you?
Thradlos asked from beside him, smiling sadly when Tanner looked his way.
I only wish we'd not the cause to see it.
No, yes, obviously, Tanner agreed, seeing that his friends were already being led across the small valley between them and the encampment, Gefnar glancing back expectantly. If Tanner had to guess, the offer to escort them to their temporary quarters had come while he was distracted surveying the might of Falcon Crest. Even the Samanir who'd escorted them from the forest's edge moved on with Tanner's companions, but Thradlos had hung back with him, quietly allowing him to save face. Then we might as well make some small talk. I thought Falcon Crest only had direct influence on the lands east of Twestedin, he said, hoping that Thradlos had caught his grateful smile. At the general's arched brow, he added, gesturing to the seething mass of people a few hundred paces away. This just seems like an awful lot of people for the few hundred farmers who'd pick up their sickles and trot off to join the military. Thradlos finally nodded his understanding.
Well, it's down to a number of factors, my lad. First, just because Falcon Crest could only enforce enlistment within a diminished radius, even before they were caught up in a war, that doesn't mean that the name of Falcon Crest can't inspire people still. Second, even with the Samanir's dwindled resources, they can promise coin to the loner sort of sellsword who'll accept contract for payment contingent on both completion and survival, knowing they'll not have to pay everyone. And third, you'd be surprised at how many will sign up without need of asking. Not because they believe in any cause over another, you understand, but because they crave excitement, coin, glory, or the lot.
He pointed vaguely out into the sea of his subordinates.
Most you see don't even hail from Kavorim's shores. They're just looking for something besides the life they've had.
Tanner scowled. I'm sure you appreciate the help, but don't they have their own wars to fight?
Of course,
Thradlos said with a chuckle.
Where do you think the better half of our fighting fit disappear to? Another man's war is always the more enticing one, mostly because, well, the war at home is almost never a new one, just last generation's fight done over with fresh players.
The thought was more depressing than Tanner could have expected. Must be over 10,000 people here, he muttered, mostly to himself.
Near 20 at last count, Thradlos corrected him, and that's after heavy losses as far south as Dancombe Bay.
Tanner gulped.
Mevad's pushed that far? Nothing his people have been able to hold, Thradlos assured him. The drawback of having so much aid from half-breeds is that the bulk of your forces know nothing about fighting in open terrain. Most half-breeds are fearsome in a shroud of trees or cloaked by rocks, but put them in farmlands or natural plains, and their guerrilla tactics crumble.
Tanner's thoughts went to the frantic defenses erected by the various half-breed delegations in Kadison when they learned of the Wolfkin advance, and he found himself nodding in agreement. It may have been due partly to the frenzied nature of their attacks, following the assassination of their alpha, Gurulf, by the Bearkin general Brigand, but even the Wolfkin assault had nearly buckled in response to the ancient defenses Shanadir had helped the land to manifest from memory. The fighting had been frantic and had relied on rudimentary siege and defense tactics on both sides. No one present, including Tanner and his friends, had known much about holding or breaking through a walled defense. So, why are you meeting them in a forest, where they have the advantage? Tanner asked worriedly. Thradlos's familiar smirk emerged.
Because that's where the front is, my lad.
Uh-huh. And why would they pull back so far?
To lure us, clearly.
Tanner gulped. Clearly. And you'd go along with it because... The general rested a fatherly hand on Tanner's shoulder. Not a trace of the half-breed prejudice Tanner had noted in other Samanir over their journey, present in the man's smile.
Because, my lad, our function at present is to provide a clear and present danger. What urgency do you think there'd be to the talks between the half-breeds if we entrenched ourselves south of the Axodon Sea?
to allow the One-Blood Alliance and Garich's vermin throng all the time they wished to sway Mevod's half-breed allies to their side.
Tenor turned forward to watch Jack's retreating back, as his friends began their climb up the far end of the shallow valley that nearly circuited the Samanir camp. Arguably, the tension would come from the Wilderling attacks. Thradlos was scowling when Tenor looked back at him.
Aye, that's been an unfortunate development.
You can't just pull back and let them hash it out? The other man was shaking his head before Tenor had finished speaking.
Even a measured retreat on our part, at this juncture, could serve as a call to action. Mavod and his allies would be foolish to pass up an opportunity to strike us at our most vulnerable. Better to address the Wildernin attacks, as they're likely to cause sympathy to swing in favor of Garich.
Distantly, Tenor realized that he and Thradlos stood truly alone on the opposite side of the valley from his companions. Have you tried talking to them? Jack's the only Wilderling I've ever met, but if the rest are anything like her, they should be willing to listen to reason.
Perhaps they would, Thradlos allowed. We'd have to find them first, and I've already lost the better part of 2 scouting parties in the attempt. What little sign we've seen suggests they move only in Lorsin territory.
Tenor's stomach twisted. So, now you're just going to send us in there? Thradlos regarded him quizzically.
I've not ordered anyone to do anything, my lad, yond the others least of all. All I've done is ask for your friend Jack to consider reaching out to her people.
Monitoring the general's features closely, Tenor asked, Is her dad really involved in all of this?
I don't know,
Thradlos admitted, his face betraying nothing.
But I've not made up the story, if that's what you're asking. I'm merely relating the reports that I've heard, which I've no reason to disbelieve.
He didn't sound insulted by the possible insinuation, or defensive at the contesting of it. Distractedly, Tenor wondered what it would take to offend the man next to him.
Your friend Jack seems to think there must be some other explanation, however,
Thradlos went on, looking sympathetically after the huntress.
I even hope that she's right. But family has a way of surprising you in ways no one else can. You might think you know them better than anyone else, but you haven't stopped to realize that you only know who they've been. And even if they don't mean to, they'll keep showing you that face, so long as they think it's what you want. Until they can't wear a face that's not their own any longer.
Tenor considered the point, finally dredging up the courage to ask, Is that what happened with you and your sister? Adware, right? The faintest twitch around Thradlos's eyes was all that betrayed his thoughts as he turned back to Tenor.
What are you asking, my lad?
His tone was just short of challenging. It's just, when she disappeared from your story, it felt like you, lost her. Tenor's face scrunched in sympathy. I'm sorry if this is out of line, but I lost my sister years ago. Sort of. And I only recently got her back. It takes work to get to know each other again, but it's worth it. He motioned after Jack, Allie, and Gefnar. Friends can be as close as any family, but blood is binding, whether we like it or not. Hey, maybe I'm sagely too, he thought, fighting not to sneeze as the sun peeked out from behind a cloud bank, just as a breeze filled with pollen billowed in his fur and clothing. But, if anything, Thradlos's expression had merely soured.
I understand you're only trying to help, my lad, he said heavily, but I'm afraid my sister really is lost to me. Irrevocably.
The weight of the word told Tenor not to press the issue. I'm sorry, he stammered, awkwardly removing his hand from Thradlos's shoulder. Well, if you ever need to talk about it with someone, I mean, obviously you have Wajili, who sounds lovely, by the way, so... Thradlos's brow arced slowly upward as Tenor spoke, reaching its apex as the general lifted a hand to cut Tenor's rambling short.
Again, it's appreciated, my lad, but whether Jack decides to take up my task or not, you'll not be staying long.
His shoulders drooped ever so slightly.
And I've more pressing issues to see to.
Right, said Tenor, laughing nervously as he fell into step beside Thradlos, and pressed on toward the vast encampment before them. Amazing how I can walk with both feet in my mouth. What surprised Jack the most was how quiet it was, even in the thickest of the sprawling Samanir camp. Of course, there was the noise of footfalls and the shifting of whatever was being carried, dragged, or wheeled every which way, but conversation was kept to a minimum. If a crowd of the same size had been jammed into the Falcon Crest market square, Jack supposed she wouldn't have been able to hear someone yelling her name from 5 feet away. And yet, here, in the expanded natural clearing that encircled a small freshwater lake, the only chatter was official orders being barked back and forth, and the muttered exchanges only audible within a few paces. The seemingly incongruous quiet would have been chilling, had Jack caught even the faintest hint of fear in the eyes of those she passed. But every face held only conviction, duty, and camaraderie. An order had been issued to speak softly, and no one was above following that order. Which was only the start of things. Every soul in the Samanir camp seemed to take great pains to be as unobtrusive as possible to the forest around them, and, from what Jack had seen, their methods had been bafflingly effective. Wildlife from squirrels to dire badgers scurried or sauntered casually by the camp's perimeter, much the same way Jack had witnessed deer drink from the same stream as a griffin with a full belly. The animals seemed to sense that, whoever these two-legged intruders were, they only took from the land what they needed, and, as Thradlos had assured her, did so from as wide a swath as they could reasonably hunt and forage, alleviating the strain a sizable force might place on a local area.
Even so,
Jack thought as she watched a pair of sparrows alight on the apex of the central pavilion,
the forest can't sustain such a sizable force forever.
And, though they'd been put to maximum use, Jack couldn't help but rankle at the sight of so many felled trees. How long would these wounds remain with the land? 1 generation? 2?
We of the northern clans live among the land and its creatures. We do not attempt to subjugate it as those born of cities and walls do.
Jack's lip twitched as she heard her father's words in her ear, as she saw his warm, smiling face. His comforting instruction sounded far more hollow than usual. A peculiar anger swelled briefly in Jack's chest, followed by a saddening fear. If her father truly was targeting half-breeds, thereby undercutting any potential call to join the One Blood Alliance, would all of her memories turn bitter? Could she recall the security of being held in her father's arms any longer, without thinking of all the pain those arms had brought to others? She clenched her fists at her sides, forcing a smile toward the Samanir who pulled aside the opening flaps to the central pavilion for herself and her companions.
You've killed too, she reminded herself. Like it or not, you have broken a dynasty, just as Aglek said, and you've slain more besides. You've even told yourself that you did it to protect others, but was that always the case?
It made her heart grow taut with shame now to think of it, having come to know Aglek's apprentice Tiraki as she now did. But Jack had felt a small rush of satisfaction for every vermin she'd slain in the assault on Dragon's Nest. Not accomplishment at protecting innocence, but pride, certain and superior. She wasn't so arrogant as to think she couldn't have gone down the path of hatred for Crockbloods and the like, in the wake of such brutality. How close had she come to dropping Aglek with an arrow through the neck that first day he'd come upon her? It had been curiosity more than mercy that had stayed her hand. And now she had to admit to herself that it wasn't her father's possible motivations being so far removed from her own that troubled her so deeply. It was the fact that she could easily see herself having followed him in such a cause, had life come to her differently. The clans had not brought weapons to bear except in the hunt or in self-defense since the dawning of the age. At least that was what Jack had been taught. But was what her father was reportedly doing now so different from clearing a nest of croc or snakebloods when they were deemed a threat to the land?
Even beings historically slow to anger can be made to see the value of a preemptive strike, if supplied with sufficient fear.
Jack frowned. Where had she heard that? It didn't sound like one of her father's sayings.
You ready to talk to us yet?
Allie's voice cut through Jack's thoughts, and she found that she and her friends stood alone in a simply adorned pavilion around a weathered table filled with maps, notes, and sketches near the main partition's center. Allie, Gefnar, and even Ember looked to Jack with concern in their eyes. It seemed that Tanner and General Thradlos hadn't yet followed them in.
What do you mean?
Said Jack, slipping into a canvas chair a pace back from the table.
We've spoken here and there on our journey to this place.
Allie offered a grunting shrug.
Technically, sure, but you haven't actually said anything.
Jack tilted her head as she stared Allie down.
Well, I suppose I'll try to speak with greater emphasis on meaningful content in the future.
Gefnar sighed, stepping around the table that barred Jack from his eyeline, now that she was sitting.
Come on, Jack. Don't give us that.
He gestured back to Allie.
She just means that you're bottling up the things that are actually on your mind, and it might help if you shared what you're feeling.
Something sharp and unfamiliar sliced through Jack, and she gave a curt laugh as she glanced between her companions.
This seems rather misplaced, coming from the two of you. You both clearly have important words to say to each other, but you carry on as though whatever the problem is will simply vanish, if ignored for long enough.
It was a low blow, and Jack immediately regretted lashing out against what was clearly a genuine offer to listen, as she saw Gefnar and Allie's eyes dart to each other, then away just as quickly. Allie left chewing her bottom lip as she folded her arms, and Gefnar's face contorting in something near physical pain. Jack looked to Ember, spurred to amend her words as she saw the disapproval in his vibrant orange eyes.
I'm sorry,
she said softly, forcing herself to meet her friend's gazes.
That was...
I see you've made yourselves right at home.
Threadless's voice swept into the pavilion, along with the man himself, Tanner pushing through the heavy flaps close behind. The general immediately seemed to gauge that he'd cut something short, and Jack could feel Tanner's confusion through their group's mental link as he found the swirl of emotions Jack had stirred up there.
No,
Thradlos soothed in an almost fatherly tone as he approached the far side of the table.
Y'all have all the time you need to discuss what Jack's little detour means for the rest of ya.
Tanner turned pointedly to Jack. So you have agreed to take on the mission. Jack released a heavy exhale, her eyes falling to her clasped hands on her lap.
No, but I will. I think we've all known that.
She looked up, trying to express the rest of her truncated apology through her eyes as they met those of Gefnar and Allie.
Even diverting course this much has set us back, and I'm sorry that I haven't given anyone a solid answer until now.
Feeling as though she was weighted down by sandbags as she realized what she had to say next, she pushed back to her feet, smiling sadly to her friends.
I understand if my taking on this task means that the time has finally come for us to part company. You've become the dearest friends I've ever had over this last year, but we still have another mission to complete, one that should take precedence over any loyalty you might have to me and Ember.
One of Tanner's furry hands shot up to cut short any further words. I'll stop you right there, Jack. You've all stood by me when I was a possible threat, fought for me when I was in danger, and held on to me when I had already let go. And you're the strongest of us, Jack. You plant your feet when we're uncertain, and you bolster us, sometimes when we don't even know we need it. He smiled, stepping up beside Thradlos. I can't speak for everyone, but if we can hang around for a few weeks in Falcon Crest to make sure everything's all right when we leave, I think Veladra... He cut himself off, seemingly out of habit as he met Thradlos's thoroughly unsurprised gaze. I think our employer can wait a bit longer while we deal with something this important to you.
Agreed,
said Gefnar, smiling to Jack when she looked his way.
Maybe if we stall long enough, the war will even be over by the time we reach Lorsen,
Allie added, tension in her words, though it was just as clear that she didn't hold Jack's recent outburst against her either, as her eyes twitched with humor.
Great, that's settled then,
Thradlos said jovially, shifting about some papers on the table before him.
Truth be told, I was hoping it'd be a package deal.
Jack had been as well, she found, shocked at the bristled lump of emotion in her throat as she smiled to her friends. In all likelihood, they'd be left stumbling after her now that she was back in her element. Oh, they all certainly had their own skills in passing unseen, be they natural, translated from life in the city, or, in Gefnar's case, magical and learned by necessity. Still, none of them had the deep understanding that Jack and Ember had of the forest, its subtle shifts and deadly creatures. If anything, Jack's task in seeking out her father had just been made more difficult by the declaration of her friends to join her. And yet she felt more relief than if someone had told her that all dire bears had mutated into herbivores. With the relief, however, was also guilt. Hadn't she planned to leave her friends soon anyway? Now, with them insisting on coming along, their display of loyalty would only make their impending separation hurt that much more.
Was I wrong?
Jack wondered.
Am I truly ready to leave them?
A new figure swept through the opening flaps to the pavilion, his features briefly illuminated in the harsh sunlight from outside, before he was engulfed in the relative dimness of the pavilion's interior. And Jack had almost swung her bow into her grasp before catching herself. Thradlos had clearly marked the man's entry and had calmly resumed his work, seemingly unfazed by the unmistakable face of a wolfkin atop simple clothing that bore the familiar crest of a falcon.
"Captain?"
Thradlos addressed the figure distractedly, shooting a wary look over to Tanner as the faint flicker of fire in the foxkin's grasp died beneath a sheepish smirk.
"If your status report can keep, let it. We've guests to see to."
Thradlos smiled over to Jack.
"Well, mercenaries now, I suppose."
"Operatives," Jack corrected good-naturedly.
"We won't be taking coin for this."
"Noted," the new arrival declared, striding forward to deposit the stack of papers under his arm onto a moderately clear corner of the table. His voice was softer than that of any other wolfkin Jack had heard, and she saw as he stepped back to smooth the well-groomed fur along his snout that deep gouges marked his flesh, one narrowly circumventing a sharp golden eye. "Glad to have you back, General," the wolfkin went on, sending an admirably gracious nod to the narrow-eyed Allie. "I see you've not bothered to mention me." A devilish smirk tugged at the corner of Thradlos's mouth as he feigned a distracted look about the room.
"Haven't I? Must have slipped my mind."
The wolfkin sighed, somehow managing to bow to 4 different points of the room at once.
"Apologies for my superior's misguided sense of humor. He seems to be of the opinion that watching the discomfort of others is endlessly amusing. Itakar Sep Skilrum, at your service."
"Captain Itakar Sep Skilrum,"
Thradlos amended with a hearty clap on the wolfkin's shoulder. One whiskered lip upturned faintly in response as the wolfkin, Itokar's, gaze shifted toward Thradlos.
"So I'm told."
Even with the vague verbal jab, his words were crisp and precise, with just a hint of impatience. Then his eyes slid to Ember before returning to Jack.
"And you must be the huntress about whom there's been no end of fuss."
Jack quirked an eyebrow.
"From whom?"
Itakar cocked his head.
"I'd imagine all half-breeds of Kavorum have heard your name by now, Operative Jacqueline. We'd heard tales of your exploits even as far as Garakat."
Gefnar frowned. "Garich is telling everyone about her? Why?"
"Not Garich," Itakar clarified. "I'm given to understand the 2 individuals spreading word of your friend are a shape-shifting snakeblood and a crockblood mage."
A low growl sounded from Tanner's direction, and Jack peripherally caught his lips curling back in a snarl.
"Marima,"
Jack recalled the seemingly human woman whose true form had been revealed as she'd quite literally stabbed Tanner in the back, in Dragon's Nest all those months ago. It was understandable that Tanner might have a negative reaction to hearing of her continued exploits. But it was the second person mentioned that held Jack's attention.
"Tiraki?"
she asked incredulously.
"She's been telling people about me?"
The diminutive Crockblood had been nearly as reluctant as Jack herself to proclaim Jack the great huntress of prophecy who would unite the green and walk with the steps of a great beast, only changing her stance when Ember had abruptly assumed his current oversized form after spending the bulk of his adolescence as something of a runt. Itakar shrugged.
"You'd know better than I. Any half-breeds I've spoken to have said the same. The only name we've heard has been yours. My understanding is that the Crockblood mage in question, presumably your Tiraki, began spreading word of you first, proclaiming you as the promised huntress, leaving her snakeblood counterpart, presumably in the employ of Garich, to refute the claims and declare you as a threat to all half-breeds. At least that is the order in which the stories reached Garakat."
Jack nodded slowly, wishing she could speak to Tiraki directly and clear all of this up.
"It may be time to put her gift to use,"
Jack thought, hand drifting to the pouch at her side, where the bracelet Tiraki had given her rested. When worn, it would allow Tiraki to find Jack anywhere in the world, and alert her that Jack wished for her to do so.
"Yes, you're quite famous,"
Thradlos interjected, tapping the map he'd unfurled on the table.
But perhaps we may now get down to business.
Shaking herself, Jack nodded again, grateful for the distraction as she leaned over the table.
Agreed. You said you had some method of ensuring that I could bring representatives from the different factions together peacefully?
Thradlos dipped his head.
And to keep Mevad's forces from interfering, as well as potential disruptives from our side.
He reached out to a point on the map Jack estimated to be another 30 miles northwest.
In my absence, Itakar has dispatched another team to erect a circle of serenity on an old elven prayer mound here.
Tanner's resulting gasp nearly caused the tent flaps to flutter.
You've made a what?
He blurted, sweeping up to stare at the nondescript point on the map indicated by Thradlos.
How in the blazes did you...
The question died unfinished as the foxkin brought a fist to his muzzle, eyes wide as he stared at the map. Having no concept of whatever a circle of serenity might be, Jack found it impossible to gauge whether Tanner was pleased, angry, or simply shocked, and even Gefnar looked to their friend blankly.
What does that mean exactly? The gnome pressed. This wasn't something we learned about at the temple.
Allie stepped forward to complete the ring of people around the table, hands on her hips as she stared down Thradlos.
I'm with Tanner. The first thing my old instructor told me about those things is that they were impossible to make anymore. Dyrnus' supply of Serenity Stone was used up well before the end of last age, and no more could ever be made.
Jack's stomach contorted as she recalled the strange magical elements she and her friends had come across in Varbius Keep, when it had been under the control of the servants of Kravog. Prevailing thought said that Memory Stone was the sole source of magic in the world, save for that inherent in living creatures, but Jack and the others had all been able to sense the magic naturally infused into those stones of black and green, magic as old as any found in Memory Stone. Could one of them have been this Serenity Stone, and her companions simply hadn't known it by sight? But Tanner was already shaking his head, seeming to pick up at least the crux of Jack's worry.
Not like that, he said, casting a glance toward Itakar and Thradlos.
Jack found herself concurring with his caution. Only in Tothica, and by necessity the Lord and Lady Varbius were aware of the strange rocks Jack and her friends had found, and it was probably best to keep it that way, until it was clearly more judicious to share the knowledge further. None of the rocks had remained in the present when Jack and the others had returned from their time in shadow, as they'd come to refer to their hours of being thrust back into the height of the Dragon War by the stubbornly still-living head cultist, Solak, and the samples Tanner had taken with them had been seemingly used up in powering the apparatus that had allowed them passage back to their time. No immediate threat, no immediate need to sow panic, or, at the very least, disillusionment with the world's most simplistic view of magical elements.
Serenity Stone is still technically Memory Stone, Allie picked up from Tanner, her eyes never leaving the guarded features of their hosts. There's only one difference, really. Serenity Stone has never known the emotions of a single living creature.
Jack frowned.
How is that possible? Memory Stone is naturally empathic, even if you were to make it sleep like the veins we found under Dragon's Nest.
Too late, she wondered if that was something she should have mentioned in front of relative strangers, but there was little reaction from either Itakar or Thradlos, the former offering only a faint twitch of his snout, while the latter gave a slight tilt of his head.
That'd still pick up on the emotions of anyone who got near it on some level, Tanner finished for her, just not respond to it, even from animals with the most basic levels of thought.
So, Allie explained, finally turning toward Jack and the equally baffled Gefnar,
Serenity Stone has to have been completely cut off from all life for its entire existence.
Like from deep in the earth? Asked Gefnar. Deeper than where even dwarves live? Tanner nodded. Then where anything lives. One story says that Carthukrio, the last known Serenity Stone miner, was working with semi-molten material.
Jack blinked. So you can't get near it for multiple reasons.
How did they mine it then? Said Gefnar, his face halfway between fascinated and confused.
Magically,
Allie announced, as though it was the only clear option, which Jack supposed it was.
Only a handful of elves ever mastered the art, and only after devoting centuries of their life to learning it.
No one's even really sure how they did it anymore, Tanner added with something like a nostalgic shrug. Best guess is that they could somehow sense an untouched vein without disturbing it, each attempt taking months if not years of focused meditation. Then, when they'd summoned it, the Serenity Stone had to be encased in enchanted containers, both to keep the samples pure and to focus them in the resulting ritual. Allie's lip curled as she turned back to Itakar and Thradlos. A blazoned circle of serenity. A protective dome of energy that kept any aggressive action from happening on the inside, and any attacks from breaking through from the outside. Ideal for making sure that peace talks were actually peaceful. Jack's narrowed eyes turned to their hosts. And you expect us to believe you've managed to recreate the process? Thradlos shot a smirk to the wolfkin at his side. Admittedly, we've had to cheat. The mines of Garakat are as much about the excavation of relics as they are the extraction of precious metals. Tanner offered an incredulous snort. And what ancient civilization is meant to have been there before? None, Itakar admitted. Any notes we've recovered seem to indicate that the relics in question were highly experimental, as well as highly volatile, which is why the ancient elves wished to have them set so far from the mainland. Tanner's features twitched with fascination, despite his clear facade of disinterest. You're saying that Garakat was a secret elven laboratory? In essence, yes, said Thradlos, though nearly all of what's been found is mere decoration in the houses of Garakat's wealthy, rendered inert by millennia of neglect. Unsurprising, Allie grunted. Even the strongest of enchantments fade over time. Gefnar glanced quizzically about the room. Wait, so how is the Serenity Stone still preserved? Wouldn't the enchantment keeping it pure of emotion have degraded too, leaving it just ordinary memory stone? Ordinarily, yes, Thradlos sighed, clearly tired of this line of questioning. Honestly, we're not entirely certain why the few ancient relics that are still intact have managed to remain so. Perhaps they're not as old, or perhaps they're the accumulation of years of work, resulting in an effectively flawless creation. There are other still functioning artifacts? Tanner asked, eyes going wide once more. Thradlos offered a deflecting smirk. I may now be general of the Samanir, my lad, but I'd not betray my adopted home's secrets so easily. Suffice to say that any devices are deemed potentially helpful in the service of Falcon Crest, and not compromising to the security of Garakat, I've brought with me. Jack studied the man's expression as she pressed. And you're certain that what you have are the elements to a still functional circle of serenity? The general's face darkened. Certain, my lass. It's been tested. Tanner issued a full-bodied grimace. On whom? Your worst enemy? Jack frowned. What do you mean? What happens if someone turns aggressive within the circle? A fate quite possibly worse than death, Allie muttered. You've heard of the insanity of the Infinity Grove? Jack nodded, easily recalling the stories of the awful massacre to befall the surface dwarves there at the hands of militant elves near the end of the Age of Birth. The hatred and slaughter had rendered the largest, most concentrated deposit of memory stone tainted with madness for hundreds of miles, madness that overwhelmed the minds of any person or beast who drew too near. Well, Serenity Stone is arguably even worse, Tanner interjected, eyes leveled in disgust on Thradlos and Itakar. Anyone fighting its will is stripped of all negative emotion. Jack exchanged a confused look with Gefnar. That doesn't sound so bad. It's a whole different form of insanity, Allie explained. Without the ability to respond with the natural anger, frustration, and worry that come from different stimuli, well, the mind supposedly just begins to break down. They become deranged and reclusive, Itakar said heavily, constantly assailed with the physical symptoms of stress as the dormant mind attempts to compensate. Thradlos hung his head, followed by a simultaneously euphoric and panicked death as the heart gives out. Cold silence settled over the pavilion to match the odd tranquility beyond its walls. They were brothers, Thradlos finally whooshed out in a defeated-sounding groan. Violent criminals, responsible for easily a dozen senseless murders between them. They were to be executed anyway. The general looked up, features contorted with guilt as he met the faces of Jack and her friends. Though, if I'd known what I was subjecting them to,
There was no dignity in their end. Both soon came to blows, as they often did in their cell. One fell nearly catatonic, cackling madly, and the other self-immolated on a nearby torch in his frenzy of confusion.
Threadless gulped at the memory.
The worst of it was that he didn't even cry out as the flames took him. He just contentedly burned. Further test with creatures natural predator and prey to each other seem to indicate the circle is indiscriminate. Aggressor and defender are reduced to self-destructive madness.
Jack shuddered, imagining the scenes Threadless had described.
"And you think this is the way to bring the half-breeds together to speak?" she asked in bafflement. "The Circle of Serenity will serve the purpose for which it was originally intended," Itakar informed her evenly. "Any contacts I have in these factions, be they vermin, one-blood, or Mevod's lackeys, indicate that there are people on both sides who wish to speak, with only the threat of violence defeating the possibility."
Tanner snorted. "And mutually assured insanity is the answer? Besides, what about ambushes to or from the circle?" Threadless squared his shoulders.
"It will be your responsibility to help each representative reach the Circle of Serenity safely. As far after... well, if the talks have been successful, there'll be no need to be so protective then."
Jack sighed, planting her hands on her hips.
"You don't ask much of us, do you? All we must do is convince integral players of each faction to journey to a neutral, potentially dangerous meeting place, keep them safe on their way there, ensure no one starts a fight that dooms us all to madness, and end a centuries-long debate about the place of half-breeds in our world."
Sympathy pulled at Threadless's brow, but his smirk still returned as he amended,
"And if you can learn what it is your people think they're accomplishing with their raids, I'd consider that a great help as well."
Shutting her eyes against a sprouting headache, Jack rubbed at her forehead, feeling Ember nudge comfortingly into her side. As she looked down to him, she could swear he shifted in the equivalent of a shrug, as if to say, "What other choice do we have?" Jack would concede the point only so far, though. If a supposed destiny wasn't going to force her actions, then she wasn't about to let a war that wasn't hers dictate her life either.
"We'll investigate your Circle of Serenity," she announced, meeting Threadless's expectant eyes across the table. "If satisfied, we'll then seek out my father and see what he has to say. If your proposed course of action then presents itself as the best one, we'll see about bringing the opposing factions together to speak."
Threadless inclined his head.
"Well said, my lass. Believe me, I'd not wish for you to follow my directives blindly. If a better plan emerges, I'll be more than glad to hear of it."
Jack frowned. Something in the shift of the general's shoulders spoke of a heavy weight to accompany the words, but before she could determine what it might be, Threadless's winning smile was back in place.
"I'll dispatch a small team to go with you as far as the circle."
Itakar swiveled to face his superior.
"With your permission, General, I'd like to request assignment to said detail."
Threadless cocked an eyebrow.
"Only an idiot would question your ability to move silently, my friend. But don't you think that your abilities would be better put to use keeping our perimeter secure?"
"Others can accomplish that just as well,"
Itakar insisted.
"I'm only thinking it might be a good idea for another half-breed to join their efforts, and I've knowledge of at least local wolfkin patterns."
With a slow nod, Threadless gave a dismissing sweep of his hand.
"It falls to you to choose your aid, then. You've weaseled out of taking one of any permanence, but protocol demands a second to report back if you fall."
"Practical,"
Itakar allowed.
"The girl Naoni will serve well, I think. She's nearly as at home in the trees as I, and will thus not slow us down."
"Very good," Threadless declared, pushing back from the table, as though everything was decided. Looking to Jack and her friends with a toothy smirk, he added,
"Rest, eat, and then we'll see what our heroes of Dragon's Nest are truly made of."
Jack found herself clutching Ember to her, as though afraid she might fall away into her own swarming thoughts. Somehow, this mission filled her with more anxiety than any she'd faced before. Chapter 21 A Thekur's Will. Allie pushed a leafy branch out of her face as her horse almost sulkily plodded under a low-hanging tree crown, seemingly without thought of its rider. And this is why you don't get a name, Allie thought, spitting out the disturbed flecks of pollen and forest grit that had swept into her nostrils as she disturbed the branch. It might actually make me feel a bit guilty when I eventually cook and eat you. She contented herself, instead, with simply glaring down at the horse's neck, all she'd ever really do in retaliation, she knew, looking about the tight cluster of trees to find that her companions' mounts had all swerved about to spare their riders, which now left their formation shuffled from how they'd been a moment before. And Allie now found herself riding only a few paces away from Gefnar. The urge to veer away and the urge to capitalize on the brief moment of relative privacy canceled each other out for a moment, leaving Allie frozen in her saddle as she peripherally assessed that Jack, Tanner, Itakar, and Naoni now rode in a cluster off to her left, slowly shifting back to rejoin Allie and Gefnar. She turned back to the gnome, seeing in his set profile the determination to keep his eyes forward.
"Say something,"
she screamed at herself, careful not to let the thoughts bleed over into their group's mental link.
"Something real."
Jack had been right. Things weren't the same between them, and hadn't been, Allie had come to realize, since they'd first arrived in Falcon Crest, when Allie had learned her true name and her dark heritage.
"Have you come to your senses yet?"
she asked, the words out of her mouth only a split second before she thought better of them. She grimaced.
"Just when I was beginning to think I'd learned some tact."
Gefnar sighed, still not looking her way.
"Have you really thought about what you're asking? I don't want my actions to be ruled by fear, Allie. And I don't want yours to be ruled by guilt."
Anger flashed in Allie's chest, fueled even hotter by the calmness on Gefnar's face.
"Oh, how stupid of me," she snarled. "All this time I didn't realize I should have been proud of all the pain my family's caused. Of ripping apart my only real friend back in Lorsen."
The thought of Shala caused her vision to blur with hot tears, but she continued to glare at the shape that was Gefnar.
"You're such a coward. If killing me was the only way to stop Sharad from breaking free, you'd be the most selfish person ever not to do it, and the worst servant of Nomen Kal."
"And you've always been so concerned with the execution of Nomen Kal's will."
Allie blinked away her tears in time to see Gefnar smile sadly, hanging his head.
"I don't understand you, Allie. You're furious at me when you think I'm convinced it's my duty to kill you, and you're furious at me when you think I've decided to let you live."
He finally turned to her, pained confusion on his face.
"Have you even asked the others what they do in that situation?"
"I don't have to," Allie snapped. "They've shown that they'll do what needs to be done."
Deep, saddened furrows spread across Gefnar's features.
"And I haven't?"
Sputtering against her own self-loathing at the unwarranted jab, Allie finished in an infuriated growl.
"Why are you so difficult? You're so worried about what's good that you don't seem to care what's right. Maybe it's not your job to snuff out any potential evil or to fight for any one life, no matter the consequences. Maybe it's just as simple as, if you see me about to hurt innocent people, you blaze and do something about it."
Gefnar drew up his undersized horse, fixing Allie with a sad, disbelieving scowl when she stopped as well.
"But you wouldn't do that. You protect people, Allie."
He managed a weak laugh.
"Yeah, you make it clear that you'd prefer to be doing almost anything else. But would you?"
He looked deeper into Allie's eyes than she would have wanted as he added,
"Where would you be if you weren't out here trying to help people with the rest of us?"
"Trying to avoid all the other responsibilities life has tried to shove on me,"
Allie shot back, aware how weak that sounded, and not even a little bit all right with that. She began sharply listing off on her fingers.
"I'm not a scholar like Lethold wants, I'm not an heiress like Swidona wants, and I'm sure as Blaze not some virtuous champion like everyone else seems to want."
Anger tugged at Gefnar's face, the foreign emotions settling awkwardly in underused creases.
"And what about what I want?"
Allie offered a mocking, flourishing half-bow from her saddle.
"Oh, and what's that?"
Gefnar stammered, his anger dissolving in what looked to be a moment of shocked self-realization. His mouth fell slack, his eyes dropping to the forest floor as their yells abruptly gave way to silence. In the uneasy quiet, Allie found that she had to combat between the urge to scream at Gefnar to finish and the urge to reach out a comforting hand equally. Finally, Gefnar looked back up to her, blinking rapidly.
"I just want you," he said softly. "To help you be a better version of yourself if I can, and if you'll let me. But still you. You're fierce, but it's because you care. You're impatient, but it's because you're decisive. And he smiled weakly. Well, you're rude, but it's because you value things like authenticity and truth over sparing someone's feelings." He swallowed, drawing in a deep breath. "You're my friend. Aren't you?" Allie sighed, feeling her frustration subside but not disappear. She knew there was only one honest answer she could give. Yes, we're friends." Gefnar smirked, clearing his throat as he wiped a tear from his cheek. "Then I've got what I want." Scowling, Allie held up a hand. "And, as a friend, I need you to think about what I want, and what's best." Again, Gefnar's eyes fell to the ground, the cheery chirping of birds that fluttered through the beams of sunlight peeking through the tree canopy, striking a dissonant chord on the moment. "I can't promise you what I'd do if Sherrod took over, Allie. Maybe I'd be strong enough to destroy him, maybe not." He lifted his gaze back up to meet hers. "What I can promise is that I'll do everything I can to help you beat him. I'd let him take me instead if I could." "Don't say that!" Allie snapped, shutting her eyes against the grotesquely delighted chuckle that played in that pulsing dark kernel of her mind. Then, after a steadying breath, "He'd never give me up, Gefnar." She held the gnome's gaze, hoping he could see the truth of what she was saying. "My family's blood and his power over it, it's too strong." Gefnar chewed on her words for a moment, then said, "I spent a lot of time with animals back in Dragon's Nest, sometimes training them. In all my reading on the topic, there were always two main accepted ways to instruct: bribery versus coercion, encouragement versus subjugation, the carrot and the stick. Whatever they were called, it always came down to whether you rewarded good behavior or punished the bad." He smiled faintly. "Being a servant of Nomencal, I obviously prefer the first option. The gentler approach." His face darkened disconcertingly. "For a being like Sherrod, though, I'd have no problem trying something more forceful." Allie stared at him in disbelief. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that, if Sherrod's convinced he's already got the thing he wants, then maybe it's time to try swinging the stick." "This isn't some temple rat, Gefnar," Allie yelled. "This is a damned Thakur, one of the most powerful beings in existence. Not even Intothica could see a way to separate us, and you want to, hit it with a stick?" Gefnar nodded. "A big one, but yeah. Intothica and all of her mages and scholars might not be strong enough to fight something on that level." His eyes actually twinkled in excitement. "But they all get their power from the same place, right? I mean, even those born with magic are amplified by Nomencal's power, so—" "So what?" Allie snapped. "You think your purest Nomencal is going to step in and save the day? I've got news for you, Gef. Nomencal doesn't care about the rest of us who don't sing his little chants or guard his precious temples. Best we can hope for is that he smites me dead from the Netherplane and this blazing piece of Sherrod with me." She gesticulated wildly at her own head, her rage amplified by the obvious amusement of the entity nestled there. "Allie," Gefnar insisted, his face again twisting in response to her anger, "I really think it could work. I've been praying to Nomencal and—" "And what?" Allie growled. "He hasn't answered because he doesn't blazing care. So why don't you stop trying to throw your responsibilities onto someone else and own up to the fact that it might be your job to make sure I don't hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it?" She glared him down for a moment, daring him to retort. He didn't. "We don't have to like whatever fate, cards, or random circumstances we're dealt," she spat. "We just have to get the hell over it and do what we can with what we've got."
Anger flashed again briefly in Gefnar's eyes before fizzling away beneath a shaky sigh.
You think I don't know that things sometimes just don't get better? I lost my parents too. They were just ordinary people who ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they didn't have any great or terrible legacy for me to carry on. They were just gone, and no one seemed to care but me.
Allie closed her eyes, battling her own need for the last word to keep from lashing out again. Then, slumping in her saddle, she looked back to Gefnar.
You don't talk about them much. Your parents. Ever, really?
Gefnar shrugged heavily.
I don't remember much about them. I only remember their faces because Antothica helped me etch their memory into my temple pendant.
He reached up to clutch absent-mindedly over his breastplate, where his charm that bore the floral crest of Nomenkal sat beneath. The sight reminded Allie of her matching pendant, and she plucked it up lightly in her fingers to examine it with drawn eyes. For the first time in weeks, it felt like a voice besides Sharad's swept through her thoughts, less tangible, but no less insistent. It was Crexus's essence, reaching out from his old pendant, reminding her to be merciful. A tear spilled from her eye as she clutched the pendant to her chest. In just their brief time together, it had felt to Allie as though Crexus had truly seen her, the good and the bad. And she hadn't driven him away. For better or worse, Allie had even felt that there may have been something to explore between them, if they'd had more time. And if she'd been a little braver. Clearing her throat, Allie lifted her gaze back to Gefnar.
I don't think I ever said sorry for having to grow up in the temple.
Gefnar managed a small but gracious smile, seeming to grasp what she hadn't quite said.
It wasn't so bad. There was some teasing. Kids do that, and adults, I guess. But most folks were kind enough. Imidre liked me, I think, even if she'd never admit it. And Antothica.
He swallowed, his mouth tugging upward.
She's my mother, in all but blood.
Something in the way he said it brought the bile back into Allie's words.
Did she tell you not to kill me? What?
Gefnar blinked, clearly blindsided by the abrupt shift.
No. Well, not exactly. She just pulled me aside while we were with the Glenadok and urged me to consider Nomenkal's will carefully, before just assuming.
Allie swore.
So that's a yes,
she snapped, leaning over in her saddle to loom above the dumbstruck Gefnar.
It's a simple question, Gef. Are you willing to do what you have to, or not?
The gnome stared her down, unflinching, finally finding his voice.
If you're going to draw that line, then I'm sorry, Allie, but I guess I'm not.
A jeering smile spread over Allie's face.
Then I guess I know who my real friends are.
She spurred her horse into motion, glancing over her shoulder to where she had last seen the others, and finding that, not wanting to leave the stationary pair behind without a guide, Jack, Tanner, Itakar, and Naoni had clustered their horses nearby to speak in hushed tones while Allie and Gefnar had it out. Her face flushing red, Allie drew her mount over to them, forcing some levity into her face.
Sorry for the delay. Gef and I just had some things we needed to say to each other. Won't happen again.
Jack frowned but nodded, nudging Ember onward, and Tanner inhaled sharply to voice an objection, then let it fizzle as he glanced past Allie to Gefnar.
Fine, the foxkin sighed, awkwardly urging his horse on after Jack and Ember.
Allie fought the urge to look back toward the sound of Gefnar's plodding mount, finding that she was actually afraid of what she'd see on the gnome's face that had halted Tanner in his verbal tracks. For his part, Itakar merely inclined his furry lupine head, motioning wordlessly for Naoni to fall in behind him as he moved with Jack and Tanner. Not even sure what had prompted her, Allie found herself studying the younger Samanir's face as Naoni glanced quickly about to the others. There was comprehension there that Allie almost found insulting, as though Naoni completely understood, or at least felt like she understood, everything that had just happened. Worse, however, there was a distinct glint in the young woman's eye, as though it's some private joke. Seeing Allie's glare, all lightness fled from Naoni, and she meekly applied her spurs to her horse's flank to trot off in Itakar's wake.
Mind your own business,
Allie wanted to snarl, and may have if she hadn't been so focused on putting as many party members between her and Gefnar, as possible as she weaved through the lower branches of their lush surroundings.
To be fair, the antics of you mortals are so amusing. You can hardly blame the Samanir